Human definitely will go through all that. 100%. Any one of us. Next day I may be not there, you know. That's how it is. That's how it is. It's just as simple as that. Human definitely will go through all that. 100%. Any one of us. Next day I may be
anyone
not
else
there, you
can
know.
add
That's how
something
it
as
is.
well to show expression.
That's how it is. It's just as simple as that. Human definitely will go through all that. 100%.
Therwan
Any one
Saranai,
of us.
yes. I
Next
just
day I may
thought
be
of adding a
not
small
there, you
thing
know.
because
Something as well
I myself,
to
being a
show
doctor
expression.
who is
It's just
practicing in
as
Sri
simple
Lanka,
as
who
that.
is
Human
in Sri Lanka at the
definitely
moment.
will go through all
Yes,
that.
Joel. I mean,
100%.
even
Any one
myself,
of us.
being a doctor, I
Next
just
day I may
thought
be
of adding a
not
small
there, you
thing
know.
because
Something as well
I myself,
to
being a
show
doctor
expression.
because we know that
It's just as simple as
who
that.
is are
Human
in Sri Lanka at the
definitely
moment.
will go through all
Yes,
that.
Joel. I mean,
100%.
even
Any one of
being a
us.
doctor, if you
Next
work
day
out
I
of
may be
thought of adding a
not
small thing that
something as well
I
to
myself
show
that you
expression.
feel as a heavy feeling within you is a part of that system, part of that mechanism where I do not have any control. Now, you were saying that how can I control? There's no way of controlling. Actually, even I feel it very strongly. I can feel it as a current or some form of discomfort or heavy thought because it's a part of this system. Now, when I see the pictures or when I hear the news, the same mechanism like yours will continue, and then finally the thought is some sad feeling, sadness. So what you have to understand is that this is not something controllable, this is not something stoppable, as long as you do not understand this mechanism. So what actually should happen is that when you understand this mechanism, that there is a current formed at the end, this current is actually the self-feeling or the self-existence or self-perception. What happens is, in a person who has this internal transformation, that current is identified more and more, and then the intensity of the current will go down. And at the same time, you can do your maximum to help these people, now patients or whatever, in whatever the circumstances, whatever the situation. I mean, not only this strike, if there is some other incident, without that burn within, the person should be able to help in the maximum possible way. So, as Dr. Kokila explained, there's no way of sort of controlling this system, but if you understand that this is the mechanism, that you didn't invite the sadness, you didn't invite the anger or the irritation when you get this news, it just came up. And not only that, I mean, not only the irritation, along with that, so many other experiences will come along that, throughout the past incidents, all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, doctor, for that
So,
explanation. Thank you. I mean, I
okay.
was like a bit upset about what's happening because we listen to this and we see
Yeah.
these things happening, and something in the mind gets disturbed when you see these things. So I was thinking, in what kind of thing are they doing this, and what are they following up? Being a doctor doing this kind of thing is something hurtful, because so many patients are just dying outside there, and these people are like, let anything happen, we need what we want, and that doesn't make any sense. So that's why I asked that question, why it happened like that. So I think, as a normal person, I don't know how to help, but as doctors, if someone could help them, it would be great. Thank you, doc. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think
the main thing is understanding now the agitation of seeing that scenario and the event and how that agitation arises is, I think, when we try to look at it through the true Dhamma or the truth, that is what is trying to be addressed in this. Because, I mean, if we think about it, there can be so many injustices happening, isn't it, all over the world. There are so many instances where children are dying in remote villages or even in African villages, wherever. So many things happening even in the States you see on the news. And you see that only when one turns on the news that we start getting agitated about those things. Right through the day we are getting about our normal affairs, and those things are not within our spectrum of awareness, isn't it? So how did that suddenly, by actually turning on the TV or taking a newspaper to our hands, suddenly there is this heaviness, this anxiety, this worry, oh, those children, oh, those people, poor patients without medicine. Now, what has to be understood there is when we have understood the way the five senses work well, we know that what is being sensed, all these things are just occurrences through perceptions, right? So if you read the paper and you come across that piece of news, all you see is a bunch of black and white or colors. And it's the colors and the combination of sound that has been attached to those words and letters. So then that is associated, right? You associate the sound to the words and letters, the color and the shape becomes letters, and then the letters become words. How did those even become words? Because going back to our childhood, these have been taught to us. These words have been given meaning to us. And the words about suffering and patient, illness, death, each of those have been given various connotations, isn't it? And then all these have been given values. So if we think about conventional society, then our parents will teach us to become good people with good values. And to say, wherever you are, lend a helping hand to poor people or lend a helping hand to an old lady on the road. So these things have then gradually taken on a weight and a value of its own. And with that weight and the value attached to it, there has been an identification to that. So we identify ourselves as a person who has good values. We have identify ourselves as a person who is a good worker, who will never allow a patient to go unwatched or ill-treated and so on. But ultimately, these are all perceptions. And I mean, the truth is the thing that one cannot change the world order, because what gets manifested to the senses continues to manifest. That until the last breath is drawn in this human physical body, the senses that have that sense faculties will continue to function. And as long as the sense faculties continue to function, the vibration will happen, the sensations will occur, Joel. The sensation with the eyes, the light will continue to occur. You can't suddenly, by knowing the truth, the light doesn't turn into darkness. The light will still be a light, and the newspaper, when you read it, it doesn't turn into a blank page. You will still read the bad news. When you put the TV on, you will still hear the news about the death, the landslide, the floods, the burning in Australia, the bushfires. Wherever you turn, there is some tragedy, right? The same thing with Sri Lanka. But why is this? Sometimes can you notice that you might feel a little sorry about somebody in Vietnam facing a landslide, but then when you turn into a story from Sri Lanka, you're like more worried and more anxious and more stressed. Now, how did that happen? That also because the perceptions being born in Sri Lanka and having lived in Sri Lanka, the number of perceptions, the telepathization with all perceptions is greater. And with each perception, the perception also has gained value. Not only when I'm saying value, it doesn't mean happiness. Value in any form, value in the form of stress, worry, and so on. And with each of those, there is an identification of the self. So one thing is the incident becomes true if one is in ignorance, and then the fact that that incident is there also becomes true. Now, Aaron Mans explained yesterday this feel of existence, the sense of existence, isn't it? Now there is a hospital, there is a trade union, there is a strike. Now all these are existing, isn't it? Now, take for example, you go to bed tonight or last night, and you slept for roughly 5 hours. So during that 5 hours, were you worried? Was there a jewel?
No.
No. And
Yes.
nothing
That's
happened,
true.
right?
Yeah,
It was fine. And then you wake up this morning, and then immediately perceptions flood into the mind.
Mind, yes.
So can we see that these are all coming through the form of perceptions and becoming real the more we think about them as real? And then the moment you notice it, that the heaviness starts with the thoughts. The moment the thoughts start flowing little by little as you wake up, for example, when I wake up, the first thing I do is I make a beeline to the bathroom. So even before you get off from the bed onto the and go to the bathroom, the thoughts are flooding in, right?
Yeah, so
And
true.
then can you see slowly, this kind of machinery, this flow or the mechanics of the mind starts. But the beauty of the Dhamma, Joel, is that each of the functions of these faculties are considered just functions. There is no one doing it. The trauma, the stress, and the worry comes when one considers those perceptions as real. And if the perceptions become real, the hospital, the trade union, the strike, the poor patients in Sri Lanka, the more they are real, the more there is a person here. Those are existing, and then a person here called Joel who knows about the suffering, who knows about how caring for patients really is such a good thing. And you know what happens to patients when they are not given medicine on time. All that becomes real, isn't it? So it is a process. If the perception and the light formation, the sound formation are not understood as mechanics of this vibration that R.N. Mansi beautifully explained yesterday, that this is just a wave. No one's doing anything. No one's getting about it. There is no jewel here. It's just a process. What happens in this human body is just a process. And if in the night it wasn't there, then it is very, very clear, isn't it? That it is just the thoughts that are bringing the anger, the craving, the worry, and everything. And it is that perception. And the more you shine the light on the fact that these are just a flow of thoughts, and the more you give weight to one thought, can you see that another heap of thoughts come like a tsunami, adding and multiplying and multiplying and multiplying? If one doesn't see the truth in one perception, the happening of this multiplication of thoughts flowing from one to the other at a fast speed, all bringing worry, all bringing stress. You have to stem the flow, and to stem the flow, there is no doer stemming the flow here. All that is seen here is see the perception as to what it is. See that it is a construct of the mind. And when one sees that it is a construct, a combination of those old perceptions arising and becoming a new perception, it is just a flitting of a thought. And if one considers and understands that it's just a flitting of a thought, the ability for it to continue to multiply, continue to hit you one after the other diminishes. So that is the way that one can kind of see through the whole aspect of it. But I mean, for all this, understanding the sense faculties, understanding the perception. When you read that book, you said that when you see a book, and then you turn your head and you see a chair, right? And then when you turn this side again, you see a table. Now, if you think that the chair, when you turn this side, the table, and then you turn this side again, the chair, if you think that that was the same chair, now a person who has no access to the Dhamma will think that the chair that was seen earlier is the same chair when you turn your head, right?
So true. Yes.
So, and now the great thing about it is, well, that you have read the book and you have also now done that practice. Now see, now say when we go to sleep and when we get up, somebody will tell us, you don't know what happened whilst you were sleeping. So and so came and made a big commotion here and this and that, right? Now, none of that was true. The world gets constructed only from moment to moment, but the ignorance is such that each living being is in ignorance. So each living being is constructing all this in this false way of the perceptions becoming real. The external world is a reality, and so on and so forth. So then what happens is the 8 hours of blankness where no world was constructed is automatically filled the following morning by different people coming and telling you, maybe family members saying, oh, in that 8 hours you slept, this thing happened, that thing happened, and so on. So if one doesn't know the truth, then you believe, as I think Dr. Pokila said, that there is a continuing world outside. That these things are happening. As you speak, these things are happening. Now, isn't that like such a real feeling that no wonder people kind of get caught into it, isn't it? That is why it's so difficult to be able to see through that. And that is why, Nobel teacher and all these people are so valuable. Because however much it is being taught to us, however much it is being explained, there are people who are listening to it for 3-4 years, Joel. But it is difficult, but it is not impossible, as Dr. Pokila says. So, I mean, just kind of consider a few of these facts and see for yourself, and then gradually one will be able to, gradually what happens is the flow of thoughts and the burden and the heaviness associated with it, as Dr. Sakuntala said, starts to dissipate, because again, we cannot change the conventional world. We still wake up when the sun is shining. We still wake up to, the birds chirping. Those things don't change because the true Dhamma has been realized. As long as the sense faculties are functioning, the body is functioning, and all the other senses will also function. So,
And also, if all the people understand this Dhamma and actually feel the no self truth, no one would actually depend on what mind says. They will be acting on how the feel is, and the country will be different. But the problem is, Joel, it's the percentage wise. We can't even give a percentage who really feels this. So the feeling of no self is not easy. It is rare, yes, 100%. And if someone is actually with the feel, their flow of their sensory organs would be handled in such a way that they're according to the feel. So if they feel like working, they will do the work. If they don't feel like doing something, they might not do it. It doesn't matter. But the mind, when the mind takes over, we have so much things to think about. We have a rat race where we are trying to surpass everyone. We are trying to survive as well. Survival instinct is there in animals too. But other than the survival, humans have a big mind. So in that mind, this story is there, the achievements are there, the, you know, the usually the animals, they don't much store things for the kids, but the humans, the species of humans, they are different. They work different. They are social animals, so they work different. They think, they plan, they can even go to another country and attack and take over that country. You know, they go on sailing and try to find other empty lands so that they can build and they can expand their monarchy. So the thing is, this thing, if you learn about the past, the human past, if you read about it, the so-called history, you can understand this is a cycle of things happening. The great kings, the great queens, and then after that, the presidents or whatever. It doesn't matter. The story is repeating. Story is ongoing, and things are happening. Things that the beyond humanity. So at one moment, the human body is there, but even though the human body is there, the actual mind vibration is like an animal. How come? Usually humans are not actually trying to kill the other human. It's not how it is. You know, the animal, the cat will have a notion to kill the rat. That's the perception of food. The cow, in the other hand, cow can see so many rats, but the cow doesn't eat the rat. Cow has a different perception, but cow would love some grass. So this beauty is, if you take an ant and is going everywhere searching for food, and when there is a grain, they carry it with such a courage, isn't it? You know the science, they can carry so much weight, much more than their own weight. Usually 70 kilo man can carry 70 kilos or bit more, no, not a lot. Not like 1,000, the man will be crushed. So the species to species, the perceptions are different, but the feel the vibration, that vibration can actually happen even in this human body. So that's what you should understand. So when there's a goal, so imagine there's a gold necklace and someone is in trouble, needing money, and there's a necklace. What is the main thing that would come to that person? Well, if I take this, my problems are over. So that's the perception that they get. Another thing is like you see a loaf of bread and a mother who is hungry and who knows that her child is hungry, is going to the shop, act as she's buying something else and steal the loaf of bread. So which one is good or bad? Which one is bad? Which one is good? Or is this the flow of events which keep happening in a world with ignorance? Because there's so much to achieve. The hunger is a basic feel, So when the hunger is there, but there are instances where you're not even hungry, but you are stealing. So what about other stuff like, well, you're not using substances, but you're selling the substances. How about that? So can we end these problems? Like, Joel can be the king and Joel can correct all these things. Is that how it works? It doesn't work like that. Because as soon as you become the king, you have so many other problems to look after because you have to maintain the kingship. So a lot of people actually try to resolve these things in their own way. Even a king of animals, like the head of the monkeys. Usually, head of the monkey is stronger, and he gives the sign for them to either go or not go or things like that. So he makes a mistake. The whole the herd is in trouble. Well, what can the head of that team can do? The big monkey. There's a tsunami that is happening. Tsunami even doesn't count. Well, tsunami doesn't really have the plan, but there are things happening like that, and there are things to happen anyway, like the body is going to decay anyway. Last breath is going to come anyway. You know that. And whether we like it or not, we are going to get some illness anyway. So can we stop that? Well, if we have power, we would try that. Even, powerful people actually put their bodies in very concentrated things and put in a pyramid and thinking that maybe my body will do something one day. Or else people try to keep all the body parts ready if things go wrong so that I can survive. Well, has anyone actually do that? No, they can't. So life goes on. So the liberation, you can't liberate from outside, child. That was the time I was trying to say by telling all this beating around the bush was trying to say.
Thanks,
really
doctor. Thanks. Yeah, it was a good explanation. Yeah, thanks a lot. It was a good explanation. I was just having a research on this 31 planes that Buddothpada is saying and how it works. Can you just give me a brief explanation of these 32 planes or 32 things that he says about about the body? What does it mean a lot?
It's not the body, it's a vibration. Sorry, it's a vibration. Don't even think about the body. It's not the body. It's the vibration. It's in one actually this one thought, the vibratory level, we can actually see the 31 levels. So imagine, Joel, I don't know whether you can remember, as soon as you heard this number, you felt so light. Can you remember? And don't you know
yes,
that
doctor.
feel, if you can compare that feel, is kind of a divine feel, isn't it? So at that moment, your vibration is different. So that's how it works. But when you are in a agitated state, the vibration is different. So how this frequency changes, the same vibration though, but the frequency of the vibration is different. That is what the 31 planes are. We never actually focus on outside. That's what I'm saying. So you can't really say, oh, I'm a human, just because you have a human body. That's not how it works. In that moment that you felt so light and you were like floating, can you say I'm a human? Actually, it's different. It's different. So you already have felt that difference. So these vibration levels are actually in one thought as well. This may be too much for you, but it's I have to tell that because you can't misunderstand this, putting that to outside. So as Aramansi said, when someone asks Lord Buddha, who are you? Are you a God? Are you a Brahma? Are you a man? Who are you? He didn't have any explanation because there's no vibration there. So he said Buddha. So that's how he used that word to say that, because that word was there to use when there is liberation. They used that before. So he used that word. But the meaning is that vibration we talk about is your vibration forever. That vibration, when it is not going to have that power, there is no way that it will vibrate again into any vibration after respiration stops. So that's how it is. But the beauty is, if you want to really see the 31 planes, you see through you. You actually experience that. It's a beauty, but the non-vibration is different. So the non-vibration is not that. It's just that when you feel the outside is not true, you feel some kind of liberation, but actual non-vibration, you don't feel you. It's like you losing you, or you without you, kind of thing. It's actually something you have to feel, and that's what Araman say is trying to say, because Buddhist philosophy is not there out there. Actually, it's not out there. It's just traditional worshipping and stuff there. So the traditional stuff, we actually salute traditional stuff. That's why I told you can go to church, you can go everywhere, you can be with your family, but inside you may be actually surpassing everything that normal humans can even think about. The normal layperson will not even comprehend. So it is different. It is difficult also. But understanding 31 planes is also, again, it is here and now. So whatever the vibration, with what frequency you have is the level.
Yeah. It's like kind of, when you sleep also you're dreaming, and when you're getting up also you're just dreaming.
Kind of, yes,
I just felt
100%.
it like that. Both ways
100%.
you're just dreaming, and it's not true. It's just these five senses are taking into
Yeah, and
the
yeah,
mind and just
100%.
creating a filter of lot of things.
Yeah, and the other
And
thing,
yes,
Joel, I
doctor.
should add, after waking up from this dream, living as normal is the beauty. You wake up from the dream, you know that it's a dream. You don't feel that you are in the dream. You wake up from the dream, but still you are acting completely normal in that dream. You do whatever you can do for your people. You can do whatever you can shout at kids. Doesn't matter. If you feel like you have to shout, you shout. Doesn't matter. What's the big deal? That's not a big deal. You do something for them. If you have to tell a patient something sternly, you tell that sternly. That's not a problem. And if you are like a CEO in a place, you have to tell things to the people to do. But there would be extreme level that sometimes you might not feel like doing these things. Then you can actually, if you don't have any responsibility, you can retreat. You can retreat into whatever the feel you have. It doesn't matter. But the thing is, the beauty is, even after completely awakening from that dream, you are completely normal. You can see, you can hear, you can feel the skin, the taste and all that. You will feel them more, and also you can think. You comprehend everything really much better than everyone else, and even how these vibrations work. But it will be just one moment only. So the main important thing is the absence of suffering, or absence of this the misunderstanding or the ignorance. So understanding what you understood today is beautiful. Actually waking from that is a bit difficult with our very thick thinking pattern and very thick thoughts. But it is doable. It is doable. 100% doable. Yeah, what do you think? Anyone else to add anything? Yes, Suranka.
Yeah, Doctor, I think the 31 planes, as you said, is based on the vibratory power.
Yeah.
And Trell, I think you heard Aaron Mahans explaining yesterday about a Pali term. You might not have been familiar about it, about Mania Makato. He talked about a monkey and a dog, and that is just to show that depending on how egoistic, if the self vibration is really strong at the point of the last breath, if that vibration is very strong and the egoistic feeling is really powerful, it can manifest itself into the vibration of a monkey. And if it is even stronger than that, it can manifest itself into the vibration of a dog. And a thing that, having listened to the Dhamma for so many years, a common thing our advisor explains to us is, and I'm sure you'll relate to this, when you see a pack of dogs, you know how dogs have their problems, right?
Yes.
They're worried about the other dog coming and peeing next to their fence, and you know how they go berserk when another dog comes and pees. And then if you see a pack of dogs running around the road, they're always
So they mark
fighting.
the hierarchy, their area.
Exactly. So all and what it is very difficult when one is in that, when that vibration occurs, the vibration of a dog, kind of lower realm of plane of existence, to get out of that point of vibration is very difficult. It takes several samsaric cycles to get out of that. But then another example he gives is that sometimes, I'm sure you might have seen it, you see a gang of dogs always fighting and this and that, but then there's one dog who's just seated on the side, not worried and not bothered and not getting involved in the fighting.
Minding his own business kind of thing.
Minding his own business, and
Not at all worried.
Yeah, so that is where R.N. Vance explains that vibration, that lower realm, high vibration of that dog type of vibration is now coming to an end.
Yes.
So it's a low, so then, then there is an escape from that. But similarly, this is how the vibration occurs. That's why he says humans have human problems. Animals have animal problems. Birds have bird problems, like that. So depending on the vibration, these are just examples he has given to us to beautifully illustrate, because he says, you know, the whole piece, he always calls us saying, the whole problem with y'all is that y'all don't put it into daily practice and think. There are so many examples around you. Now he says, have you heard of the gay kurulla? That's another
Yes, yes, yeah,
example
yeah,
he
yeah.
says. Now he says, now how did the gay kurulla make the house in the way he makes it? The way it makes it, you know, with those various little compartments. It's a very intricate making of the gay kurulla's house. Now nobody taught the bird not to make it like that. That is the feel, isn't it? And Dr. Kokila, maybe you can explain that, how these, and then, you know, how the worm, without anything else, no consciousness, still goes in search of the cold mud. And all it has is the body consciousness. That's it. But still, in that body consciousness, there is the feel. And the gay kurulla also makes the house with the feel. There are that feel, that sense of existence is the thing that is the thing that is driving that any living being, any species to sustain itself.
Yeah.
Whether it is in a real dirt, pile of poo, even there are worms. The worm finds the poo very good. Now we will hold our nose and say yeah and all that and go from there. But the worm finds that wonderful. So how did that happen? Now, doesn't that mean that then the world of the worm is also a world, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes.
And now we think what is manifesting to these senses is the world.
Yeah.
So that is what our advances says. Look at, take examples of animals. The example that Dr. Kokla gave about a cow. Now the cow doesn't want worms. The cow wants grass.
Yes.
But the bird is praying for a worm.
Yeah.
So, you know, like that. And then with regard to the and then animals have very basic consciousnesses, and therefore is just worried about the survival instinct and basic food only, and that's it. But humans have this big consciousness, big mind, and goes off or at a tangent on unwanted things because the mind is so big.
Yeah, so true.
And it gets itself into knots and manifests all kinds of things. And in that manifestation, is not capable of going into the lower realms of vibration. Now, you have seen so many times, and we've experienced these ourselves, that, you know, even the kindest of persons sometimes, and he has a beautiful, loving wife, but if that person has come home after a terrible day of work and the wife is continuing to ask questions or nagging or something, that kind-hearted gentleman also will turn around and snap at the wife, right? In that moment of snapping, there is a rage that has built in that person. And can you imagine at that point of the rage and the snapping? What is the realm of what is the plane? It's a high vibratory lower plane, isn't it? So what is the thing? What is the impulse that causes people to take a knife and kill? To take a gun and shoot? To hack people to death? So aren't these also so-called human beings? But then what is the level of vibration? And I think what Dr. Kokila was trying to say was all these arises in this moment, in this thought. In that thought, all 31 planes can exist at any given time. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's very interesting to actually do this research. That's what we are all asked from all our listeners, to actually do this research and see the consciousness, even the scientists are actually doing this research.
Yeah.
So they are actually researching what could be the driving force
Yeah.
for.
The
So
more you search on this, the more you find you cannot find certain things because it's not easy to find. But the more you search, that kind of peace, kind of thing comes into you. That's what I feel. Am I
yes,
correct?
yeah. If you actually go towards and like go with the understanding about no self, yes.
Yeah. And
But
like it's like yesterday, I was like just touching something, and I was just feeling not touching, like walking and just lifting up myself, kind of thing. It's really kind of weird sometimes, but after that, I get to my senses and say, okay, yeah, it happens.
yeah, yeah, true.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Doc. Thank
So
you.
yeah, all good. And the feel can actually improve, and the important aspect of no self dhamma is you feel the non-existence. That is the most important aspect. So we feel everything as well, but yes, the most important moment is when you feel the non-existence, or kind of how when the stimuli is not taken as a thing, or when you kind of pierce the stimuli, how if you actually get this vibratory notion, you can understand it is just the sensory organ. It will be either ear, either eyes, it would be the tongue or the nose, or the the skin vibration, which usually is the beginning of the mind, because we usually see something and think it's the chair. Even though this happens so fast, we can't really separate them. The same thing can happen if you really feel the non-vibration, in the sense you without that power that we are talking about, you without that vibration that we are talking about. So that's the real important understanding, or real important thing to feel. So what Taran says, telling if we can understand, and then when we basically actually understand first that the outside is actually our perception. It's not easy in the beginning, but it becomes a pattern after that. So you're not actually shaken by the outside, but still there's a perception of self, or perception of the chair, in that sense. Because the perception of chair is the perception of self, because if the perception of chair you feel as there, that is the perception of self. There's no separate self. So when we understand it, how this current can do that, with chair is a perception. Perception is like a current. You can understand this if you see the chair in the dream. It appears beautifully, if it's a chair made of gold or something. So you might see that, and you'll be like, oh, this is that gold chair. Yeah, how come is that? Because it's not actually in front of you, even even in this dream. Parents and answer.
Good morning, everyone. Thelon Sarnaya Renmahansa, Thelon Sarnaya, everybody. Here, today we will start with the paragraph 2 of page 19 of the book to The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1. According to Paticca Samuppadaya, the Dhamma of cause and effect, it says Nama Rupa Paccaya Vijnanam, meaning the belief that we have about a thought that comes from inside Nama, and the belief that there are things outside Rupa creates another thought or a knowing, which is an illusion, a lie. The same way coming together of sound and color is called nama, rupa. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, nama, the image of a pineapple comes to our mind, rupa. The coming together of the sound and color is the creation of the illusion called thought or vijnana. The sound and color is put together in your mind consciousness. If you receive a sound, you automatically connect it to a shape or a thing. That means a chittaya or a thought is formed. The fact that you received a sound means it is also a thought. The sound does not come from outside. The sound is also a thought that comes from within. We live in a world of thought. We don't live in a world outside. Upasika. I understand Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa. Nate kamayani chitrani loko. Sankappa rago purisassa kamo. Meaning the naming of something beautiful or ugly does not exist outside. Beauty and ugliness exist only in our thought. We are the ones who think it is beautiful or ugly. The book does not say that it is a book. The mango tree does not name itself as mango tree. It is us who label it, named it. All these words are data that was fed into us from the very small age. They are called Sammuti Prajnapti, meaning that these names have been given by us to all objects, not that the objects named themselves. Aryan Mahansa. Now you are clear about the term Mohattata Avadiya, or the awakening to the moment. Now you have to learn to practice how to awaken to the moment. You must not believe in what all you see. You should not accept things that are outside. If there is a thing outside, that means there is you on this side. Upasika. If there is something outside, that means that there is you, an observer on this side. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansa. If there is a book that you see or that you think of, actually that is you. In other words, you are the book. Earlier in this discussion, we spoke about an awareness. You have to have an awareness which is beyond thoughts. You have to realize that it is not that you see, but what you see is a thought. In other words, what you see is what you think. Awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called as wisdom or purity. This is being awakened to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our home, or it should be our base. It is at this point that we cultivate Samma Satya. Samma Satya is when there is no Nama, Rupa, or name and form. There is no duality, or in other words, we do not create a me and an outside. This moment does not have the concept of time. There is no thing in this moment of being awake. Being aware is wisdom. A book is a thing, an object. A table is an object. Sankara, or having a thought at any moment, means you have a feeling that you exist. You are at this end and the world at the other end. When you realize the pure truth, or we could say when we awaken to the moment, we would realize that it is our thoughts that creates this illusion of existence. It is also called Vijnana Maya. A thing exists only because a sound and a color came together. If you have a feeling, it is the Vijnana. It is a thing. When Nama, thoughts generated from within, Rupa, thoughts generated due to the belief and an outside exist, comes together, it is also another thought. Thank you.
Teruwan Saranai Shani.
Mr. Bernard. Yes.
Shani, are you there?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. What you read is uh, from apart from book
Yes.
1, volume 1, and it starts uh, explaining how the mind is created, how a world is created, how the duality starts. It at the beginning, as we had a radiant mind, we did not have this duality. We saw the things as they are. As time passed on, the teachers, parents, and the adults, they poured the words, name and sound, and into our minds, the child's mind. Then there the child's world is formed. He sees and he hears. uh, there is a name for everything around the world. Whatever he touches, whatever he sees, whatever he hears, there's a sound. So slowly, gradually, he realizes there are things outside. At the same time, he understands he is there. The parents show that you are here in the mirror. So he understands this is me and there is a world outside. This is how the mind creates. At the beginning, we didn't see duality in the child's mind because he had a radiant mind. So, and the child gradually understand there's a world. He experiences it. Then he sees trees, flowers, butterflies, everything, the stars, the sky, and he understand that there is a name for everything. The name for everything. So the parents try hard to introduce these words. The child cannot, actually, the child who has radiant mind cannot uh, quickly grasp these things. He sometimes introduces his own words. He try to sound it, but that original sound, the expected sound won't come. But slowly, the child will understand and will correct himself with the help of teachers and adults. This is how the world is created. So the beginning is as a child, a does not newborn child does not uh, understand the world. He reacts to certain things. Those are reflexive actions. But when he comes to kindergarten, the teachers feed these words and sound by showing the things and all sort of using teaching methods. Slowly, the child understand the words, and he is gradually and slowly programmed by adults. This is how the world is created. Now we'll take uh, and, the real picture of this, how the world is created and how I am created, how this duality exists. So to understand this, we have to start from the beginning. That is, we have got five faculties, and the other one, the sixth one, is mind. We called it mind consciousness. So when we hear something, we feel I hear. It is not the sound, but I hear. Finally, I is created. That is how the mind starts. So all this happens because of a spark. The mind catches, the eye catches. See, this is how it works. The eye catches a tree. So the child is given a word for this. So he sees not an object, just a mango tree or coconut tree. So this is because of spark, as you said, always emphasize that spark. That is what eye catches. When eye catches something, it gives the idea. Then the mind consciousness starts, and mind consciousness floods all the experiences you had with that particular tree, mango tree or coconut tree. Then you get the smell of it, touch of it, the sound of the rustling uh, leaves and everything. So this is how the mind creates. It is a spark. At the same time, the speed, the vibration, we can't just understand uh, it reading books, but a noble friend must explain it. Then only we can understand how it works. With this rapidity, the fast movement, with the vibration, manifestation of vibration, we can't actually solve this puzzle at once. But slowly, when we realize, if you want to understand this, because we don't experience a coconut tree or mango tree outside there, because this is programmed thing. This is programmed. Why is it programmed? Because the adult gave these concepts and ideas and all these things. So the created world, that is one side. The other side is, this is a spark, we said, a spark. So vibration takes place with the with that rapidity. The rapidity is so fast, so unimaginable speed, so we can't understand it once. So you see, you feel that I see something, but actually there is nothing. That's an illusion, just a spark. The creation of mind, the creation of mind consciousness. That is how the child starts this experience in this world.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai. I pay my homage to Venerable Aryan Hanse, Teruvan Saranai, Ms. Shani, Mr. Justin, and all Dhamma friends. Thank you very much for that very beautiful and effective explanation, Mr. Bernard. How you clearly explained how we get caught in this unreal world. due to the ignorance, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? You very well explained how we become victims in a way, though there are no people, somehow we become victims of this mind consciousness or the
That's right.
illusory mind consciousness.
Yeah,
That's very beautiful. So I
yeah.
would like to continue from where you stopped, Mr. Bernard. So as you said, when we see the mango tree, it becomes a mango tree due to ignorance. So you very well explained the scientific concept actually, that human eye cannot capture all these vibrations and sparking. But only thing we know is ultimately the mango tree becomes real to us. That is because you very well explained all the data associated with that particular image, like rustling of the leaves, the sound. You beautifully came up with that. And then the roughness of the tree trunk, if you have touched the leaves one day, that roughness or softness, that smell. So if you have, as a child, even licked, some children lick the tree trunks and leaves, so that taste also, in that very moment, all come in one spark, that is telepathizing. You told all the data comes and it becomes real to us. And the danger is, the moment that mango tree as a real entity, that objectification or that materialization of this tree happens, the other side, you were explaining duality, the self, the observer, the person who sees this naturally arises. It's like an equation. The moment you see an object, on the other side the person is there, and at the same time what happens is that value, uh, although we use the word value, there we have to be very careful. Even I have realized, because I understood it. I mean, it was not very clear to me unless and until I contemplated it for a long time. Because when we say value, what comes to our mind is monetary value or something, because it has several connotations, this same word. So value is just the subtle need to have this mango tree as it is, or to, the Aryan Hase nicely explains this. One day he said that you at least do not know that there was a value attributed to that unless the mango tree was missing. Now, in the morning, you saw the mango tree. We don't know that we had assigned a value to that. But at once the mango tree is missing. So you notice, oh my God, the mango. So that kind of the subtle thing may be something that you, when you walk to your workplace, it's not in your garden even. You enjoy maybe flowers, jasmine, you smell the jasmines of a roadside garden. There's a jasmine wine, and you just smell it, and you even don't know you have assigned a value to that. But the next day when you walk passing that, you see that they have cut or removed this jasmine wine. So that although it's not your own property or not in your garden, you have assigned some value to that projection of the nose, that is olfactory consciousness. So this is very subtle, honestly speaking, very subtle. And so when we try to make meaning to these Dhamma concepts as mundane people, it becomes actually self-evident to us, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? In this journey, however, not as people, we day by day, we by listening to Aryan Hanse's sermons, our wisdom actually arises. It gets sharpened, and then the things that we didn't experience before, things that we didn't see before, are like we become gradually awakened to them. Isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
That's true. That's true. That slowly, gradually, that happens. But you will understand after some time. You don't understand at once.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why Aryan Hanse says that there is some real impact of listening to sermons alone, even if somebody does not have time or does not really want to get into practical path or actually do not have time or due to certain factors are unable to practice it. By listening to these sermons with commitment, not just as listening to songs just to enjoy the rhythm, but to, if somebody sees the facts explained by Aryan Wahanse through themselves, that itself becomes insightful meditation. I personally have that experience also. When Aryan Wahanse says don't listen to sermons as if you are listening to songs, it like I wanted to try what it was. And when we contemplate then and there while listening, of course, that is a real insightful meditation. Then we begin to see what this, how today in the morning, actually, I experienced something. Now, how we kind of we do not, why and how we do not feel this freedom or relaxation or tranquility, because we all originally, these are Hanse's words, actually I'm trying to translate. Originally everyone is experiencing this perfect tranquility. Due to ignorance, the moment the self appears, we take it as the person, there is a person, that is me who experience. And at the same time, the original experience of tranquility is always disrupted, always hindered due to the involvement of mind. Now for example, when we see a beggar or someone, we at once feel like giving some money, whatever that comes, it's a feel. But the mind gets involved and mind assigns the value to that aspect, and so we try to reduce that amount that we are going to give, or we think, okay, I gave that same beggar yesterday, I should not give. So if you are very vigilant, careful, that is actually mindfulness and wise attention, that what is this Yathabhuta Yoniso Manasikara and Yathabhuta, seeing the stimulus, that thought occurred, you clearly feel the difference between the feel and the mind. Mind always judges, mind always gives kind of think of advantage and disadvantage. It's the judgmental. But to understand this, we have to see these Dhamma points through our experiences and ourselves. So if I get back to what you all were discussing, that how we can get rid of this illusion called I, which is being highlighted, which is being explained well in this The True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 1 series. So rising of the self, as Mr. Bernard said, the role of the noble teacher. The role of the noble teacher is vitally important at this point, because seeing okay, a person may be able to understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs, right? Now I perceives stuff, but may not be able to figure out that all the other sensory inputs merge or fuse into create that mind. And on top of that, when you see an object outside, on the other side, the rising of the self-perception, it may not come out in one's life unless the noble teacher opens our eyes to that. If there is something out there, it's you. You can't separate self and the other. That other becomes you. So that is where the Kalyana Mitras or this noble teacher's role is vital. And also at the same time, the value, that's another important thing that we should understand mostly. We basically, I mean, initial level when we were explaining, we were putting all the effort to explain. I have that experience, putting all the effort to explain the mechanism of the six sensory organs. We go into details how the vibrations of opposite charges spark and then the power is created, and we stop at that. But later on, when Aryan Hanse points out your presentation is incomplete only, we have to show that, we have to mention that then if you objectify something, if you solidify some projection of or a manifestation of a particular sensory organ, on the other side, automatically I is there. You can't say, I understand the entire concept, but without understanding that self is itself is nothing but this projection, taking the projection of the sensory organ as real, and then assigning the value. That's the three things actually we have to highlight when we explain or when we talk about this. That value, actually with that value, we can connect this to Aryan Mahanse has shown how to see the presence of the three realms in one stimulus. Presence of three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and formless realm in one stimulus. So it is, again, it helps us to understand this. So the sensual realm, that is nothing but seeing the mango tree as mango tree and accepting that mango tree is there. There, everything is present. The form of the mango tree and the feeling that something is there and it is the mango tree, and some subtle liking, subtle feeling that it is, I mean, the moment you accept it as a mango tree, there's a subtle need to keep it as the mango tree. It's not the monetary value. So there, it's the sensual realm. And so when you listen, when we actually listen to true Dhamma, this true message of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, what happens is that wisdom arises gradually. So with that, we can't do it purposefully, but with that gradually, that when you understand the truth that these manifestations are not real, the value is attributed to that becomes less and less, and it fades away. So it maybe you see the mango tree, but it doesn't matter whether it's there or not. So at that level, that is called form realm. And at least when you go further, when the realization grows, what happens is that sound and color combination becomes crystal clear within you, not through mind. Through mind also we can contemplate, whenever we see. So it's very artificial. As you see objects, as we see objects, if we try to apply it like a mathematical formula, it actually becomes very artificial. We try to apply it as mathematical formula. Okay, the cupboard, sound and color comes. okay, the bottle sound, then color comes. So it's so artificial that Aryanvasi does not promote that, encourage that to do. Once you know the truth, it's forever. That's why he gives these beautiful examples. If you see the stem pattern of a single leaf, it is the same in all other leaves of that particular tree. Oh, another beautiful example is that if you cut open one mangosteen, you know the kernel, the shape and everything. So you don't have to go on opening all mangosteens. So these little reminders, explanation made by the noble teacher is extremely vital, extremely important for us to liberate from the mind. So Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ravi, could you please add your thoughts to the discussion?
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I was listening to part of the discussion actually done by you and Mr. Bernard. As you very clearly said, it shouldn't be something artificial, something that you do like a homework or a bookwork. It should be actually a spontaneous flow actually to realize that there is no self doing this, and this is understanding this automatic system, the system function, which is a part of the nature's law, I would say. So right from any of the disclosures or deshana by our noble friend, a person should be able to grab the truth of that, where the ultimate goal is actually to have the realization where there is no self here. But as a habit, this has been happening, and it is something a part of the system, of course, where this automatically the self label is attached always. So as you very clearly mentioned, it's not something which was there in the small baby, but the necessary raw material to develop this last outcome is already hidden in the newborn baby, which we call sasava. And so that is why, because the sasava is there, if a small baby dies, or I mean, if he dies at that age, that baby will not reach the arhat state. It's because the glue or the raw material is there, which provides the necessary background to develop defilements later on. So going into the level of thoughts, and which means the defilements or the self-feeling, all these things will automatically happen. There is no way of stopping it halfway. And also a system should have the level of forming thoughts to study and understand about it and then get rid of that. So essentially, the person should be, the child should be old enough to a particular level where the thoughts are formed. Then only the child or the system or the adult, whatever the age, will be able to understand how these thoughts are formed. And then you can disentangle what has entangled up to that point. So by the time the system reaches the arhat state, the knowledge which was gathered all that time cannot be reversed. So the arhat state, the system at the arhat state will see the things and identify in the normal way.
system will understand it as a coconut tree and also will know the uses of the coconut tree. And if it looks like a very nice tree with full of nuts, it gives a pleasant feeling. So that pleasant feeling also will be there even for the Arhat system. But the only difference is that the fire related to that will not happen. So as you all clearly mentioned, this is a part of the rapid speed, and we should be able to sort of analyze the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and thoughts are formed as an effect of the function of the sensor faculties. So you are going backwards. That is what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha did after reaching the final state where he realized the truth, and then he revised what he understood over the next 7 weeks. So it said that he sort of deeply analyzed how the thoughts are formed, and then going backwards to the root of it and identify where the origin is. So that is what is called by Anuloma and Pratiloma way of studying, forward and backward studying of the Paticca Samuppada, or the cause and effect series, which is the basic truth in Buddhist teaching. That is the difference between the other religions and the Buddhist teaching. So when you understand the mechanism of this thought formation and the final result where the system feels that self-perception or there is a person doing this, when you understand, going deep into that, like Sudharma mentioned, cutting a mangosteen and then checking the inside, the nature of it, the kernel, the color and everything. Then you know, as you glance at the fruit, you know what is inside, how it looks inside, how it is inside. So like that, when you analyze a thought deeply, you understand that there is nothing. From nothingness, the thought is being constructed from. Basically, there is zero level or nothing, and then as a part of the illusion, this is being constructed. So when you know this truth, whatever the thoughts which are formed, automatically you get the feel that there is nothing in this one. This is just a creation. This is kind of magic. So the finally what happens is that spontaneous feel is that whatever the thought which are formed, whatever the sense of faculty which is responsible, the value which is given, the label which is given, becomes less and less significant. And then that is where our noble friend has explained a particular samadhi state, which is called adhigata samadhi. That means whatever the thoughts which come sort of is let alone or let go, because there is hardly any value. But there is no change in the function of the sensor faculty as long as the physical body is functioning. So it will continue until the end of that physical body. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Are you in a position to add something? Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Therwan Saranai, Aren Mahasi, Therwan Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to Sudharma's speech as well. So, as she said, so the what we really need to do is that we have to understand the thought. The thought makes everything real. So that is the trickiest part that we have to capture. So everything, Sudharma talked about three realms: form, sensual world, formless world. See, all these three realms are there in one single thought. So it is very difficult to uh, understand fully at once, because we have unless we understand the mechanism, how does it happen, so we won't be able to understand this completely, where how these three realms can be found in one single thought. So sensual world, we know, as Dharma said, this is normal world that we live, where the illusion became a real. So we live in such a world that we think this illusion is perfectly real, and we are the one, I'm the one who is living in this world. So everything happens to me. So I have a birth, then and in some other day, I have to leave this world with the death. So this is the sensual world. So, but if you understand, so we deal with so many thoughts. We deal with so many thoughts. So in that sensual world, we take all the thoughts as real things. So we don't know we don't know that we are dealing with thoughts. The thoughts, in the sense, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the stimuli that captured via the six senses. Basically, five senses. Then the mind sensor will get created then and there. So we don't know. It is kind of an interplay among these 5 or 6 senses. So it is a result. So the self is the result of the thought. So how does this thought become real? Then comes another question. How does this thought become a real for this? Because we didn't know, we don't know the truth. What is the truth? How this thought has formed, how this thought has created. So that means the samudaya. Samudaya means how all these things collectively form a existing like thought. How the mechanism, how these senses to collectively form a thought to make us to feel like it's real. Ultimately, what we feel in the sensual world is a real thing, real thought. So that eventually it will make us to feel that I'm the one who is feeling. So unknowingly, a self had already been created in that very thought. So helpless. But we have to, but what Lord Buddha asked us to do, to do a self-analysis or do a research to find out how this thought get created. Then you will understand Buddha told that then you will understand there is no such a thing called a existing field as well. So all you have to do is to see the thought, understand the thought, how the mechanism, how it gets created. The samuday. Samuday means collectively how this one single thought gets a power of make you to feel that it is real existent feel. So it is a completely a process. It is a result of a sequence, a series of things happening one after another. To explain that, Buddha announced a kind of a concept called Paticcasamuppada. It is a actual concept that is being created by every Buddha. That is the cause and effect Dhamma. So if you see this concept, if you try to understand this concept very well, you will understand this thought is a creation. It is not done by anybody else, not done either by you. It is a natural thing. It is kind of an automatic thing that will happen spontaneously. So the end result of that entire process is the existent field is also an automatic thing. It is not created by anybody else. So that means the feeling of a self or a life feeling is also a creation. It is not done by you, not by somebody else either. So then what we have to do is just we have to do our own investigation, and we have to be very thorough about this mechanism. Then we realize there should no such a person here who is feeling this alive feel. There is no perceiver here to perceive this alive feel. So then, of course, so in that case, you will understand that then the what do you call that, the niyamaya, the way how your mind gets created is completely happening in according to a certain system. The system belongs to the nature. Then nature, through the nature, it rolls out. The end result is the feeling of existence. So that existence feel would be there, but there is no person to hold that feeling. So that means that is the point where consciousness become what you call appatitita vinnana. So there is no place to fall this particular consciousness. So in the absence of the person, in the absence of a soul, so there won't be any kind of engagement. So that's why Lord Buddha showed it. I found the carpenter who is making the roof of this house. I found the carpenter. The carpenter is the clinging nature of the particular thought. The clinging nature, how does this clinging nature of this particular thought comes? If we take with because of the ignorance, because you don't know this mechanism, you take the thought as real. Thought in the sense, maybe the chair, maybe the tree, maybe as Dharma said, a mango tree. If some, even the light, even the sound, if it feel it's real at that very moment, the clinging nature of the maintaining that particular field will get developed. That is the carpenter. That is the carpenter who makes this entire roof of this samsaric cycle. The clinging. So this clinging has not been created by anybody else. It is automatically get created as long as you believe that thought is a real thing. So if you understand this thought very completely, if you are able to understand this thought has no value for that, it is not real, it is a automatic process, it is a natural phenomena, there is no doer here, no one had done it, not either by you. So the value towards that particular, the value that we previously assigned to that particular thought will become less and less, will go down. So that means the clinging nature of this particular thought will gradually diminish. That means the ability of the carpenter to build up this sansaric building will gradually goes down, will gradually grow down. So that means that will enable us to put a full stop to this samsaric journey. So as if you look at this overall picture at once, what made you to believe that the thought is real is because you didn't know the mechanism how it has been created. So once you get to know that the way it is formed, the rest of the things will automatically happen. The collapse and the assigning less value for that, and ultimately collapse of the entire building will automatically happen. What you have to do is just to see how this thought get created. So we have to be very skillful enough to see the thought. That is the merit that we should have. That is the kusala that we should have. We have to be very uh, uh, very skillful to see the nothingness uh, or the uh, yeah uh, unrealistic nature of this thought. So thought in the sense it is so people tend to think thoughts are the things that comes into the mind. That is not true. Everything is a thought. So if you see something, if you hear something, if you so we'll say, so I'm walking on a tile floor. So we I unintentionally I know that I'm walking on some on the second floor of this building. So unknowingly I have a feeling that the second floor is real. The person called me is walking on this tile floor, and so many things are there. So everything has been real for me, has become real for me. So that is my ignorance. So if I get to know that all the things I said earlier are thoughts, thoughts have no actually a value, certain value. They are created as a result of the interplay of these five senses. So then, of course, what will happen? The value that I assign for those thoughts will automatically start to diminish. So then, of course, the clinging nature towards that was there earlier, now it becomes gradually diminished. So then, of course, the power which has been built earlier within that thought will start to diminish. So that will not be sufficient to give rise to another kind of thought anymore. So that means that your further propagation of this sansaric cycle will stop. So that is basically the theory part. That is the theory part in it. But what we say is we have to be very skillful enough to see the reality of this thought. So reality means this the thoughts are not real. It has to be felt. It is not at first stages you may have to contemplate it and get the things cleared up at the first stages, but ultimately and later stages what will happen, it comes automatically because that is the practice that you do. So with the practice you tend to feel that everything is a thought. So every thought has a similar kind of structure. So every thought has no value. So what is the purpose of clinging towards it? So the craving, the clinging nature will automatically drops out. So then there is no power will remain to make another kind of a cycle. So that is the way how your samsaric cycle come to an end. So it is a very, very nice story. It is very logical and it can be understood. And only thing what you have to do is just to see the reality of the thought. that just to see just to understand what the thought is. So that will automatically push you towards the end of this entire story. So don't focus to certain levels or certain phala or samadhi or all these things. It will automatically grow. The super awareness and the other jnanas and other wisdom things will automatically grow. But only thing what you have to do is realization and taking the complete understanding the formation of the thought, how the thoughts get formed, and it will automatically push you towards the end of this sansaric cycle. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes,
Do you have anything to say
Sarnai Ravi.
in the comment?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, as you said, uh, every thought is a creation and an illusion. So it's something fake. You can use many words to describe the word thought. But the formation of the thoughts is a part of that automatic, spontaneous chain of activities, isn't it? So everything is explained in a thought. Everything is given a word, and it's how the thought is expressed. Whether it is something, an activity, or whether there is something which is described as a noun. All of them are thoughts, and they are given a name. And as you said, it varies. The thought and the name could vary depending on the circumstance, depending on the person. But all thoughts fall into the same category, where you cannot take it as real, but we are, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
and also Dr. Sakuntala, sometimes we see the people do when they do the practical sessions, so they tend, while they are walking, they tend to see the outside world as not real and all these things by focusing their concentration towards the external objects. I mean, birds chirping and vehicle sounds and so on. But they think that those things are thoughts. But they didn't know that they don't know that even the walking is also thought. They are at the moment they are walking. They are doing the walking meditation, but they didn't realize that they don't realize that the walking itself is a thought.
Is a thought, yes, exactly. So everything is a thought, basically.
Everything is a thought.
Everything,
so,
yes.
Yes. So that if you have that has to become from this contemplation, I think. So because we can't perceive things beyond our what you call these five senses. So even we think, even we walk, even we jump, even we climb in a staircase, on a staircase. So all these things are thoughts. So so if we talk with somebody else while we are climbing the staircase, it is also a thought. So thoughts, one thought come atop of another thought. So everything is a mental formation. So we have to be very vigilant about those things. So people tend, so while they are doing the practical Zoom session, practical sessions, so they think, so I'm the one who is walking. So while I'm walking, I'm trying to see the external things as not real. So, but we that is all right, but he has to have some kind of an idea, the walking, the practice of walking, even a thought. So sometimes they miss that. So it should not happen, I think. So if I take this conversation, so it is also a thought, this
Thought,
conversation.
that's right.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah. So even though
Actually,
we
last
think
night,
about the,
hmm,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
yes. Yeah, actually, last night, Dr. Kokila gave a nice, I couldn't listen to the whole thing, but part of it. She gave a very sort of simple and very practical explanation about these 4 steps. Actually, most of the people, as you said very correctly, do not understand exactly what our noble friend was trying to uh, give us, I mean, tell us exactly what is meant by these 4 steps. So the people who were discussing were giving various explanations also to the way that they have understood, but she was trying her best to correct many things. So as you said, right from the beginning, the concept should be to get that self-feeling dissolved little by little and coming up to 100% when you reach the end of the practice. That means the 4th step. So right from the beginning, as you said, if you take seeing a bird and identifying as crow, they are automatically, you have gone to the outside world, taken the outside world as real. And then there is an existing self here who is identifying, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, as you said, it has to come from the understanding only. So you have to understand this Dhamma very good way, in a good way, because otherwise you sometimes you miss some parts of it. So then you try to capture from uh, some places only. Then you will miss the very valuable parts. So that's why you have to apply this Dhamma to. You can apply this Dhamma to anywhere, any instance. Even you hold your phone right at the moment. You try, if you can contemplate on that. So am I dealing with the mental image right now? So that will sufficient for you to understand this entire Dhamma. So Dhamma is there at least in this very moment. So that means how you feel this solidity or this firmness of the phone through sensor. So that is the vidarshana. That is the that should be done. So it is very, yeah, it is very difficult at first time, but if you practice this, if you try to incorporate this understanding, basic understanding to your day-to-day activities, then you will find Dhamma is everywhere. Even
Yes, actually, yes. Very deep and thorough understanding about the darshana part. That means that the basic Dhamma facts, how the world is created, the knowledge right at the beginning. The knowledge should be very clear and crisp. With that base only, you can build up this practical pathway, isn't it?
yes,
Now, what happens is now there are people who come for this 1-day program sometimes who have never listened to any of the Deshana, any of the preachings before from our noble friend. So those people, I think most of them experience the concentration type of meditation rather than the facts which is explained in the morning half of the day. Most of them, I think, just concentrate on the walking and then, but they feel some sort of comfort and they feel some tranquil feeling. So definitely they will come again. So
Yeah.
when you go on listening to that part again and again, you realize that there is something much more deeper and important than concentrating on the walking, isn't it?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. Mhm. Yeah. So they get, as you said, they get some kind of a relief and relaxed feeling. Yeah. So yes, there's some kind of a notion that, so if you happen to participate in such kind of a meditation program, you have to do walking. So walking in the sense, keep concentrating on your foot and uh, chase your thoughts along how they behave and all these things. So these are the common practice. So, but we have to take them from that angle to this Vidarshana angle very smoothly. So there should be some kind of a very smooth shift. So that is the most challenging part for the trainers here. So they tend to feel, they try to seek some kind of a relief from the beginning. So that's why they want to take the concentration meditation. Yeah, the concentration meditation for the first time. I mean, whatever we try to explain about the thought and so all these things, what they prefer is to go there and do the concentration meditation, because the freedom, the relief is very obvious through this concentration meditation. But from the Vidarshana meditation, it takes some time, because how much you become thorough with the Dhamma, you get this feeling. So it takes some time. But in contrast to that concentration meditation, so it is there. So if you do not feel that you are walking, or if you concentration on one single thought, then if you focus on one thought, then the rest of the thoughts will be suppressed, then you get some kind of a relaxed feeling. So it is very instant. So
Yes,
they prefer that.
concentration is meant, it's easy, no? Very
It's
easy.
easy.
And
It's easy.
yeah,
And
even these non-religious techniques like counting up to 10 and then counting backwards from 10 to 1, that is also a form of concentration, isn't it? So it's
and
very
also,
simple and easy.
yeah, I also heard that there's kind of a singing bowl or something. So they hit that ball, then it produces nice melody. Then of course, then you feel so relaxed. So it is also some kind of a concentration meditation.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
but it remains for a very short period, isn't it? So as long as your
Temporary.
thoughts are not there, so you get that feeling. But when thoughts come to rushing, so then the peaceful, the calmness will go away.
Go on, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි doctor. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. And when just to add the thought to this walking meditation, in this practical approach prescribed by Aryan Mahanse, as you said, initially the thoughts to do walking meditation, that it comes as a thought. But when you get that mental image, as you rightly said, no longer the thought of walking is there. The person just, even a person is unaware that he or she is walking. It happens as a process. There is some meditative absorption. So that itself is a beautiful experience of um, how a process happens without the involvement of a self, isn't it? At the very beginning, okay, you get the thought to walk. Now, standing up, and when you get that mental image, like in normal conventional concentration meditation, now lifting the foot and taking it and again putting it on the next place, lifting the left step. So we don't develop thoughts related to walking meditation here in this approach. We just walk, then we come to certain meditative absorption kind of thing. They are the external, when the eye perceives a thing, you have a kind of good platform to see through that thought. When you hear a bird, you have an ideal tranquil platform to see through that thought, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, as you said,
Yes.
when you walk, you will also get some kind of a concentration, kind of a feeling, but it should not be the correct feeling. But if you walk, you should feel the firmness or the hardness of the floor for sure, because your sensors are working. The firmness should be felt. So that
Exactly.
doesn't mean that you feel like floating or something. So
No,
it is
no.
kind of a result of the concentration, because the
Yes.
thoughts, that thought is also gone. So you know very well that you are walking on a gravel road or somewhere.
Yes.
No.
From
So
time to time, you feel
yeah,
it. We feel it, doctor. Yeah.
the actual feeling that comes to the soul, so you can feel that,
Yes.
oh, now it's pinching, or now it's hurting, like this. All these things are there, because, but you know, there is no person who is walking there. Only
Yes.
these are thoughts, these are just pure feeling only.
Exactly. Yes.
So
You awaken
that,
to the feel. Yes.
yeah, that doesn't make you to feel like that you are floating in a,
No,
uh,
no,
isn't it? So I
no,
don't
no.
know.
No,
So
no, doctor. Nothing like that. Nothing
nothing
like
like
that.
that.
Some
Pe-
calmness.
pe-
But
pe-
only
pe-
thing that happens as a process is evident, and how the
Mhm.
thought occurs from time to time, it's evident. Even though you walk, doctor, that hardness also you don't feel regularly. After a while, you feel the hardness of the ground or whatever. Right throughout, when you hear the bird, you don't feel the hardness. When you see the coconut tree, you don't feel the hardness, because there is no overlapping of thoughts. No, so that becomes crystal clear when we do this walking meditation, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 that's true. Yeah. So yes, as you said, so the feelings would come. Feeling means that, uh, if it is a pain, you feel the pain. That's all right. So if you happen to taste something, you will feel that taste. That's all right. But the tastes are generated within your senses. That is the realization that you take, that you will have. So that is the meditation. So sometimes people might think that if you if you want, once you want to start walking, so you should feel some kind of a lightness, or some kind of a floating feeling, or those things. I don't think those things would happen. because it belongs to some kind of a concentration meditation part.
Exactly.
So yeah, because
That
you
is
are very
conventional.
and also what will happen, what is happening here, and another kind of I mean, that said Dhammachakkhu said that the super awareness will come into action. So that will guide you throughout this entire process. So you know there's no person who is walking, but the thoughts come. So thoughts are interchanging, thought to another, one thought to another. So the thoughts can't make you to feel that you are alive, you are existing. So that is the super awareness that you get, I think. So so that's why the two different meditation types are there. So one meditation type, you get some kind of a sudden light feeling, lightheadedness or floating light feeling and so on. But in the concentration, in the meditative insight, what do you call this, Vidarsana meditation, you get this non-soul feeling with the super awareness. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing to discuss, because if Aruna is here, we can ask him these things. But in certain points, we also feel, but not to the not to its maximum level. But so even within this conversation, we tend to feel that this incident, this is another kind of incident. So am I really engaged with in these things or not? So if what I think is, if you don't feel like these things, this is a real incident. So that is the awareness that you have, because you have very good awareness that this is also an incident, isn't it? What do you think, Sudhamma? I don't know what I'm
Yes,
telling.
doctor, exactly. Very beautiful
Yeah.
explanation, insightful explanation made by both of you. And since today Shanika read page 19, so if we focus on that, you very well explained how the thought is created there. And the trick is, doctor, we can't, without the help of the noble teacher, we can't
Yeah.
understand how we feel that something is there. Now we know it's
Yeah.
sound and color combination, everything, but still we feel that something is there. So Aryan Hanse explained it very nicely. It's because of this power, no, as you said, the cause and effect. The cause is the very speedy, rapid occurrence of this sparking, right? Spark coming together of vibe. It creates power, and it ultimately develops into mind power and connects with the nervous system, and then that internal current, internal vibration is also like some way connected. So due to that, we feel that it is there. So without Aryan Mohan says, so this noble teacher's explanation, no one can understand why we feel as if something there, isn't it, doctor? So you
Yeah.
wanted to mention power there. So that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to,
Yeah.
because it's the most difficult part to liberate from when we discuss the stimulus, isn't it? This power
Yeah.
generated like in a whirlpool in a river, automatically that due to speedy spinning of water, the power is generated by itself, and it grabs all dried leaves and sticks around it. And so that metaphor is used by Aryan Vahanse to explain how this, due to rapid occurrence of the sparking, the power is generated and we get the feel that something is there, although without the name and the form, the thingness. From we need to make a shift to from thingness to nothingness, no, so it's so hard. And so that knowledge, actually that explanation helps us to awaken our wisdom also, no, when we like
Yes.
contemplate on this, at least it comes as a reminder at certain point. And when Dr. Sakuntala mentioned that burning itself is the value, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? You very well explained, because the value is another trickiest thing, because the value is not monetary value. It's you very well explained, because I'm highlighting it related to this text. This value can come as revenge, anger, attachment, craving. So those are very nice points raised in today's discussion. Yes, Dr. Ravi, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah. Yes. The value in the sense that the burning in the sense, actually, we tend to think that burning is only because so I have a burning towards a burning feeling like about my children. So that is not the exact burning here. Burning is the thing that the feeling that it comes along whenever you take the things as real, whatever the thing, even the chair in front of me, if I feel like it is existing, it carries kind of a burn within me. That burn is to keep this chair as long as possible, to keep this chair, to retain it, the chair with me for a longer period. So that it is also burning. So it does not necessarily to towards some father, mother. So there are certain burns as well. But so if you take something as real, the burning also accompanies with that also. So that's why Aranvasi always reminds us to, if we take something as real, something in the sense one thought as a real, so that means that the fact that you have been born at that very instant. So we have to be very careful, isn't it? We have to be very careful. So
Yes.
that's why we
Yes.
need to see the reality, see this Dhamma in every thought. So otherwise, if you miss certain things, we unknowingly, the burn will be there. So that means this carpenter will create the house. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Carpenter called consciousness, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, consciousness or the craving or the that thing. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think our time has gone, isn't it? So, Dr. Saku, can we wrap up this session for today? Is it okay? Yes, I think.
Yes, Dr. Ravi. I
Okay.
think we have few more
Okay.
minutes. It would be useful if we can remind about the opportunities available for seekers of true Dhamma. I don't think we could remind that today, Dr. Ravi.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
The opportunities available for true Dhamma seekers all around the world, websites, and that reminder would be useful, Doctor, if you like to make it.
Yes. Other than participating in these kind of discussions, so you have basically two websites. So our main website is www.buddothpada-dhamma.com website, and also we have another newly launched website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website. So please feel free to visit those sites as well. So there are certain books that have been written in English language, so they are free to download. So all these books have been written under the guidance of Buddothpada and Wahanse. So don't hesitate to take this opportunity to download them and read them attentively. If you have any questions, you please feel free to bring them up here so we can openly discuss them in this forum. Then if you have any doubts, we can ask directly from our noble friend. So that is the opportunity that we have. So and also we have Metmal meditation uh, center in Dhammagoda, Angurwadota in Sri Lanka. So we invite you to that to have the real experience of this true Dhamma. So it is a meditation center. So there is a certain, it goes in a certain schedule. So food and other accommodation facilities will be provided. And if you are interested, please feel free to visit Sri Lanka and have this real experience of this true Dhamma in those places. So with that reminder, I'd like to conclude this session for today, so we can start discussion. You can join tomorrow as well at the same time at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time. So until then, I'd like to say Theruvan Saranai to all of you, and we'll meet tomorrow. Theruvan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai,
Theruvan
Madam.
Saranai, Sudana,
Therwan
Theruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Dr. Ravi, and
Mr. Jan,
all Dhamma friends. That's it.
Theruvan Saranai.
Tirun Sarnay, are you known, sir? Tirun Sarnay, everybody.
Teruhan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. Teruhan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am going to talk about true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, showing a very clear, steady path to overcome cycle of samsara created in human mind. I am presenting now the self-translation of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi 5 years ago. This is the continuation of Darshana Samapattiya, Sermon 5. But in the hearing of Paramartha Satya, ultimate truth, only a second is remaining. All these things happening in the moment just occurred and just ceased. Auta sambhutang uttanang bhavisati. පෙර නොතිබීම තුල හටගෙන ඉතුරු නැතුව නිරුද්ධ වුණා. A thought arises, exists temporarily, going back to their prior non-existence. Next thought arises, exists temporarily, going back to their prior non-existence. Likewise, thought processes are occurring. This is shown in Chittaviti, thought processes. Javan, Javan, Javan. Way of creating these thoughts, Santirana, Sampatichana, Vottapana, described in Abhidharma, Chittaviti, thought processes is the same. As we discussed earlier, in this Dhamma discourse, Aryan Mahansi said, creation of skandha is also same. Winding, feelings, හැඳිනීම්, recognition, දැනගැනීම්, knowing, all are the same story. This must be unfold slowly. Sometimes you may not grasp this, match this properly in the beginning. Once your knowledge is complete, comes to your realization. At that point, when you see this in your day-to-day life, it will become your thing. Sandittika. You can be seen and experience this Dhamma daily. Understanding through reasoning on perception, signal is occurring in your mind. If you see something, it is coming through past memory. What you saw, a jasmine flower, a chair, or a bed. It was in your memory. Puranamidam bhikkave kammang vadami. That comes from the past memory. Therefore, we meet something from past at this moment. Understanding through reasoning on perception signal is also the same. Do you see your thoughts are as outside? Actually, you are not seeing outside. The shape you see is not telling it. Telling it is a chair. The shape you see is not telling it is a mango tree. There are conventional conceptual names made out of your mind for each and everything you see. Then what will happen? You are living in a nominal world, conceptual world. There is a value in your mind for everything you see, attaching or detaching. Then your mind will become alive. This is the reason for this mind's soulful nature. Otherwise, it is only a process, only an action mind. Once you realize this, there is only a radiance, the magical power of illusion you meet. All the other things are mind impurities, defilements, like the icing spreaded on the cake, things occurring based on attachments and detachments, like rainbow effects occurred due to causes, will vanish once the causes are vanished. Not existing. Mind is also not existing. Only a second. There is no existing mind. When relating like this, you can unfold the hard signals to subtle signals. You must listen Dhamma until you reach this point. Must see through your wisdom. You need inside silence in your mind. This is not a physical thing. You need sharp wisdom inside your mind. You need the vidarshana, insight, deep seeing into reality, wisdom. But it may not occur immediately. When you practice and exercise this Dhamma regularly, like iron bar is heating, your mind is awakening into the Dhamma. Your mind will automatically see the truth. On that day, Satara Samyak Pradana Virya, the four right efforts, Satara Irdhipada, the four bases of spiritual power. Pancha Indriya Dharma, the 5 spiritual faculties. Pancha Bala Dharma, the 5 powers. Sapta Bojjhanga Dharma, the 7 factors of enlightenment. The 37 aids to awakening. Sattis Bodhipakshika Dharma are awakening. You are coming to the path of Dhamma, Vosagga Parinama. You will become a seeker who is directly leaning to Nibbana. Your mind is redeeming. Your mind is slowly coming to the path. You are seeing the pleasure but not attaching, not strike against. You will see the Adinava impact. Then you will come to the Nissarana Marga, path of liberation. This is the path to Nibbana. This is the ultimate praiseworthy Dhamma in the world. The seeker who is going in this path will meet the nature. Now we are talking about thoughts. Outside is where you are thinking, not seeing. At one time, your mind will feel the world is only mind-made, conventional, conceptual names. Then you will not like to be entangled anymore. You will see every objective of appearing in your mind clearly with mindfulness. You are not trying to pick them up from outside as true objectives. You are working, but not according to the intentions. Slowly, slowly, you are being able to see the processes outward from intentions. You will see an action mind. You are not going to caught up to the thoughts. Thoughts will not become true to you. When your mind says things are outside, but with the realization, you know that you are seeing only your mind. Then you will not going out from your mind. That means the Nama, name, is not tie not with Rupa, image. These are the experiences getting by the people who are going in the path of Nibbana. The experiences he meet with are very important. You will feel the sankhara, thoughts appearing in your mind about this situation with mindful wisdom. You are not running. behind Sankara. Constructive thoughts, not acting by them. All the actions are just valueless actions only. The attachment of my child affected from that. You will do all your duties morally. We have not problems. You must clarify this position some more. See that small one's activity properly. The just born new baby is not feeling the taste. No jivha indriya, tongue sensor, can't feel the smell, can't see the colors, can't hear the noises. That means the baby does not have conventions, no recognitions. Seeing is only a seeing, no recognition. Little baby does not have sankara, constructive formations, thoughts. Little baby does not know. Big people are only telling. This is red, this is orange, this is your mother, this is your father. When the baby hears these words, he will go to the mirror and see that is mother, that is father, that is sister. This is me. Little baby does not know anything. Little baby is collecting and gathering thoughts. Avijja Pachaya Sankara. Just like these thoughts are gathering, these conceptual conventions are gathering from outside, feeding the signals outside. Otherwise, there is not bringing anything by birth. Hearing is only a hearing to the little baby. No conventions. They are not matching. Therefore, there is no like or dislike to the baby. If we get a gem, he will throw it away and run. Little baby has no idea. He has no value as such. If we say in another way, little baby is not taking factors or mental events. Chitta, Chaitasika, Rupa are not occurring. Mind, mental factors or images are not occurring. The baby does not know about a body made out of hair, fur, nails, bones, and cartilages. Baby does not know about his body. Not knowing about a physical body, stomach, intestine, eyes, ears, tongue, nose, belly, mouth. Little baby does not have such conceptual conventions. We are talking about a newborn baby. Though the baby does not know about the physical body, there is cause and effect law activating on his six senses. The baby does not have the knowing of me or mine. The baby is crying. Crying means, is the baby crying purposely? When you were born, coming out from the womb, if there is no sound coming out from the body, that doctor will give you a blow, hit, shaking. Why are the surrounding nurses doing like this? If the baby is not shouting, air is not releasing, that means the baby is not breathing, and then it will be a dead body. Therefore, give a blow to the baby, keeping both legs up and the head down. Then the baby's lungs are pushing and coming forward. A sound is coming out from the baby's mouth. Ah, ah, like that. Then all are telling the baby is crying. But it is not like that. When you keep a kettle full of water on the fireplace, there is a sound coming. Guju, guju, guju. We say the kettle is shouting. We are assigning names. Certainly, the water kettle is not crying, not shouting. What is happening there? Cause and effect law. Due to increase of fire element, water is boiling, comes out in the form of vapor with the sound. The same thing is happening inside the baby. When the mass of flesh inside the womb is surviving from the food received from mother's fallopian tube, then the baby's body was cool because oxygen and food came from mother's womb. When the baby is coming out of the womb, fallopian tubes are disconnecting. Then there is no food and oxygen from mother's womb. Due to that, the baby's intestines are now drying. Now these are sticking, no life energy. Sorry. Oja is flowing through. No air is flowing. Then what is happening? No sound is coming out from the baby because there is no air. But the doctor is giving a blow, and then the baby's lungs are pushing and coming forward, and then the inhalation air is coming in, and then the exhalation air is going out from the baby's body. Like a sound, guju, 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 coming out from the water kettle when it is boiling. Then a sound comes out from the baby. Ah, ah, ah. But this is only the law of cause and effect, not that the baby is crying. This is a process, an action mind, which is the starting point of the process. At the end of the life process, when you are dying, end of inhalation process is also the same. Sabbe sankhara, sankhara, thought formation is here. Avijja paccaya sankhara. Thought formation due to ignorance is occurring here. That is why beginning of Paticca Samuppada is this sankhara. Thoughts are imposing from here. See this story. It is very deep. Dhammadinna theory was describing to Vishaka Upasaka, lay devotee, about inhalation, exhalation, vitakka, the act of directing the mind towards an object, vichara, keeping the mind on that object, vedana, feelings, sanya, signals, when showing kaya sankhara, bodily process, vachi sankhara, verbal activities, mano sankhara, mind activities. Dhammadinna theory explained that underneath kaya sankhara, bodily process, there is inhalation and exhalation, staying as anushaya, underlying defilement. The whole story is starting from this point. Theory explained that underneath vachi sankhara, verbal activities, there is vitakka vichara, the act of directing the mind towards an object. Keeping the mind on that object. Staying as anushaya, underlying defilement. Terry explained that underneath mano sankara, mind activities, there is vedana, feelings, and sanya, signals. Staying as anushaya, underlying defilements. All these are continuous, but we'll have to explain them, and the explanation of one objective at this moment diversified into different directions. You may not understand. Therefore, we will, Aryan Wahanse said, therefore, we will have to talk about the small baby. The baby is crying. Crying means a dvesha krutya, hatred activity. Why the baby is crying? Is it due to suffering, burning and getting heated up due to fire element? But the mother is thinking baby is crying due to hunger. Nurse near them gives the baby to mother mouth and say, "Mother, this baby is hungry, give some breast milk." The mother is breastfeeding. Small baby's mouth is sucking the air and then mother's milk. This is the nature process. Just keeping the baby's mouth to mother's nipple, functioning process of sucking pump is activated. When this milk is going inside the baby's body, intestines, veins, and getting wet, and the heat and burning is disappearing, and the sound of fire element will be stopping. Then what is happening? Mother says the baby is not crying. Those present around are telling baby is not crying. See this story. You may think it is wonderful story. You should see the reality of everything. Eternal truth is very deep, but we should see it like that. Sorry. Now the baby is not crying because of the fire element has extinguished those present around them, creating conceptual conventions. They say the baby is hungry, feeding breast milk due to that. Still cannot impose anything on the baby because there is no skandha, heaps of thoughts. Panchaskandha, 5 heaps of thoughts. For the baby, just a process of activities. We wanted to say that the newborn baby has no conceptual, conventional names. When the baby is getting bigger, conceptual, conventional images are occurring. There are no images such as mother, father, etc. For a newborn baby, no such realization for the baby. That is the sense level. Prabhashwara Sita, radiant mind, pure mind. There are no careless mind impurities in this. No concepts, no conventions. But this baby, skandhanam patibhavo, ayatanam patilabho, ayam uchchati jati. See how the jati, arising birth, is forming. How the birth is arising due to eyes. How the birth is arising due to images. How the conceptual, conventional images are occurring. That is very important. Skandha, heaps of thoughts, means within feelings, handinim realizing, දැනගැනීම් knowing. Skandha, heaps of thoughts, is the name, nama, feelings, realizing, knowing. When a tennis ball is given to a baby, he is smelling it, grasping it, twisting it. That means touching this ball with eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and body skin. Across that, the baby feels that ball can be a playing tool. Nama, name is creating in this way. According to concepts and conventions, people around says it is a ball and the baby is picking up that word. According to the first impression, the baby's whole life is flowing. Everything is imposing from outside, creating concepts and conventions by the mind. The world is creating by the mind. We were talking about this creation. This is how the world is creating. Still, we have the Skandha Panchakaya, 5 heaps of thoughts, covered with conceptual names. If we rescued, escaped from individuality, personality, we will be remaining there. We have created our own soul, personality, myself, those chairs, children, house and property, eyes, nose, all these and red color, orange color, etc. See that the way baby was taught in the Montessori. Son, this is red color. This is orange color. Shapes, rounds, triangles, etc. All these are teaching to the baby. That means feeding concepts and conventions. This is like feeding data to a computer CPU. Avijja Pachya Sankara process. Feeding due to not knowing. Sankara means thoughts. We are creating our own database by feeding the outside to occur thoughts. We are preparing a circle like this. Sankara Pachya Vijnana. Knowing about thoughts. Knowing according to the feed data. Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. Again, we are opening our eyes and see the red color, which we have seen earlier. This is the mother who was said earlier. That is the father who was said earlier. Realizing this is me in front of a mirror and created the image for me in the baby's life. There is a soul in the image. Rupang attato samanupassati. Thinking that there is an image inside the soul. Attaniva rupang samanupassati. Rupasmingva attanang samanupassati. Attaniva rupang samanupassati. Likewise, soul is inside the image. Image is inside the soul. Image is the soul. Soul is the image. According to a soul is created and I am living. Now I am born. When did you born? Is that the date of coming out from mother's belly? No, I was born from my eyes. When I see the world through my eyes and created jati, birth. Now there are my own things outside. They are increasing more and more. Skandhanam patibhavo. Ayatanam patilabho. Ayam uchchati jati. Jati, a birth is created. What was happened to this newborn baby? A world is already created. Newborn baby created the birth based on avidya, ignorance. At last, if you can redeem from this small fact, avidya, ignorance, That means redeem from conceptual conventions, redeem from nama, rupa, names and images. You are coming back to this pure, radiant mind, coming back to this small baby's mind. There is a big meaning in this. When we were born, we did not bring keles, mind impurities. We are generating mind impurities in this lifetime, like the bicycle dynamo. In olden day bicycles, there was a dynamo fixed to light the bulb. When the wheel is rotating, this dynamo is rotating. There is a magnet inside this dynamo. There are two sides as plus and minus in this magnet. When these two sides are rotating, an electric current is occurring. Due to that, the bicycle light is glowing. At night, when the dynamo brings closer to the bicycle tire, light is glowing. Vijnana knowing is like the electric power generated inside the dynamo. Namaya, name is created inside the mind. Image, tie, entangled with outside. Namarupa, name and image are like plus and minus in the magnet. This is name. Image is outside. I am seeing it. When these two entangled, the thought, mind is occurring. Vijnana, knowing current is occurring. Knowing current is occurring. This is created in this lifetime. But you may be aware. Some are thinking, avijnana knowing, cycle of birth after death. Sata Bhikkhu said this story. Lord Buddha warned Sata Bhikkhu, clergy, I am not talking about the vijnana, knowing, going beyond death. This is very clear based on this story also. The eyes is the birth of the baby born from mother's belly. When creating vijnana, knowing is occurring. This is why it is said, Chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku vijnana. There is a mind, thought is occurring. That is the birth of the mind, thought. Birth of the mind, thought is the death of the mind, thought. You are seeing right there. If occurred due to causes, vanishing when the causes are not there. If you can see the occurrence of this mind, thought with awareness, wisdom, it will be the redeeming from your mind. Nibbana is also at this point if you are practicing the path to Nibbana. See this clearly. Chittena niyati loko. World created inside the mind. Therefore, the Nibbana means Salayatana Nirodho. Nibbano means redeeming from the world created through eyes, ears, tongue, nose and body. Saying in another way, Bhava Nirodho Nibbano. If something created outside for you, that is Bhavaya, existence. This chair, bed, all these come together, it will become Bhava, existence. Saying in another way, Bhava Nirodho Nibbano. If something created outside for you, that is Bhavaya, existence. The chair, bed, all these come together, it will become Bhava, existence. There is a birth to a Bhava, existence, something created. If something created, there is a death. That is the birth and death. But it is happening in one thought. Death is in one thought. We are thinking a date of death from the birth, but it is a drushti, wrong view. It is in the conceptual conventions poured to us. It is happening in each and every moment. But to understand this, we need deep insight. It is a theory of nature. Realizing nature is happening only through this. Therefore, we are covering our five senses with conceptual conventions and utilizing the world. I am trying to conclude my session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado, Aryan Vahanse. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today. Much friends joined today, but we can start talking without keeping the Zoom discussion empty. We worship Paranwansi as usual. He's our noble teacher, noble guidance. He has so much wisdom to share, and he's trying his best to share his wisdom. Actually, it's not someone's wisdom, it's Dhamma or the truth. So we are trying our best to talk about this Dhamma as much as possible, as much as we feel, and hopefully everyone will gain something from these discussions. So I think there are so many interesting discussions that Aranwansi is also doing, and we can either talk about anything new like that, or we can talk about anything in that serve. Is there anything specific, Surangika or Champa, at the moment?
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. I
Teruvan
think
Saranai.
based on last night or today morning discussions, something you can explain further, I think.
If you can actually bring up the point, maybe. Because it's a long one, and it tells so many things. So many points, actually.
Today morning I couldn't hear, but last night Aryan Wahanse said to a Dhamma friend that about when she was talking about her self. That means Aryan Wahanse said she's still having the self view very much, though she has listened to the Dhammam for a long period. She was describing about her, that she is trying to be good or something like that.
Yeah. Actually, it's I mean, someone like Aranwanse can detect. He's kind of the detector of the self vibration. I think there are so many detectors, metal detectors. There are even lie detectors now in the world, which is useful fun, I think. It is like this vibration detector is Aranwanse, and as soon as someone opens their mouth, it is very interesting. I mean, it's very easy to catch up the tension in that, and the self admiration, self entertainment. So it is very important. I tried to tell this in early morning Zoom also, the Zoom sermon also. It's very important to understand. When we understand one thought, we understand all the thoughts. So one thought, just imagine the pineapple. So the pineapple thought is similar to the I thought. I mean, me, the self-thought. The thoughts are similar. But we have, because this self-thought is actually not true, but because it is the mirror image of the stimuli, it is manifested all the time, like multiple times, like billions times, trillions times. So because of that, it is the most experienced vibration of all times. That's why it is most difficult to get rid of as well. When we fully realize the self vibration, I mean, we have definitely fully realized other vibrations too. Or in the sense, if we fully realize one thought, all the thoughts are similar. So the thoughts are actually broken down. So whether it's a cake, whether it's a pineapple, whether it's a mother, father, girlfriend, boyfriend, wife, husband, daughter, son, friend, whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever the stimuli or the thought, how strong they are, it is the same as the thought of self. Because it's a mirror image. So this understanding, when we keep understand how this happens, it is very important to actually fully realize one thought. Then it's very evident that there was no self at all anyway, because this mirror image is gone when the thought is not real. So we fully realize this, what happened here, why we feel as there is someone. It's not actually a, I mean, it is a very complicated mirage, because you see the chair, you feel as you are seeing the chair. You see the table, you feel like you are seeing the table. So see how complicated this is. So you stand in front, you go and stand in the kitchen. You feel like you are standing in a kitchen. And if you look around, you can see the whole kitchen stuff. But how many people would realize that this is the part of the dream actually? Even thinking about it is not enough, that you have to actually feel it, how this dream is made. So the dog's dream is a bit different to our dream. Cow's dream is different to our dream. Snake's dream would be different to our dream. But they are also beings, like a worm's dream is very different to our dream. But this dream is very true to us. Their dream is very true to them. No one wants to die. No one wants to let go of this alive feel or the dream. So, if we fully realize how these views are happening because of the self-perception. Actually, as how many times you have, so imagine a 10-year-old. Why the 10-year-old self-perception is not that strong as the 70-year-old? Because 70-year-old has so many experiences, so that each and every thought that has crossed their system has brought their self-perception all the time. Even if it is a fail, if you go to the worm's life, worm doesn't have a big kind of dream, kind of the human like dream. They are not identifying that it is pile of feces that they are in, but what they feel is the coldness and the softness of the mud or the feces. So it is in itself. It is kind of a dream to that animal. So every being has some kind of feel or a dream. Dream is always this mind consciousness, kind of our mind consciousness or the thought has 8 aspects of that, but not all. Worm's world is slightly less than that, but he also has some kind of assessment. So, but we are talking about humans. Humans dream is made of these 5 sensory organs, so that's why we declare it as thoughts with 8 fields. But it's very important to understand that each and every thought has this mirror image or the shadow effect of the self, which is felt only when thought is real. So when we fully realize this, only the doubts will go away. But even in the path, you should try and understand fully that it is self-view is just like another thought. If you understand chair, you can't say I don't understand the self, because it's just as any other thought. Even the body, the head. So head is a thought. So foot is a thought. So when we focus only, we find our body. If we focus, my head hurts, then only we even realize that there is a head. Unless such time you don't even, because you are thinking about the la la land, whatever, whatever. The internal radio is ongoing, so you can't even focus that you have an arm, you have a leg, no, nothing. But as soon as you hit your arm on the table, you are like, oh my hand. Then it is focus. That's the thought, how it works. So the thought is there when it is focused. So this focus only happens actually with ignorance. So focus is not the problem. The focus is happening with the ignorance that it is real. So that's what we are dealing every day, trying to understand. So anything, I mean, I don't know whether I actually gave the full explanation of what Aranansi was saying. I think I just was trying to tell about this self-view. So the self-view is provocated or self-view is there just by itself. We always take the example of a boy who is left alone in a jungle, who is looked after by monkeys. That even though he doesn't know anything about anything, because there's no one to teach or nothing, still with whatever he has, maybe only the monkey sounds and sounds of the forest, sound of the birds, sounds of other animals, the touch of the trees, flying from tree to tree, the jump into the water, the feel of water, swimming in water, walking on grass, coldness of the night, darkness of the night. The boy is going to have the self view slowly. As he is growing older, he will feel like there's a world around me and I'm here. So it's always, you're always the center. This is the thing. So no one needs to actually teach. The self view comes slowly anyway. Even to a lesser degree to an animal. It's a lesser degree, but still it's not, can't say it is not there, because it's just a perception. How strong the self-view can be is different from everyone. Self-perception is an innocent thing which is happening because of the ignorance. Self-perception is like tree is there. If the tree is felt as real, you feel like you are watching it. You are seeing it. That's the perception level. You don't have to actually go and hit the tree or go and hug the tree. Nothing. Just by presence. That's a dream. That's a form world. So the understanding fully this form world, even the touch. Yeah, if there's a description of the touch, definitely it's a form world. But the non-form world is just a feel only. There's no story, nothing. So even that is not true. That is actually due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors or the skin. So there was never a self anyway. This system, it creates like this mirage of self. Every perception is like that actually. Chair is also like that. It's a mirage. There's no actual chair there. If you touch, you will feel something. What is that touch? It's a fast vibratory nature of the skin. That's all. If you see the moon, it is if the moon is not actually true, you might actually understand that even seeing something, because it's like there's something, but that something is because of the fast vibration of the eye, because the light is the main reason. So the light is fast vibration of the eye. That's all. So this, all three levels should be fully understood, and then that will actually leave you no any doubts about this self-view. But initially also, anyone entering the path should actually fully understand that this system is working like this. The mirage effect, the shadow effect, the mirror effect of this stimuli is what is called self. Anyone else? Yes, Suranika. Or anyone can ask questions also.
There was something not to talk about. Yeah, I mean, think about these perceptions. Actually, everything is a perception, and this so-called there's this separation that has been done through ignorance of world and worldly objects, and still even through the Dhamma, in this duality talk and all that also. There is still sometimes that people can have the impression that the outside things are the perceptions, but this and that the eye is here observing part, that the place that people get trapped in is also because we have created this outer body, because of a so-called physical body, that separation has been put between
It
outside
is the
world
most
and
difficult aspect, yeah.
yeah, they don't. The system doesn't realize that that is very much part of the so-called world, and that is also a perception.
Yeah,
It's
the
not easy to
so-called
realize
world
actually.
is complicated because we have 5 sensory faculties. They are like miraculously formed, I think, because the light touch or the deep touch or the crude touch or whatever the touch you have gives you the idea of a solidity and the liquidity, and you have even the soft and the rough, and so you feel like these are real things. How can one say this is not soft, this is soft? So one can argue, but only someone keen to even realize this will stop and think what we are trying to say, because the softness is actually due to this skin if there's no vibratory nature of the skin, there's no softness or the roughness or the temperature or anything. If anesthetized, where are those things that you're talking about? Like, that's the thing. So it's very tricky to actually realize that it's a sensory function only. It is not easy, because all the time, if you are like 30, for 30 years you have felt that this is my experience. And that's the self-view. I experience cold air. I experience the hot climate or hot environment. I touched the table. It was slippery. Someone has dropped something on it. It was slippery. Oh, it was sticky if the tea was fallen on it. So we have so many variety of descriptions. And they are not, I mean, if someone goes and touch, they might say, yes, it is very sticky. Who didn't clean the table? So we have a big story now. Well, but just because you understand this Dhamma also, the stickiness will be there. So don't worry about that. You will clean the table. That's not the point. We're trying to really understand this dream. This dream, it's a right of a human being to understand that this is a kind of a manifestation of the sensory organs only. So the sentences I told, that I felt, when I touched the table, I felt a sticky feeling, and I realized that someone has dropped tea on it. It's a fair sentence, isn't it? I'm not lying here. Someone would say, no, are you lying? No, I'm not lying here. So what are we saying here then? We're saying, yes, the table is sticky. But even the touch sensation is just a vibratory nature of the skin only. And the table, the stickiness, or the tea, someone has done this before me, now I have to clean this. All these are in the mind sensor. So the mind sensor is the dream you heard. It's fine. It's a manifestation. It's okay. I mean, we can think about even the galaxy. There is so much things. If I start saying about the galaxy, I might come up with so many words that sometimes no one may have even heard about. If someone reads about them only, they will know. Otherwise, no one will even think about this galaxy and stuff. But what's the big deal? There's no big deal. It just becomes a part of the dream because it's just another perception. So we can add on perceptions, like trillions of perceptions, it's fine. But if you really feel that all these perceptions are true, well, the suffering is going to continue. That's all. Isn't it, Suranka? What do you think?
Yeah, I think practicing, putting those things into practice, and our Advanced always tells us that you all are not practicing this enough, you all are not doing the experimentation, the deep penetration, the penetrative insight, you all are not embarking on it. Everything is at a peripheral level. Somebody says something, or you wait for our Advanced himself to explain deeply, and then you feel as if you have done the deep experiment. You haven't
I
done.
have heard
You are
even
just
mothers
listening to
saying, I fully understand it, Aranhansa. They say, I mean, we have also said this. We fully understand you, Aranhansa. Yeah, but the thing is, whether you have felt it or not, because fully understanding someone, we understood even our literature teacher. We understood our maths teacher. We understood science teacher. Sometimes we didn't understand physics teacher. Sometimes some physics points were like, wow, what's that? Kind of that. And we slipped through. Still okay. But But just by understanding doesn't do the justice to this system. You have to feel it as well. Otherwise, you're not actually, you're just believing the teacher. So believing teacher can last short time. This maybe this when you are 70 years of age, you can't remember what, or 80 or 90 or 100, you can't even remember what our Rahman says or what he said or something. You will just lament about living and the pain in the legs and the pain in the back and the, inability to get up to go to the toilet and all that. So all the problems become narrowed down to living, self. So the memory is not going to help because it's just it's a part of the dream again. It just adds to the self-perceptions. The stronger, more the perceptions you have, the more the self-perception, because the shadow effect, the mirror image. So yeah, it just adds to the problem now. So but from beginning, Arananse has told from the beginning, this is never heard Dhamma and never practiced Dhamma also, and please practice, please try and feel this, because this is nothing to have an argument. Lord Buddha said, and I can't exactly remember the wording, but he said, or something, this is nothing to argue. And this, he said, this Sandittika, this is only for you to feel. So come and feel, that's all Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha didn't say, come and understand me. He said, come and feel. So that's the same thing Aranwas is trying to say. It's in vain. If people miss that, it's in vain after. So Aranwas is now pushing everyone in that direction slowly but carefully. I mean, it's a very, like a very slippery area to walk, isn't it? Because the other person can fall suddenly, can end up hurt, can give up Dhamma. So it's a very difficult area to trod. I mean, but he is trying his best, I think. Isn't it, Suranika?
Yeah, I think day by day he's trying to show really fine areas, and even to appreciate the areas and be able to do more penetrative insight, those basic listening, hearing, seeing. Is it me who is seeing, or is it just seeing? Seeing is part of the function of the senses.
That's the challenge, is, Surangika, actually to feel that it is seeing only. That is the challenge.
Yeah, to do that, there must be that experimentation, the practical thing. One has to go out and do that. If it's in the house, or if it's outside, or in a park, or walk, or do something and see. Just that example, even that Aryan Master says like a million times. If you go to even to a very busy road, you see so many things, vehicles going, people walking, trains going, this and that, and all kinds of noise. And then you just close your eyes. All that disappears, isn't it? That the example about being in the galaxy, being in space. So all that colorful objects, people, motion, everything that manifested. What happened when the eyes closed? So like that, one has to do that. That basic thing has to be done several times over and over again. And then when you walk over leaves, you walk over the pavement, the hardness, the solidity. Who says it's solid? It's the mind identifying it's solid. That type of thing. The attention has to be to the feel. Once the mind is identifying, there is a feeling, the mind is identifying, but then it is actually the wisdom that is awakening when that insight is done.
Yes, yeah, true. It's very beautiful. Actually, the more you hear Dhamma, it is easy, but you have to get the concept correct, that this is a path that dissolves the center. not to just attach things to the center, because the life is just like attaching things to the self kind of center. This is like dissolving the center and everything is there. This is the best example Aranahasi brings you. Everything surrounding you is still there, but the center is not there. That's a very good example Aranahasi gives. So beautiful. Just to feel that. But to feel that is a challenge, but it's very, very good example even. That to lose you losing you, or this is not a scary thing. It just, if there's any scary experience, that is because you have the self view here.
And
if you are doing
actually,
this with self view, you get scared. Yeah.
Actually, Dr. Pofila, now that even the you losing you thing, I mean, I don't know about you, but back in the day when he said that, we were like, wow. And you actually think that mata mama nathi wuna, like, I am losing myself on this journey type of thing. But now, since of late, to see how he gradually turned it in the last few days, especially. The you losing you was, if anybody thought that there was a you here that is being lost, that was actually not what was meant in the first place, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah,
And
true. But
understand
there's a
yes,
problem there
attached.
in this. The losing the view is the greatest step here. Then after that, there is something you feel, and that should slowly disappear as well. So actually, an arahant is actually like a tree, because a tree doesn't complain. Tree continues to have everything around the tree. It doesn't complain, nothing. Helps all the birds who are coming to the tree. Birds are eating the fruits. People are coming to get shelter. Some people are putting water. Some people are cutting the branches. One person might actually cut the tree off, or put some poison so that the tree dies, so that they can they're angry with the owner of the tree. Yeah. And but the tree is not complaining. That's the thing, that's how beautiful the Lord Buddha state in the Arahant state. You have become the non-vibration. It is that is what Aranwanse is expecting, but still Aranwanse has to break the initial step, let alone to become it, isn't it? He's trying hard to break the view still.
But day by day, the revelation and the explanation to various mothers is, incredible, isn't it? Sometimes, actually, the birds, now there were one or two mothers who want to, or trying to express that they are not feeling anything. So, what Taran Master says and people feel about the mother is actually something that one can feel as well when we listen to them.
Yes.
That there is that it's true they experience it, but then where does that urge to express it come from?
No, even the admiration itself about that feel, it is very tricky. We can talk very in an appreciative way, but whether it is very active or not, only a noble friend can actually judge that also, because it's very difficult to judge, because Aranhansa also sometimes says, this is so beautiful, all that, but at the same time, it's not a thing to him. So Lord Buddha also said this, this forest is so beautiful, and once he said the wind from the Kimbulatpure is so comfortable or something, so good or something. So
Yeah.
so it is expressed, but whether there is any weight in that, well, only one can know. So actually, it's without self-perception, without self-vibration, you can tell words, you can do things. Only that person will fully know that whether it is done with the self-view or the self-perception. But after becoming the non-self-perception, there is no entertainment at all. But he or she will look same, similar, and the words will be similar. Whatever the knowledge is not going to disappear. If he knew how to do computer, he will know how to do computer. Not in the Lord Buddha's time. What I'm saying is, if there is a Buddha now, if there is an Aranasi now, whatever the knowledge, whatever the things that he was aware of, he can learn a new language also. Not with that urge to live, not with the self view, not with the self-perception, not with the self-vibration, just to help these people to understand this Dhamma. So no one can actually judge by outside, only can feel the self-vibration level, and that's all. So that's the trickiest part, I think. But sometimes it is very easy, you know. Even I think even us can detect the the vibration in that system, but the mother itself can't identify. That's the issue. But if you're tuned to this, it is very easy. If you are tuned to the field, it is either you felt the self vibration or not.
And that is because now Ranwansa was using the word ivalanwa. It's almost maybe in English it's intuition, not in a conventional
way, yeah.
Not in a conventional way, but I think the closest possible word must be intuition.
Because intuition in self, with the self view, is a different intuition.
Thing, yeah. But in this particular case, it's the
intuition without self view.
Yeah, the ability to sense when that vibration, self vibration occurs is a thing that is not actually an active self watching or observing.
That's what Aranvasi said. Super awareness also. Super awareness is nothing about other awarenesses. It's about whether it is self perception or not, whether it is self vibration or not. That is the super awareness.
And the more one is, more that intuition is there to be able to catch those finer vibrations, self vibrations. Then the ability to, for one thing, even R.N. answers those statements, if one compares how that was taken those days, like 3-4 years ago, at the beginning when the Dhamma was still being, in the early stages, then when R.N. Vasa said about, that thing was good, or he shouts and various things, the way the thoughts occurred at that time is quite different, isn't it, to now? Because the more the self vibration and the self view is gone, the judgmental part also dissolves.
Did you notice? Sorry. Did you notice that what Aranvasi was talking about the habits to Nishant? It was so beautiful. If you can remember, I think it is very important for everyone. see how different the karmasthana is. How different the karmasthana is. Do you remember that?
Was that yesterday or today also? Oh, no, last night and day before also he said two things to Nishant.
Yeah,
I'm not
last
sure
night
about
I
the
think,
habits
because
one. If you can
you know,
explain, Dr. Gopan.
no, because remember Nishant was saying how he woke up at 2 o'clock and went on doing
Ah,
things.
yes.
Yeah, as soon as he started saying that, it's very evident that he is trapped in the dream. But the thing is, this is kind of you know, getting trapped in the habits kind of thing that Alan also was bringing up, because now he's okay with the habits that what he's doing. So he's kind of
He's got used to the routine, isn't it? Yeah.
Routine, yeah. So the routine, until the routine, see, imagine until the death, the routine is not disturbed. Even when the routine is disturbed, you will go on with the routine. So the routine becomes a self-perception.
Safe point.
Yeah. And
It's like
the
the safe haven,
karmasthana
isn't it?
was so
Yeah.
different to him.
You said
Karmasthana,
that, yeah. Last breath or something.
Aravanse gave the karmasthana. For him was, no, I haven't heard it for a long, like karmasthana to him was to think that this is every breath is the last breath. So this is the beauty of a noble friend, like, because you know, I mean, I don't have words to say anything even about how to appreciate that intuition Aranwanse has about the detection of the self vibration and the advice to give. The advice was so kind of different to him. So because Aranwanse could see that he's trapped, he may not actually want to do anything with those dreams, but he's in the dream now, enjoying the dream. This is a thing that anyone can have. So the routine dream is kind of okay now, because there's no calamity, there's no actual the water is not shaken, but the water is there kind of thing, like when there's a flood, it's so problematic, but when there's no flood, you feel like very calm and quiet water. River is very calm and quiet. Potential of flood is there, but now because it is so calm and quiet, you feel like you are calm and quiet. So the beauty of the karmasthana was so different. I was like having a like so much admiration about how he detected the karmasthana, and the advice was just this: every breath is the last breath. That was so amazing, and I mean, that shows how incredible that his intuition for the self vibration and the level of breaking that, because not everyone can actually do that. But
actually, he doesn't resort to that point of contemplation for everyone, because there can be an advanced state where there is nothing further to do, meaning
no,
you
actually people
just have
might
to
get
think about
even
your
scared. People can
Sorry.
get scared. People can, it's very tricky thing. We won't tell it to everyone, because one person might get depressed. One person might get so shaken by that same karmasthana and might don't do anything. So to some, to think that every breath is the last breath is so petrifying, like kind of negative. So
yeah,
you tell that to anyone in European countries or any English speaking countries, they might even file a lawsuit. This person is trying to make me depressed.
Actually, I was reflecting on that point, Dr. Kokila, because the extreme metaphors that Anand Mahansi uses to drive home a point. I mean, of
No,
course,
in
there might be
Sinhala it is
people.
fine. In Sinhala it is fine because
Yeah,
Sinhala
yeah, true. But
has
try to
so much in
imagine
that.
doing that in these societies. How one has to be very careful about again perceptions in this conventional world, and then the
Yeah.
societal norms and the administration, the enforcement of law, and what is considered, rights and all these kind of things is so entrenched into the even to the law and order of these societies that one has to tread very. I'm not saying you
Very
can't,
carefully.
it's impossible, but one has to
No,
tread very,
one has
very
to come to
carefully.
that level to tell that. Because you can tell that
Exactly.
to a monk easily.
Yeah, and it's not something you can say to like a mass audience. It has to be a very, tactful sense after sensing the stage that
Audience. You have
person
to
is at.
sense the audience. But anyway, ground
Yeah,
revelation audience is very, very kind of, now he has made it really fully aware that it is only for the people who are not, so who are without self-view, means they all has to be at least beyond beyond stream enterers, So, but
yeah.
that's a tricky thing. So actually he can tell anything in that. So, but in his nature, he might say anything to anyone, but according to the situation. But it was so beautiful, I thought. I mean, quickly realizing that he is addicted to his routine, to the dream, basically the dreams, because as soon as we hear this Dhamma, especially someone like that who has listened to Dhamma for nearly 3-4 years, almost all of them has no much interest in the, no much interest in mundane world, kind of like outside this perception is kind of in the system. So the outwardly there is no much problem. Even if the wife is ill, even if the bike is broken, even if your leg is broken, still there are maybe not much burning. But being in the dream, I mean, we try to tell this all the time. Being in the dream should be actually reminded to them again and again, because otherwise it is tricky, like if it is not reminded that the dream is also not true, even though you're now happily in the dream, kind of in the routine. So if that is the case, and when you kind of what happens with the every breath is the last breath, what happens there is actually you come to the moment.
Yes, that is, I think, the
Basically come
most
to the
effective
moment. Yeah.
Kamatahana point of contemplation.
Yeah, because you have to
Because you
come to
can't
the
do it in
moment.
any other time, can you? You can't be.
No,
You can't be what is that word? Daydreaming or
no.
thinking about the past, something or whatever it is. If you want to do the every breath is the last moment because the breath is coming now.
Yeah, okay. That's a good Kamatahana. Oh my God, I can
Yeah, that was
imagine
a
how
good one.
Lord Buddha did clearance of Kamatahana every evening. We have heard, but we never knew that this is kind of the thing that Aranas is doing every 7 o'clock now. Kind of trying to bring all the listeners for 3 to 4 years and trying to get them to actually, what are you doing without saying those words? Telling them to come to the moment, not even those words, in different words. Wow,
Actually, the
that's wow.
Andola focus now is like maybe, I mean, the Buddha's days, isn't it? Every evening discussion with those monks like Devakatero and Anuruddha. So it's really beautiful now. I just wanted to mention something about Joel's question yesterday, and you said when we were talking about the thought and the thought process, how the power dissolves. And you said the thoughts themselves are also gradually receding, in the sense that it's not that it disappears completely. This is, I'm just directing this to Joel. So, Joel, the main thing is the understanding of those senses. So when the sense faculties are well understood, which is what the Buddha said, that is all that one has to do, understand. And understand the sense faculties, and the whole mind mechanism is starting from, because this world is getting created through the sense faculties. So when everything is relegated to the sense functions, then the mind that is a product of all those also then it gets relegated to that functionality. And when it gets relegated to a functionality only, the I has no place in that process. Then one knows that the I itself is a spin-off. So, and that is why the thoughts, now you said, thoughts are tripping over each other, multiplying and coming, tripping and tripping and tripping. Like we said, it's spinning a story all the time. But that spinning of the story can happen only at speed. And the speed gains momentum only when you abhisankarana karana, or you magnify. If you believe one thought after the thought after the thought, actually it's only one thought now. But if one believes that thought to be real, then it attaches and binds itself into another thought, to another thought, to another thought. And that's why one feels that this is coming at breakneck speed before you can think about it. And another thought is attaching to it, another thought is attaching to it, all with the same focus, the same object, and so on. And that then one feels as if one is getting caught into a vortex of like a power which is going beyond control. But that whole thing is the thing that starts then gradually decreasing when the thought is broken up. And which is why Dr. Popita said yesterday that whilst the thoughts still arise, the speed at which they come break down and slow down. And when it slows down, because that observer is there, the observer is understanding what is happening here, the thoughts can't do a turn on you. The thoughts can't do a trick. The system is understood. And then the system, the I who we had thought is separate, and is controlling the mind, or is the mind itself also then kind of disattaches itself, because there is an understanding that this thought is actually, the I concept is also part of that mind, turning topsy-turvy and going at breakneck speed. And that is the thing that creates, that power is the thing that creates this I feeling. So I hope you must have got it yesterday. I just wanted to mention that the thoughts still come, but the power behind it and the speed at which it latches on to an object, whether it is a craving or an aversion, then dissolves gradually. And that is where the awakening comes. That is where the peace is, the calm, the tranquility, the inner awakening, whatever you want to call it. Aryan Vanse calls it the sukha. That is there when the power behind that thought is dissolving. Maybe Dr. Popita, you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think
Maybe he has
nothing
another
much.
question today.
Yeah, we can have another question. It's really interesting. We actually trying to help someone is very good. I mean, we can't stop talking about them also. I mean, we have so much perceptions we can elaborate on, but I think actual question from someone to even Champa or Joel can ask. Joel, if you have anything to discuss, you can ask.
Sirvan Saranai, Doctor.
Yeah. Yes, Champa.
Actually, I understood so far. I have heard this Dhamma about 1.5 years.
Oh, what do you do, Champa?
I am a retired person and I worked for this private companies in Colombo for 40 years. Now I am at home.
How old are you?
66.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I think it must be some, that means we need time to get this, no? We can't do forcefully anything. We have to listen Dhamma, we have to practice the 4 steps, and we have to see the thoughts occurring and fading, and we have to do the vidarshana and all that while helping Aryan Vanse with some of these works and things like that. We can't forcefully do, we can't do anything forcefully. No. Now actually I have no much of problems. I have only one son and he's in abroad. So, but I had very difficult times throughout my life. I faced lot of problems, and then I understood this this cycle of birth must end. So from my childhood, about 14-15 years, I tried to understand what Lord Buddha actually said. And on my path, I have underwent lot of gurus, that means lot of priests and yoga and everything. But I finally understood Aryan Vanse is having the best thing, and I have no much of personal problems, but I think I have overcome very much difficulties, and now I am understanding we can't do anything forcefully to understand this Dhamma, and we must give time for that. What do you think about that, Doctor?
Yeah, actually, there's a few things we can do. We can discuss. We can try to say what we understand. We can listen. We can think about Dhamma. Actually, thinking about Dhamma with application is really good. I mean, application comes in the Buddothpada as well, like the Buddothpada is the program. Even you don't have to do anything. You're not trying to get rid of a self which is there. We are actually trying to understand how this life field has come. That's all. You are not trying to actually delete you, because there was no. What actually happens here is, as Suranga was telling that few minutes ago, you losing you actually is a metaphor. What actually happens here is you finally realize that there was never a you. And then slowly this power comes down.
Yes, Doctor, that's true. Yes.
Yes. Then
mind power has to be neutralized normally, naturally, no?
Naturally. But the thing is, the way you talk has a kind of a vibration which may not be helping. So the main thing here is like it's not about this body, not about the mind, actually about this nature, about this phenomenon, about what happened here. So more you realize that the sensory functions, all 6 sensory functions, you can try this. I mean, there's nothing to give up. You can keep doing this research until whether you feel something or not is a different story. You don't need to think about that. You can keep doing the research. You don't have to stop that. When you touch a petal of a rose, First, someone would think, Aryan once said, the petal of a rose is in the mind. Actually, I have never touched a petal of a rose. The petal of a rose is a perception. And then you might think that the perception is not true either. But this is a very, very immature stage. Because immature stage means it's because you are still thinking. But once you do this research a lot, it might actually click you. You don't have to think about it anymore. It's the same way as the child understood that this 2 plus 2 is 4, because we don't usually get it that quick, do we? For some, you might get it quickly, but 2 plus 2.
That's true, doctor. Yes.
Yeah, slowly child realize that 2 plus 2 is 4, then you don't have to even, sometimes, 21 divided by 3, sometimes we have to count it, like 3 into 1, 3 into 2, 3 into 3, like that as a child. But then, with time, you might say the answer without even thinking. How? Because it has manifested so many times, it has become a view now. That's how strong it becomes. So likewise, this self-perception is a self-view now. It is very, very strong, because it's not like 2 by 2, because this happens in every fraction of a second or every millifraction of a second. So self-view is confirmed, self-perception is confirmed, it's reconfirmed again and again, reinforced all the time. So this is why it is slightly difficult. But we are not trying to actually like get a eraser and trying to delete Champa. That's not what we are trying. We are trying our best to understand what calamity happened here, what happened here. Not calamity, actually, what phenomenon happened here? What is the science behind this life field? So that research should never stop.
Yes.
If that research stops, that means you don't have any media, you don't have any effort, you don't have any chitta about that, you don't have any what is the 4 things?
Chanda Chitta Virya Vimansa.
That thing, yeah, that thing. Yeah. So you have to have a kind of a affinity to find the truth, actually feel the truth. But it is very subtle things. So actually in the end, those things also will become neutralized. But that's an arahant. So as long as there's vibration, all these things will be there. So you don't give up on these things. You just don't think, I don't have to do anything because this has to be absorbed or something like that. No, that's not the way. You just keep doing the research. It's fine. Because you're not trying to actually do anything here. You're trying to actually understand what is happening.
Yes, doctor. When the thought process is there, a lot of thoughts are, when the lot of thoughts are coming, I used to see that the way of creation of thought and how it's fading.
But you have to be careful if you have done concentration meditation before. You just have to be careful, because it's very easy to drift into that habit again. So
I didn't do that. I did only Vipassana meditation. Chitta Anupassana I did. I never
even Chittanupassana in the past, you have to be careful in any of these things, past habits, because Chittanupassana in the past has never been fully explained, that there was never a you, because Chittanupassana was done with the self-view. So you might drift into that because it's a habit now. If you have done it before, you might drift into the same habit, because you will do the Chittanupassana keeping you kind of thing. It has to be.
I'm not practicing that now. Only what I'm doing is according to Aryan Wahanse's sayings.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I'm just telling so that the listeners will get an idea too, because there's so many habits we have. So some people have the concentration meditation practices. Some people have, come into the moment practices. There are some people who would, try to enjoy the feel. Same thing. It's all same thing. Kind of become the nature kind of thing. So the Maharanasi says a good name for that, the Lothra Suve kind of thing. So the here in true Dhamma, what we are fully realizing is just one thought. Just one thought. We are not trying to become anything. We are not trying to change the way we perceive. We are trying to actually fully realize just one thought. That one thought is the self-thought, or the self-view, or the self-perception, or the self-vibration. This vibration is telepathizing each time when the existence field is there. The existence field is there, the alive field is there. So not only that, alive field is there, then the urge to have that alive field is there. So it goes on, never stops in one area. So fully realizing this one thought is the only task, but to understand that we have to realize kind of the whole outline of all the kind of aspects, but actually coming to the end point, still it is realizing one thought. Because when you realize chair, you realize the self-thought as well, because it's the mirror image of the self, the chair. This has never been actually explained. This non-form word was never a talk even. Everyone stopped in the consciousness level. That's why they all kind of got trapped. So they feel good and they get trapped in the feeling good status. That's why even the new beginners, we try to say this is not trying to be good. This is not trying to... because if we are trying to feel good, then the person who is trying to feel good is there. If you are trying to achieve something, the person who is trying to achieve something is there. This is kind of understanding how you feel alive, how you have this self-perception, how you have this self-view. That's all. So
without Darshana Samapatti, the true Buddhist philosophy, we came throughout our life without the correct philosophy. That is the main reason for we didn't have that proper guidance.
Yes.
But now we have that now. So I always I am very much fond of this Darshana Samapatti. I used to translate it into English, and I am reading it from 2 to 3. So I am always very much interested with that process, and I know it's the basement of this Dhamma process. If we have that true Buddhist philosophy knowledge very well, then it's very easy for us to see the one thought as you say.
Yeah, because in the past it was all about the tradition, and it's all about the being good. I mean, we appreciate that. All about the karma, or the action and effect Dhamma. It is okay to know about that. There's no problem in that. Because if you have the self-view, definitely if you do something bad, that is going to have repercussions, yes. But that's with the self-view. So, but no one actually talked about what Lord Buddha was trying to say, that this even the life field is a mirage. No, it's also something which is not there. This fast, speedy vibration of the sensory function is giving you the perception of consciousness. So what to talk more than that? If the perception of consciousness is also not true, let alone the mind consciousness. What can we talk about the mind consciousness? The cake, the pineapple, the chocolate, the mother, father. But it is, when you think about the past, you can feel the, you can feel like you are feeling the past. You will be feeling all this, the emotions you had, everything. But it's very important to understand or actually feel that it's always now. Even if you think about the past now, it is always a thought now. Even if you project towards the future, that I should be like this in future in 2 years time or 3 years time or 4 years time, it's the same. It's a thought now. And if your thought now is you are free of that thought, there's nothing to worry about it. I mean, thoughts can come and go, as we discussed, because until the respiration is there, until the last breath happens, it's every breath is last breath. That our nonsense thing is that every breath is last breath. That's true. But to come to that understanding, there one has to actually understand that every stimuli is the only thing that was there. This field that we have there combined is because of the speed. This is the important thing. It's a beautiful Dhamma.
Just to add to that a little bit,
Yeah.
Champa, even this whole so-called Buddhist philosophy also, it's true that is required, but only to the point. All that knowledge is only to the point of coming to an understanding. If that philosophy is held up like a mantle, there is no point. It's a very difficult thing to explain, because at the beginning you do need it, and right throughout also, all that needs to be cleared is also that Buddhist philosophy, the Darshana Jnana. And why it is called Jnana also, I think Aryan once explained, because it is actually a Jnana, a wisdom. Initially gathered as a knowledge, true, but then it has to be turned into an understanding. If it doesn't turn into an understanding, then there's something wrong there. And if one has almost it has become the new hobby, or like a real attachment that is giving that sense of elation or some kind of satisfaction, and that itself can prevent you from, not consciously but unconsciously, not pursuing the practical anger. Now, you might say that, yes, I am doing the practical, I'm doing the 4 stages, I'm doing all that, but have you actually looked at what that Satyajnana is saying, the philosophy? Take bits and pieces of it, don't take the whole thing. And then sometimes it helps to leave these translations and things aside. I'm just saying the way I'm feeling. So sometimes when you go to do the translation, because I've done a few, I know you have done heaps, even at that time, to a certain extent, what Aryan Mahansa says also, I think he has said this in Zoom, that by going to do the translation, you are immersing yourself in the finer points, because you have to obviously listen to his talk, and then you are trying to put that into words in English and so on. So to a certain extent, there is a reflection there. That is correct. But if that becomes over and over again, almost like something even beyond a hobby, almost like a obsession, I wouldn't call it an obsession, but something between hobby and obsession, then there is a problem, and that needs to be understood. If if you have practiced, if you have had this Dhamma for 2-3 years, and if it is still becoming a thing without it actually allowing, giving that freedom of understanding, the understanding is replacing the knowledge, then one has to be, Aranwanse always tells all of us. And this is a central question that I ask myself also. Are you being honest with yourself? You may not, sometimes we don't have the time being in Australia to join into those Zooms. Sometimes you, by the time you get onto the Zoom, another mother has come and started asking a question. So there are so many times that I have missed asking and answer questions. Sometimes deliberately I'm not asking, because even before asking him, I know that things are still getting caught in the net. I can observe myself, the system, that there are things where the I and the ego comes up. So to that extent, there is no opportunity. But if that is not understood and cleared, then that ability to get kind of stuck is very much there. So be quite mindful of that whilst one is doing whatever you're doing, because as you said, there is always the obligation that we can do whatever we can, isn't it? Everybody is good in certain things, and some are good at really explaining, some are good at writing, some are good at putting poems and things together. So like that, each one will do something, because that is going to help so many people. True. But the biggest thing, I have heard Aryan Hansi saying this as well, I'm sure you may have heard it too. The biggest thing one can do is to realize the Dhamma oneself, to get to the non-vibration, or to realize that non-vibration, because from that, the greatest good that can be done is by that. The translation, the explaining, the helping with the Zoom, all those things are good to that extent only. But the thing that one owes this particular vibration, the vibration that is called Champa in this conventional world, the primary responsibility is to achieve, to reduce the vibration, to come to non-vibration. So that should be the central thing when one thinks about Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa, the wanting to do something, the effort should be towards that. The liking should be to that, not the knowledge itself. Not the knowledge is part of it, very much a part of it. But when one says that the raft has to be put down at the end, and everybody then can say, no, but that's at the end. No, you don't have to do it at the beginning. There is some part of it that is being done right through. It is not right at the end. Maybe I'm not explaining it well enough. Maybe Dr. Pokida, you can explain that, because there is that knowledge is only good as long as it is turned into an understanding step by step on this path. Isn't it, Dr. Pokida?
I fully agree with you. As you said, I am not attaching to this Darshana Samapattiya. I'm just doing it for a help for this Dhamma process. As you said it, I am fully agree with you. It's everything you said is very correct. If any part of the Dhamma, even when we go and grab, that will the end of the path. I know that, and I thank you very much for your introduction. I fully agree with that.
Yeah, true. I mean, this comes with the understanding of Dhamma to a certain level as well, because initially we kind of get attached to the Dhamma itself, that wow effect can happen. But then slowly we realize that is also the wow effect from the self. So the wow effect also goes down. And slowly we try to actually understand what we are feeling. What are we feeling here? If we are feeling a sound, why did we misunderstand it as it is feeling to me? Why this whole misunderstanding is there? That's due to the ignorance and the habits. So yeah, it is. It's a point that Suranka was trying to make is very important. That is why our Raman says, every 2-3 years he is bringing this back to the basics again and again. You have to have the absence of the self-view to even think about the defilements. But you can't really draw any marks here because this is not a path like that. So the path just flows with the help of the noble friend only. We will know that still the self-view is there. So then kind of it is a shock, then you kind of try to understand it more and more. Because if the non-vibration is if you fully aware that the non-vibration is the ultimate, at least then there's no misunderstanding from the beginning. But we can definitely say we get attracted to some point, kind of one point. It can be to someone the calmness that might bring. To someone it may be the whole concept of understanding there's no me. So anyone can get attracted to this Dhamma for various reasons. But the final path is again becoming the non-vibration. Becoming the non-vibration is the final, but actually feeling the non-vibration for even beginning is a challenge itself, let alone the becoming the non-vibration. So the having a big outlook or open mind is the best thing. I think. Have an open mind all the time. Be open to noble friends clues, or he gives hints not to miss them. Like sometimes you might say, no, Aranvansi must be telling to others. Sometimes he is telling directly to you, but you might think that he's telling to others. So, but take the clues all the time. If you have raised your voice and he is telling something, take the clues, and because there's no way that he can actually do this. He has to do this in the same language we use, same way we talk. There are limitations everywhere. So he can only give hints. He can give clues. So we have to be vigilant enough to pick them up and correct ourselves all the time. That's why Lord Buddha said that the 100% it is with the noble friend. Because there's another meaning also, because becoming the non-vibration is just like telepathizing to that level, because you know that this side is a bit higher. But if this side is, but it depends on the field. I mean, how how insight you have. So definitely, it is always the noble friend has the lower vibration. Definitely. So it is very very much needed for you to actually telepathize, to have the synchronicity with that. That's the scientific side of it, in the sense in a non-conventional way, how this actually happens. Because if there's a manifestation of the non-vibration, there's always a chance for anyone to become the non-vibration. But in the Buddha Shunya Kalpa, when Lord Buddha says that there would be times Buddha Shunya, that means no Buddha status at all. There's no chance, even though there are, Lord Buddha has specifically said, even if the people have the greatest wisdom, still they can't manifest it because there's no Buddha status to synchronize. Then it has to be a new Buddha who realizes it himself. That's how it happens. It's always a human. Yeah. Anything else? Joel is silent today. He can join if he has the ability to talk. Sometimes it's okay to listen also.
Yeah, I was just listening to the discussion, but you all
Yes.
were discussing, and I was thinking to myself, I mean, the system was thinking, not me. First thing is, I didn't have any Buddhist
Background.
teachings or background or anything. I just came, I think, for 1.5 months. But I can taste the gravity of that in everyday life. That changed my life a lot, and it made me calm a lot. So whether you know the philosophy or not, if you can understand it properly, it'll be easy for everyone to just, travel along.
Yeah, that's the importance of, I don't know whether you remember, I told in one question, if your vibration becomes lower, it becomes, everyone will be comfortable around you. So imagine if our vibration is so high, it will be very difficult to hold this discussion, because it will be like trying to match up with some higher vibrations is always difficult. The lower vibration will, just slowly vanish. But if the other vibration, like especially like Aranwanse, I mean, someone has to actually know Dhamma to do that, but still, if the vibration is low in the other side, even if the words are sounding maybe inappropriate, may not sound as insult. So this is the thing that it is very tricky, when Joel's vibration slows down, then your intuition becomes more, you feel more, and you kind of can feel the higher vibrations, and you will be like not even try to have a life with them. I mean, if you have to, you will, but kind of you kind of get attracted to the lower vibrations anyway. That's how it is. But the problem is, without this Dhamma, sometimes randomly we can get attracted to the high vibrations. Dhamma always is mainly for the non-vibration. Dhamma is not to find a lower vibration or become the lower vibration. Dhamma is for this. True Dhamma is for non-vibration, to become the non-vibration and to understand what is the non-vibration. It is very important to realize, because we otherwise can stagnate everywhere, because we might feel very good. But even if you feel very good, that's okay. That's actually the final part also kind of thing. But if you don't have the self-awareness, that's a basic thing. If you actually experience it, the internal transformation, that's what Aranwanse uses the word. If there's an internal transformation and your self-perception has changed to the non-self perception, that you take everything, that you are in the dream, but you know that it's a dream. It's just another perception. So it doesn't become a big deal, So the life will continue as before. You will do whatever the things that you have to do. As you said, you have dreams, and your dreams may come true also. It doesn't matter. Whether there will be a time that you won't really care whether they come true or not also. Not because you have lost interest in that particular topic, can you have another topic? No, because you have understood that all the topics are same, kind of. Because the dream itself is a fully dream. But this, when the center is gone, only this actually actually become the truth, because one can think that this is an illusory world and be there thinking like that. That's not Aranhansa is trying to say. I will repeat that because it is very important. This is happening to even mothers who are listening for 4-5 years. So this is not about maintaining the self and thinking that this is an illusory world. No. This is actually understanding that how this illusion is made and fully actually realize even the feel kind of thing. And then you're not trapped in this any kind of world. So at the end, what happens is you had the idea that there was a self all the time, and with the change of the ignorance to the truth or the science, you will fully realize that there was never a self. That's all what happens. That's the non-self perception. So you become the non-self perception. What is left is super happiness or super tranquility, super awareness, whatever you call it. Super. Why we are putting super is not because it's great, because there's no name for this. Because if we say awareness, there is awareness. You can have awareness. That is what we knew. That is what we knew before. Like, I can be happy. I am happy. I am fully aware. That's what we use the word. So because these words are already used, we have a problem here. So we use the word when I feel is not there. We use, because there's no one actually happy there. It's just happiness. Just happiness. So there's no words to explain that. So that's why we put as super happiness. And that day, Aranhansa said not super love, something else. Yeah, because there are no words for this. Because always it has been selfish kind of thing to everything. Self-oriented love, self-oriented kindness, self-oriented happiness, self-oriented sadness, self-oriented burning, whatever. Everything is self-oriented. So it never ends. But this is different. But when you feel this, even little bit, if you feel this, you feel so happy, because actually there's no sufferer here to even understand that is beauty. Actually, yeah, I can fully remember the in the beginning how I felt. I mean, even without internal transformation, I felt so elated, like just knowing that there was never a self. Just listening to that. It's so, I thought it's groundbreaking at that point. Because Aranhansa used to explain it so nicely. So simple also. Yes, Joy.
And also other thing that was that I was like when I was practicing this 4 programs that you all guided me into, one thing I realized was that all the senses are very sensitive, that it takes it everything in a spur of a moment, and it creates the self view. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. Senses are so sensitive that it abstracts everything so soon and creates a self view. So the more I start to feel it and realize it,
Yeah, but
I mean, there are
actually you
no
have to
words.
reverse it. You have to reverse this. Now you're actually learning what is happening here, but our effort is to reverse it. So how do you reverse it? Actually, you keep understanding that it was a sensory function only. That is the thing. So the mind consciousness is the area that you got the water. You know, when if you're washing your hands, if you say the water is the perception. we feel that the water is touching on my hand. Just imagine I'm washing the hands now in the tub. So you go there, you start washing, you suddenly realize that the water is actually a perception. Then the perception is not true. Perception is just a manifestation of all the five sensory organs, because water is a sound. What you see is a eyesight, and what you feel is a skin. So the combination has brought the water thing. That's the mind consciousness. So when the water is not there, actually, this can happen to you. So when the water is not, powerful, when that perception is not powerful, you might directly feel the perception, in the sense directly feel it. There's no perception in the feel. You can directly feel it. That feel itself is just the perception. Sorry, that's feel is only the vibration of the skin. That is the thing. You have to turn it. If you don't turn it, you will fall into that category that you are actually seeing what is happening. That's not good enough. That is good enough for a beginner, but I'm telling you, then kind of change. You have to reverse it. So the reversing is actually fully realizing what was actually there, because now you are realizing what actually happened here, how this self view came. That is good. But when you have to become the non-vibration, or to at least randomly feel it, the water is, you might say, I can see water. Yeah, that's okay. You can feel water. You can say that, yes, so that's okay. The water word is also coming to your mind. But water is a perception only. So that then you come to that level, perception is not true. Who says the perception are? None of the perceptions are true. They are just new vibration from the other five vibrations. So when the perception of the water is not true, exactly you will come to the vibration of the skin. That level is also not true. That level is also not true. Because that is the fast vibration of the skin. So that's, at that moment, you may feel this because that it is happening here, that sensation that something happening here will be gone, and it will be just the feel only. So that it is difficult to say, but it's kind of that something happening here will be gone. So then you can understand what is the consciousness, which is not your consciousness. It is just there, the patita novana vinyani. Oh, anidasana vinyani in Sinhala or Pali. That is how it is told. Kind of, how do you say that in English, Surangika? I can't remember, but it is kind of
non-manifestative consciousness.
Yeah, non-manifesting consciousness, whatever. That means it will usually, any vibration we feel as it's happening here. That's why we have the self-view happening there. But when you fully realize it is a vibration of the skin only, then it will change. Unless that happens, your self-view is not completely broken. It will have little naggy things everywhere. The doubts will be there. For the doubts to go, you should have an experience of non-vibration randomly. And even that doesn't mean that your defilements are gone. This is just an experience that you get, which will show you that there has never been a self, but it will open up a fully non-self perception, which is going to get stronger, and the self perception is going to go down. That's what is going to happen. In the sense, it is like a two-world thing now. The one world which was becoming true every day from young child to the adult and to the deathbed, everything was true. Now this is suddenly changing. As close tub is open, it's like river was flowing downwards. Now it is flowing upward. These are metaphors used in Buddha's time to show that the path has changed. Path has gone towards a non-vibration. But the side effect of this is, the byproduct of this is the super happiness. Because the sadness, the suffering, the jealousy, the anger, the outbursts, malevolence, or the animosity, or any guilt, everything is related to the self-vibration. And I'm so glad that you're actually doing it, but just understanding this is how it happens, is not only enough. It has to change. It has to actually change to the truth. Did you get that, Joel?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you get it, because this is not in 1.5 months you have come so fast, and it is very important you get it right, because otherwise you can get trapped here and there. So the trapping in this path is very common, but we have to try our best to not to get another vibration trapped here and there, because that's not the point. The point is to actually fully realize the non-vibration. Or actually there was never a self. The self view, when once broken, it will be really easy for the defilements to come down. Defilements has no owner then. The guilt has no owner. Happiness doesn't have owner. Burning has no owner. The suffering has no owner. Then the suffering has to cease anyway. I mean, what is going to survive without the owner? Owner is the one who fueled all this. So without the owner, when the self-view is broken, that's what happens. There is suffering, who cares about suffering? There is guilt there, who cares about guilt? So once fully realized, Angulimala, who killed 999 people, I mean maybe more than that, also became an arahant. How come, if you really believe in all these things, can one become an arahant? No. But this awaken to the moment is such a different thing, you know. So when there is no owner for the guilt, when there is no owner for the remorse or the malevolence or anger or hatred or craving, there's no place for them. I mean, they slowly die down anyway. You're not doing it. But this self-view has to destroy. Then only this can happen. Are you okay with that? Hope I was clear. It's what do you think, Champa?
I fully agree with you, Doctor. What you are telling is correct. Nothing to say.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Surangika.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, that point, that the last part that you mentioned, when Aranvansa says the difference between the self-view and then the importance of the self-view dissipating, which means in effect, for the self-perception, actually, what is remaining is the functions of the senses, and then the happiness without happiness, the sorrow without sorrow part is there to the extent that it is part of that reactionary responses of the senses. But when we talk about ginnak නැති ginnak or burning without burning, that's a very, very, very tricky point, isn't it? So at that point, when the I as
No,
the
you
self-view is not
never
there.
can have a ginnak නැති ginnak with the self view.
Yeah, exactly. And it is when that self-view is dissolved or has been absolved, that is the word, then that magnification is the thing that is missing. And without the magnification, the ability for that to, what should I say, do any harm or create a vibration or sustain a vibration is not there, isn't it?
This is a very beautiful
Amazing.
experience also, you know. Even Joel might be able to experience in future, like you kind of experiencing a kind of imagine a problematic situation. You're doing things pertaining to that, but you don't really feel that you're doing it. This is very unique experience. That's the thing. You can't really tell anyone. You don't have to tell. You can't tell. It's a very specific experience. So this can be experienced in a problematic situation only. I mean, you are in a very beautiful place with the flowing of the river and the sound of the birds. Anyway, there is some kind of tranquility, and you can get really entrenched in that. But in a problem that everything is falling apart, still, if you feel like you are actually doing everything there, like a robot, you're doing everything, but still there's no burning inside. That's a very, I mean, something unexplainable unless felt. So that's the importance of this summer. And no one can even judge that by looking at them. They will be, if there's an accident, they will be doing something about that accident. They will be taking the patients to the hospital or whatever, you know. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Or if a child is not well, you're doing everything that should be done without the burning. How can someone tell that? You can't, because you're doing the same things that you did before. Or you might even say, don't be afraid, everything will be all right. Because you normally say to a child, you'll be saying same things. Because that is how the children will realize that it's not a dangerous thing or not to get panic. So this is the beauty, the child. Yes. Joel,
Yeah, I just wanted to point out a thing that Aryan Mansa that they mentioned that really clicked my thought. I mean, my practical life is that the present moment is not true. And he said, the present moment is a thought. That was really practical and it was easy to understand.
Yeah. Yeah, present moment is just the present moment is just one stimuli. That's why we call it stimuli, just for the sake of talking. I mean, because in Sinhala it is much better worded like aramuna. because it's one focus only. All times it's just one focus only. It can be a chair, it can be a table, it can be mother, it doesn't matter. Because we use these famous words so that it is easy to describe, but there can be anything. So at one moment it's just only one thought. And that thought is also not true. Yeah. Let alone the past and the future. The past is thought now as well. Future, you are thinking about it now only. So it comes to the present moment anyway then. The present moment is also not true. Yeah. That's the beauty. And if one that is what Lord Buddha told to Angulimala. Angulimala, in this thought, have you killed anyone? And he said no. And just that question, I mean, that came from a long background story, but it is like guiding him to realize that this thought is the only thought which is happening at that particular moment, and next one is another thought. We feel as they are connected because of the self-view we have. We feel that I saw the table, then I saw the chair, then I saw the mother standing in the living room. That's how you get the idea. That's because of the self-view and the self-perception as well. But when you fully realize it's just the function of this, the sensory functions, well, that moment is also not true. The chair is also not true. The mirror image of that is a self, that is also not true. You have to feel this. Challenge is to feel this. But actually understanding this is very great. That's how Angulimala actually fully realized that guilt is trapped. Guilt is there when you're trapped in the self, because self projects the past. Anxiety is about the future, because the self projects to the future. Depression is self projects to the past. Depression is about the past. Anxiety is about the future. Stress is about the usually now or future. Isn't it, Joel? Yeah, if you talk about
Yeah,
these.
like all these illnesses are coming because of ignorance, no, doctor?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
If I would know this 3, 4, 10 years ago, life would have changed a lot, but that's also a thought. But I'm just thinking how practical this is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, most of the things I would have done differently if I knew this 10, 20 years ago. But I mean, it doesn't change anything, but that is how it is. But at least we all are happy even to listen to this Dhamma and to actually feel it. Feeling this Dhamma is very unique because not everyone can feel it. You felt it instantly kind of thing because you felt light. As soon as we talked about these things, you felt light. That means it is kind of giving you that, the burden, kind of burden, because we are carrying so much burdens. Even Champa said, there were so much things that happened to me. A lot of people carry so much burdens. Why they are finding it difficult to keep aside is because it is felt as my burden, my past, my burden. So the burden of imagine killing 999 people and having that burden. But he is so lucky he met Lord Buddha. But here we are in the time of truth. Human beings, there's nothing to lose. Just because you understand this Dhamma, there's nothing to lose. If someone is worried about, no, I don't want impermanence, that is all unhappy Dhamma. No, that is not. Because that was told in that way. You know, it was misunderstood. So, you know, any word can change if it goes to about 10 years. If you mumble a word, after telling that to about 10 people, the word is changed. Likewise, every view can change, but this is not a kind of a view. This is understanding what the views are. And so that is how it becomes a truth, universal truth. I mean, it's all about the perceptions of a cat, perception of a cow, perception of the bacteria, perception of a worm, perception of the human, perception of a god, perception of a Brahma. We don't talk about that much because people get so much misunderstanding that, and also English speaking people, they might not even think about these things, because then we don't want to add trouble to those minds which are not even bothered about these things. We have to talk about to an audience where how they feel these things. So it's very tricky, but we are trying our best, you know, because only a spiritual person will come and ask very specific questions about this Dhamma. If they are not spiritual or kind of not researching about these things, they might feel threatened. So that's a tricky part. But I don't think they will listen to this soon. So that's not a big risk. Even if anyone listen to this to find faults, we are not trying to impose a new view. We are trying to actually understand how the waves are happening. That's all. How waves are formed, how self-perception is happening, how self-vibration is happening, nothing else. How depression is happening, how anxiety is happening, how stress is happening, how anger is happening, how suffering is happening. That's all. Not implying a new world or a new planet or new kind of new vision. No. This is fully realizing what our understanding was, and come to the realization of what was actually there. So we understand the challenge, because in English medium it's a bit difficult. Still, if you can feel the other person's low vibration, they might listen. Like, you know, no one wants to get more upset from listening to this, but if they feel better, they might listen. That's what happened to us. I mean, that's what happened to everyone who started listening, still listens, because they kind of feel better, but they may not have fully realized it. So Aranwanse doesn't you know, like discriminate them at all. He's just trying to push them to the next level, push them to the next level, push them to the next level in different ways. The ways are different. Yeah, it's a beautiful Dhamma. We invite everyone to come to the discussions if possible. And thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for discussion today and asking questions, especially Champa and Joel as well. Thank you, Suranka. And we worship Aranwanse for his noble guidance and support he gives every vibration to become the non-vibration. Thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem
Thank you,
bless you all.
Doctor. Thank
you,
you.
Doctor. Thank
Thanks.
you all the Dhamma
Everyone's
friends.
online.
Everyone Saranai, everyone
Everyone's
Saranai.
online, everyone. Everyone's online, Dhamma friends. Let us continue with the discussion. Or actually the talk. So it's going to be a 1 hour talk that is to be delivered. What just concluded was a 2 hour English Zoom discussion. And this is through the Buddothpada English Zoom channel that is happening right through the day and night. and we are uncovering the teachings of Buddothpada and Mahansa, which are the core and pure truth that was exposed or realized by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. So I think in this channel, if you have tuned into it before, there will be multiple perspectives that are in which the Dhamma is explained. And each of these are actually trying to impart the truth and the pure Dhamma teachings of the Buddha, which is basically the realization that this, through ignorance, what has been understood or believed to be true, of there being a self here and a world out there, is actually, in fact, just a construct of the mind. So the primary mechanism or primary means by which these Four Noble Truths are realized is by understanding the suffering, which all beings invariably encounter. And in order to understand suffering and to get out of it or to cease it, one has to know the cause of suffering and then the end of suffering. What does end of suffering mean and how to end that suffering? So one can think that suffering can mean just things like, all the sad things, the unhappy things that can befall oneself, isn't it? In a conventional sense of the word, or in the conventional world, one would really think that. One would think that, if I'm not having money, or if I have lost my job, or I have lost a loved one, or there has been an accident in the family. And these are things, or, my husband has fallen sick, or he's had a stroke and now he's permanently paralyzed for the rest of his life. These are things that will make your world come crashing down, isn't it? Or if you have been thinking that you are happy, these are things that would give you a big jolt of reality, or a big jolt into the happy-go-lucky life that you have led, or the general easy, smooth flowing life that you have led. These are things that kind of really jolt you when something like this happens, which can be completely life-changing. So those are, as we said, can be conventionally known as things that we tend to say in society as suffering. But the Buddha, when he actually said what is suffering, and that is what the truth was imparted about. The truth helps to end this suffering. The suffering there that was meant was actually, if there is in this thought something that is becoming a thing, then that is actually suffering. So why did we say thought here? Because that there is a big reason for it. This so-called world and this entire existence that human beings actually think they are born into. They're born into this world, and then they have a family, they have parents, and then they have relatives, they have a community, they go to this school, they grow up, go and have an education, then university, and so on. All this is existing for them, isn't it, outside? And that is the general notion of this world. And this world has existed for ever so long. We learn history in school as well. So, history and the wars that have been fought, the World War I, World War II, all kinds of history of different countries, nations. these are all learned, isn't it, at some point? So, I mean, it's very easy to believe that this world has existed and that we are born into this world. And therefore, we were born and then we've grown up over the years, and then we learn things, and then we can also contribute to this world. We can leave a legacy, we can contribute to society, be a good person, and so on and so forth. And then we probably get married, have children, we leave things for our children, we leave inheritances for them or legacies for them. And then we just leave room for the next generation and the next generation. I mean, if you think about climate change, that's what people say, that we need to keep the climate in a better state for our kids than what we have done or what our forefathers have left for us, which is the cause of global warming and so on and so forth. So all this is then under the presupposition that there is a world, isn't it? And that world is there, and I'm here, and so is my family and people. All these 8 billion people in this world, including all other species, live in this world. So this world has become very, very real. So, but the question and the probing that is being done by the truth realized by Lord Buddha is that through the realization that the world as we know it, or the suffering, the defilements and the sadness, the sorrow, the grief, the despair, all these things are actually coming or arising from where? Because there is an attachment to something, attachment to a worldly object, attachment to a worldly person, attachment to something. And who is getting attached to this? I. This is the self or a person here who is suffering. So the suffering is coming as in the form of sorrow, despair, and so on. So at that time, prior to the search for the truth, that was what was known, because Prince Siddhartha, before the Buddha became the Buddha, was a prince in a castle and having a very luxurious life in the lap of wealth, in the lap of luxury. And his father did his utmost to hide all the depressing side of life from this young prince, because he had ambitions for the prince to become the king, obviously. So everything that was going to potentially give him sorrow or question the realities of life and the other side of life was carefully hidden from the young prince. But one day in his youth, when he went out in his chariot or whatever, he encountered a couple of scenes, and that gave him a bit of a shock. One of those scenes was an old man, and he had not encountered an old man before, and he was perplexed at the sight. So he asked his attendant, who's Chanda, and asked Chanda, who's that? And Chanda replied, saying, that is an old man, sire. So Prince Siddhartha was extremely surprised at the sight and said, an old man. And then he asked, will I get old as well, Chanda? And then Chanda replied, yes, sire, we all get old. So imagine this sight of an old person, half bent, crouching now, his spine bent into, his legs are not strong anymore, so they're weak and they're tottering, and he's holding a stick to kind of stable himself, and his eyes are gaunt, his skin is all wrinkled. So this is the scene that the prince beheld. So the fact that he was told that all human beings fall into this predicament was not something that was taken lightly. Another scene that again gave him a shock was a sick person. So the same question was asked, who is this? It's a sick person. And will I get sick? And then the reply came, yes, sire, all of us invariably get sick. It's the fate of basically all humankind. So imagine again for this Prince Siddhartha, who had spent so many years in the prison without seeing any of these sights, was again a shock to the system. So naturally there was the questioning of life. Naturally there was a questioning of all those so-called worldly pleasures, whether that was even going to last. If this was the fate that was going to befall mankind, what is the point of this whole existence? Was probably what was going through the prince's mind. And then the third scene was that of a corpse, a dead body being carried to the cemetery or wherever that it was going to be buried or burnt. So again the question, and then the answer came, yes, that's a dead person. Do we all die? Yes, sire, we all die. That is inevitably the fate of all mankind. Again, so three scenes, three extremities of human suffering, which was not apparent or aware, or there was any kind of awareness for the prince before. And then finally, the sight of a monk going very calmly in saffron robes, calmly getting about and seeking alms. So the question came about who this person was, and the reply came, sire, that is a person in search of the truth, person who has denounced worldly pleasures and is in search of the truth. So the prince was quizzical at that point and asked, is there something called the truth, Chanda? And Chanda replied, yes, sire. There's quite a few people who are in search of the truth. There is such a thing as truth to end suffering. And so that was, at that time, the resolve that Prince Siddhartha made, that beyond the pleasures of, having a beautiful wife and the castles, the wealth, and the promise of a kingdom from his father, all of that seemed to be secondary suddenly, because something was more paramount. There was something that was an urge that went far beyond the personal pleasures that was encountered in the castle. There he realized that there is something called the truth that can be found, which will end suffering, end all suffering. And that if there are people out there, then I too can find that, can search for the truth. So with that noble intention, only the search began. So finally, after years of practicing and trying his hand at concentration meditation through very renowned, under the guidance of very renowned meditation teachers at that point, at that stage, the prince realized that none of these things was actually bringing an end or even providing a semblance of an end to this so-called suffering, the suffering that was besieging the human mind. And which is why then he embarked on a journey of his own, leaving the 5 ascetics with which he practiced concentration meditation for some time. And he embarked on a search. There was a period of 6 years where he gave untold suffering to the human body, to the physical body, thinking that that would pave the way to find this so-called truth, that if there was enough suffering given to the body, that would then be able to at least pave the way to find an end to the suffering. But that didn't work out, and he realized that that was not the way. It wasn't through any physical deprivation or physical sacrifice that the suffering can be brought to an end. And so then under a bow tree, almost 2,500 years ago, with firm resolve, he sat and began on a journey of understanding where these suffering arose. How did these defilements arise? And then in that quest, he realized that the suffering was all arising in the thought. And with that, the realization of the mind and how these senses are generating or manifesting a world that was actually non-existent was fully realized. And then the Buddha had the super awakening, the inner realization, and became the non-vibration. So the truth that was revealed to the world, which was never heard before, was the fact that it is the mind and the mind alone that is creating or constructing the so-called world, and therefore with that brings a wrong self-view, and it is that wrong self-view that gets attached to the so-called world, and together the power that is generated through the vibration, which is the fundamental reason for these senses to give rise to perceptions, and the perceptions to give rise to an existent field, and then the alive field, the sense of being alive, was well understood. So if we go back to the core, the start of this whole thing, as the Buddha realized, was this vibration manifesting various perceptions via the sensory organs. So as human beings, you know that we have eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body sensation. So if not for these sensory organs, there wouldn't be any kind of lived experience, isn't it? Because whatever that is getting discerned to the eye is actually coming due to the vibration occurring in the eye and then generating a sensation called light. It is only a manifestation because of the vibration happening at speed in the eye faculty. But what is not understood is that the eye is just a camera. The eye itself cannot perceive anything. If you open your eyelid and you close your eyelid, you realize that if you close your eyelids, you realize that this whole thing is shrouded in darkness. When you open it, you realize that there is something that is then starting to manifest or manifest immediately. But what gets manifested to the when the eyelid is open is what? All those aspects, the Buddha realized, are actually things that have been learned. The things that are manifested outside, as we call it, outside, and outside world, was not known to the baby in the cot. Every one of these aspects that we call an external world as appearing outside and being seen by the eye was actually not existing outside, but something that is getting constructed by the mind. So if we say that there is a tree, or we recognize that there is a tree, or the sun shining, or there's a rainbow, or that it's raining, isn't that just a thought? It is a thought that says that it is raining, isn't it? It's a thought that is saying that there is thunder and lightning now. Otherwise, how would you know whether it's thunder? How would you know whether it's lightning? How would you know whether it's a bird chirping and so on? So every one of these sense faculties give rise to a sensation due to the speed of vibration. But the sense faculties cannot do anything beyond that. It is only a manifestation of sound light. If it is the nose, it is smell. If it is the tongue, it is taste. And if it is the body, it is the temperature, heat and cold, or the feeling of solidity. But what happens with these basic sensory perceptions? They are then combined and interpreted by this mind as the tree, as the mother, as the father. And that is how this so-called world, an outside world, is formed. If you think about the baby in the cot, the baby didn't have any of these notions, didn't have any of these labels or names that were given to any of these objects. There was a basic feeling that the baby felt. When there is light, the baby felt the light. There's a certain amount of feeling of the light. The sound is felt. The sensation of the sound is felt. But all this is there at a very fundamental level without any mind construct. It is the mind, after the sense faculties develop at the age of about 2, 3, 4 years of age, that then through learning and reinforcement of the same perception, everything like an image is coupled with a sound, isn't it? A taste is coupled with a sound, and we call it orange juice. Sound again can be taken in the form of by giving a name to it, like the car honking, a bird chirping, a baby crying, and so on. If it is an image, like a color will be shown, and the baby will, the toddler or the child in the Montessori will be taught red, yellow, brown, and blue, and so on. So the constant reinforcement of these is what is called learning. Did the baby in the cot know about colors? No. Did the baby in the cot know how to differentiate between orange juice and carrot juice? No. Or the orange juice and milk? No. There's something that is felt when it is being drunk, but beyond that, there is no recognition. But it is with this recognition that this world is then understood as being real. The more the objects are learned, then slowly in the child's world, a world starts getting manifested. And it is this world that then gains value. And with that value, the existent field, that's the world that gets formed, then the so-called existence gets felt. There is a feeling that emanates that the world exists. And with that, this whole self or I gets created. Suddenly, one thinks that, this world is what I'm experiencing, I'm witnessing, I'm hearing, I'm tasting, I'm touching. I'm touching a rock, I'm touching a tree, or I can hear the bird chirping, or I can see the rainbow in the sky, or I can hear the raindrops falling. So everything is I, isn't it? Everything is attributed to the I. One doesn't have an experience unless it is attributed to the I. So this duality gets created through the manifestations occurring through the sensory perception. But through the learning process, the false labels are given to these various objects. But the truth that the Buddha found was that this mind is the thing that actually constructs this. It is not something that is actually found outside. There is no possibility for humans or any other living species for that matter to be able to discern anything outside in a so-called outside world. Whatever that they gather, whatever that they discern is only what is manifested in their senses and in their senses alone. So for example, the cow can only see different shades of brown and red. So But as human beings, we can see 7 colors. So can we say that the world of the cow is the same as that of the human beings? No, we obviously see more colors than the cow. But there could be other animals or species who can see things much, much better than human beings. We know that an eagle has really extremely good sharp vision, which far surpasses the human eye's capability. So in that sense, is that eagle's world the same as a human's world? No, it isn't. So different species, depending on their sense faculties, would have different experience of this so-called world. The worm has only one sensor. That's the bodily sensor of heat and cold, which is why it naturally goes in search of the cold dampness of mud, because that gives the worm that good alive feel. And every species responds to that alive feel that it gets via the whatever sensor that they possess. Because what is getting manifested there is through vibration. But the vibration gives rise to a sensation, and that sensation, in any form that it manifests, is then taken by that species, by that animal, by that creature. And the same thing with human beings as being true. So here lies the great deception. The moment that feeling arises that this thing is true and it is projected outside. Unfortunately, in the case of human beings, when it comes to the light sensation and the eye consciousness, what only gets manifested in the eye is unfortunately then taken to be a picture, taken to be a tree, taken to be the sky, taken to be the park, the car, the house, and so on. Everything is projected outside. One doesn't stop to think at any point in time that if the baby didn't know that there was anything called a house, if the baby didn't know anything, there was, something called pee, there's something called poo. And probably through experience or having seen it, that children or babies often pee whilst in the cot, and their nappies are fully damp, and sometimes they even poo. But whilst they might feel the discomfort of the dampness, beyond that, they don't feel distasteful, they don't feel any kind of displeasure as a result of being in a pile of poo. But it is once the mother or father comes to the cot and discovers the nappy is full of poo, that the mother exclaims and says, "Oh, baby, you have, all this I've learned. This is all really bad, and all these kind of things," is said at that time. So who puts this connotation of bad and dirty or smelly and has to be cleaned and all that? All those are perceptions from the mother, isn't it? So where did those come about? Isn't those all learning? Those are concepts that have been learned at some point in time. And it is from that, when you see that the perception of good, the perception of bad, the perception of that's not right, this is fair. All these kind of perceptions come about through the learning process. All this has been learned, just like data is being put into the program. These are fed in through vibratory patterns occurring because of an image being associated with sound, a touch being associated with the sound, a taste being associated with the sound. And in this manner, we have learned all these aspects that we now call our collective lived experience. So then what happens when this world that we have created starts to fall down, or something happens beyond the normal? Because if things are normal, if things are going along smoothly, people like life. People think this is their life. This is the other person's life. There's something called human rights. There's something called society. There's something called, growing up, having children, getting married, going to school. All these things, going on trips. All these things are just part of life, they say, isn't it? Sometimes even when something bad occurs, they still think that that is also part of life. And that even with those, they still think that there is something to hold on to in this life. There is suffering, immense suffering sometimes. But some people, moment that is either slowly or gradually dissipating, or even throughout that suffering, there is still the notion of that person being alive. And to that extent, there is a craving, there is a clinging to that existence. And because of that clinging to that existence, there is the suffering, which is what the Buddha said, that the suffering actually is not the sorrow, that the sorrow and the birth and the death, all that is invariably following if the thought is taken to be real. If a thought, which is the thing that creates this so-called worldly objects, this so-called world is all emanating from one thought and one thought alone. All that is experienced is just one thought. But it is that thought or the perception that is giving the notion that there is a world outside. It is the thought that through a past perception has been learned to be a tree, to be the mother, to be the father, to be your family, to be yourself, to be all these people, to be your education, your background, your childhood, your family, your nation, your country, the sports that you play, the sports that you don't play, the people that you like, the people that you don't like, the next door neighbor that you can't stand, the friends in school, or the colleagues in office, or the promotion you didn't get, the job that you were hankering after, the relationship that you're having, the dreams that you are aspiring for. All these things are collectively making up this world. But all of them aren't they all coming by way of thought? Isn't that only getting generated by way of thought? But what the Buddha propounded through the cause and effect Dhamma was that if there is the reason for something, the cause is ultimately, fundamentally, only this vibration happening in these sensory perceptions. And it is those sensory perceptions together that then the mind constructs to be the mother, the father, the teacher, the school, and so on. And then if the cause is the sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, the effect is the thought of the tree, the mother, the father. Then collectively if those are the thoughts, those are the cause, then the effect becomes this sense of the world existing. The world full of these objects and persons, the effect is that the notion that such a world exists comprising of all these things. Beautiful or not beautiful, everything is existing. So then what happens? The cause becomes the existent field, and the effect is that there is a person or a self here experiencing it. If the world is not there, the person experiencing it wouldn't be there. But because this world is believed to be true, by ignorance, not understanding or not knowing how this whole mind mechanism works, the human being and all living beings for that matter get caught up in this, whatever that gets manifested to the sense faculties. And with that comes the clinging, with that comes the value that is given to all these objects, all these worldly notions. You think about your life, you go back to your childhood, and you think about what a carefree life you might have had during your early childhood. You don't have a care for the world, isn't it? Everything was just what's the next game we play, or maybe parents brought they cooked some nice things to eat. You would remember your school holidays. You'd remember the games you played, or the trips that you went, or playing with the neighborhood children. Some carefree times. But then gradually you realize that the world became more and more complicated. You had to go to school, there were exams to sit for, there was never-ending studies, there were chores at home, and the curriculum and the studies and the exams only became more and more. And then the freedom was lost, the childhood and the happiness, the lightness had to give away to responsibilities, to exams and studies. And then your world started becoming more and more expansive, more complicated. The more that was learned, the more there was value attached to various things. You yourself attached various types of value to different subjects, wanting to do various things, wanting to explore various things. But at that time, what happened? With youth and enthusiasm, everything behind you, everything was like a thirst, isn't it? Everything was a desire to learn, a desire to understand, a desire to experiment, play a new game, learn a new subject, go on different trips so that you can see, explore more and more, understand more and more, isn't it? Everything was something that was being taken in as everything was something that was going to give you happiness. And if something was taken away, if you couldn't go on a trip, if your parents had to cancel something because of some job deadline that they had, you would feel really disappointed, isn't it? If you don't pass an exam, and that was something that you were really wanting to pass with flying colors, then that too also was a cause for sorrow, cause for suffering. And there are some children in life who have not had good childhoods, have come from broken homes, or they have suddenly, because of a parent dying, have had to take responsibility of bringing up their other siblings. So then their own dreams of childhood and education have come crashing down, or was not the way they desired, isn't it? But in any one of these cases, all these objects, people, and everything is a thing that they have taken to be true. How? Through this perception, i.e. the thought. So it is the interaction with the world that is actually bringing the clinging, the aversion, the defilements, and the suffering comes with that. But the Buddha said, this whole thing is just a mechanism. What is getting manifested to the sense faculties is just the way the human mind works, or any mind, the phenomena of the mind works in that manner. Things get manifested, there is a sensation, and from these sensations, the interpretation is provided from the mind, and then the so-called worldly objects get created, and the so-called self-existence, an existent field occurs, and a whole self-concept has ignorantly come about. If not for it is only because of the attribution of this whole so-called world to a self that this suffering actually arises. If any of these objects are considered to be real, whether it is the favorite game, whether it is the TV series that you can't see, or the favorite game that you can't play, or the trip that you can't go, or the studies that you have to do, anything that is making it a thing of value will create a sense of burning sensation, a sense of heaviness, isn't it, within? But it is that sense of that those things existing, isn't it, that makes the person almost driven to achieve it, to do it, or to feel down because one cannot have it, and so on. Always the feeling of stress, the feeling of happiness, the feeling of sorrow, depression, anxiety, worry, jealousy, selfishness. Where do these emotions come from? Where do these feelings come from? These are all emotions that have been experienced by every human being. But they are all arising due to what? Due to taking some object, some person, some worldly object or person in this conventional world to be real. But the truth that has shone a light on this whole aspect of it is that what the Buddha mentioned is that this is all a process. It is not anybody's doing. This whole concept of evolution and extension of the way the vibratory patterns creates the sensations, and the sensations creates different types of objects that are only interpretations, constructs of the mind. But with those constructs, a worldly, so-called world has been formed. And the so-called world then gives rise to a sense of existence. And the sense of existence then gives rise to an alive field, is all a fabrication, all a construct because of that speed of vibration. If not for the speed of vibration, we won't know that there is, if not for the speed of vibration, we won't see a light or bulb as a light. Because all there would be there is just a sparking happening at intermittent intervals. But do we see it like that? No, we see it as a permanent light. How do we see it as a permanent light? Because of the speed in which it is sparking at so many whatevers, that one gets the notion or the feeling that there is permanent light. Now imagine that the vibration that occurs in the eye is actually the same phenomena. Just like lightning, when it occurs, lightning occurs in the dark sky and it illuminates the whole sky. as if there is almost daylight. It is the same phenomenon that occurs in the eye. If the vibration does not happen in the eye, then there is no vibration that can telepathize with another vibration outside in order to give the sensation or manifestation of light. So the sensor faculty plays a part, but it only plays the part of the vibration, helping the vibration manifest a sensation of light. But then what happens? So if not for the eye, even that is not there. If there is a blind person, the vibration doesn't even occur. So then the entire world that gets created through the manifestation of light is not there for that blind person. So if not for the sensor faculties, can you actually say that there is a world? Or if all the worldly objects arising from that manifestation of light, which then gets turned into different and distinguished by giving different names, as tree, car, road, house, job, sky, and so on, not job, sky, and so on. All those are things that are considered as being seen in the outside world. But what is actually happening, they're all getting constructed in the mind, in this thought. It is the thought that does a spin on those sensory perceptions in order to give rise to a notion called tree, a notion called mountain, a notion called boat, ship, plane, and so on. In the same way, every other object that is getting created or constructed from the ear sensor, from the tongue sensor, from the nose or smell sensor, and from the bodily sensations of heat, cold, and so on, collectively give us different objects. One object alone can also have all these permutations from these different sensory perceptions. If we take, for example, a chair, now all that would have been shown at the very beginning would have been just a picture of a chair and a sound associated with it. But later on, maybe the teacher in the classroom would have got the child to touch a chair and say, this is what a chair feels like. It is made of wood, it's hard, it has 4 legs, and so on and so forth. So gradually, through perceptions, right from the beginning, the child, with gradual reinforcement of the same message, starts learning about a chair, about a table, about an orange, about a ball, about an apple, about a lion, and so on. And so the list goes on. The same thing with smell, the fragrance of a jasmine, the smell of an eraser. The eraser has that nice little rubber kind of smell. Various smells like that are learned. The same thing with taste, the same thing with touch. The softness of the petals of a flower, the watery sensation of water running between one's fingers, and so on. These are all taught. And so unknowingly, forgetting almost that these things have been taught, these perceptions get embedded, entrenched in these so-called perceptions. But what actually happens the moment when something is seen, the sound, the association of sound, or just the sound emanating of water, for example, would give the notion, the perception will arise through the telepathization of past perceptions with the new perception, and will give rise to the sensation of that water is neutral in color. That water is like, liquid, is a liquid, that it can be drunk, that it can be stored in bottles or fridges or tanks or in all kinds of forms. And when it rains, it's drops of water and so on. So all these things come together through this combination of the manifestation occurring in the sense of faculties. Because the fact that the water is neutral in color comes from the learning, the perception through the eye sensor. Because the light sensation cannot come from the ear or the tongue or anywhere else. It is coming from the eye consciousness. What is generated through the eye consciousness gives rise to the sensation called light. And from that, one discerns through perception that the water is neutral in color. Then the liquidity aspect is discerned through the bodily sensation. The fact that what is coming in touch to the fingers is a liquid feeling, a feeling that it is liquid. But who actually called it liquid? How did we identify that it is liquid? That is also from the mind, isn't it? A thought, perception. So in this manner, every object would have either one or two or three of these perceptions arising from these sense faculties from which this world and worldly objects are discerned. But the discerning of these objects can only happen through a perception, meaning a thought, and a thought alone. So ultimately, isn't this entire world, whether it is objects that you are associating with, objects that you are possessing, people that you are associating, people that you are fond of, people that you are not so fond of, your family, your precious children, your father, mother, your job, your career, society, conventions, norms, values. What is, values, what we deem as values in one culture are not necessarily the same in another culture. What you deem as your what is accepted in your society is not necessarily what is accepted in another society. So in that sense, can you then consider that to be the fundamental truth? No, the truth can't have two versions. The truth can't change from nation to nation, culture to culture, society to society. But what is learned, isn't that what happens? What you think is acceptable in a way that needs to, how one person has to behave. The social etiquette is not the social etiquette in another country. What you think is absolutely rude might be perfectly acceptable in another culture. So does that mean, that other culture is wrong and you're right? Isn't that just a perception? That somebody in that culture will think that that in this culture the people are completely having an unacceptable behavior. But then does that make that person's perception right? That person's thought right? But that is only that perception, isn't it? If it is the perception, so 8 billion people can have different perceptions about everything, depending on whatever perception that became real to them when it was being reinforced over and over again. So they would consider it to be real, just like they consider the world to be real. They consider these things without knowing that they are merely perceptions. They consider these things to be real, and so too their own behavior towards these various things. Why do we have wars now? Why do we have different countries fighting for all kinds of things which don't make any sense at all to another part of the world? Why do we have this power grabbing? Why do we have this wealth, the collection of wealth? And some people live so simply, without anything in the world, and they're supremely happy. How does that even happen? Isn't that also through perception? one might think that one cannot live without the house and the 3-story house, or the car and the pet dog and all these type of things. And that makes the life and the family complete. And some other person might live just in a very, very basic 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom house or a shack near a paddy field. And his sense of existence is to earn a little income by selling some vegetables on the wayside. And that money is what he has as income. And he might not even have 3 meals for the day. He might have just only 1 meal in the family. They might be able to barely, get their children educated, but they would still probably be leading happier lives than the person in the wealthy home. So all this is based on just a perception, isn't it? If the perception and whatever it is considered to be real, if objects and persons are then given value to, then the breaking up, that object is no longer there. The object is subject to degradation, or if it is a person, subject to sickness, to death, then there is a clash, isn't it? Suddenly the world has come down. Suddenly this beautiful world that has been created has fallen down. So understanding this mind and the mechanics of it and what is causing suffering is taking these worldly objects to be true. And when the taking of the worldly objects to be true, the sense of existence that gives, and the alive feel that one gives, and the false sense of self that is getting created, is the aspect that is being taught, that is being promulgated by this truth and the true Dhamma. And when one understands how this whole mind and the mechanism works, it is understood to be nothing but just a system, a natural phenomena, because the vibration that is occurring in this, as long as the sense of faculties and as long as there is breath coming in and out of this human body or any living species, or species for that matter, if there is that breath, then the faculties will work, and if the faculties are working, if it is not damaged, then there is to that extent, due to the speed of vibration and occurrence of a sensation, a feeling, and that feeling is then misinterpreted or misunderstood. The interpretation is actually also happening, because again, that is also part of the mechanism. But the unfortunate part of it is that the giving rise to an existent field is also an extension of that same mechanism. But then, from that point onwards, the vibration, the existent field, and the power that it is given to that existent field will then extend to the fact that there is then the notion that there is a person here or a self here, and that a life field and the power that is generated by that alive field only creates this false sense of view, false sense of self. And finally, it is the understanding of this mechanism which then brings about the realization that actually this whole thing was just a mechanism. The more one considers this world to be true, the power that is underlying that single vibration that was the original cause, then actually has gained so much momentum, so much multiplication, so much of magnification, to the point that has then become the self. again through ignorance, again through unknowing. That power that has got generated, the more and more the objects are considered to be real, the power has magnified, the power has multiplied. And it is that power that is then what is called the self, which is why there is such a desire to live. There is such a desire to experience things. The experiencing of objects gives rise, gives fire, fuel to that power, the vibration. And it is that gives that undercurrent. Current meaning the sense of being alive. So unknowingly, unerringly, this system is creating this so-called wrong self-view. But by shining the light on this through understanding this pure truth, what happens? It is this whole system is then turned on its head. The vibration that is happening in one direction, gaining momentum and creating the power to not then finish even when this last breath in this human body is gone. If that power is still generating and continues to generate, then that vibration, when this respiration stops, will telepathize to another vibration. And so the samsaric cycle of birth and death will continue. But if the truth is well understood and the mechanism of the mind, the construction is well understood, the reasons, the cause for that power to generate, the power to sustain its momentum gradually starts to dissipate, gradually starts to dissolve. And that is done purely through penetrative insight, purely through understanding how these sense faculties work, how these sensations of light, touch, sound, taste, and smell occur, that these occur also due to only the speed of vibration. And the more one actually engages in this penetrative insight, wisdom starts arising and the inner awakening, the inner transformation gradually occurs. The vibration that was the cause of this human suffering then is gradually dissipating. The power that is underlying that so-called existent field, the so-called alive field, the self, the ego that gets fueled by this undercurrent, by this power, is gradually dissolving. The inner transformation that occurs from within is something that cannot be actively done, but it is through the seeing of the pure truth, through the application of the pure truth in one's day-to-day life, in understanding the thought that occurs in this very moment as being a perception and a perception alone, will then actually give rise to the non-vibration. The vibration has no power to sustain itself. And with that, and the gradual fading of the defilements, which we actually call asavakka jnana in Pali, the fading of the defilements will give rise to the inner awakening, the inner transformation, where one will still get about one's daily life, but that burning, the heaviness, the sorrow, by taking objects and things to become a thing, to considering them to be real, all that is then broken down. All that does not have any meaning anymore. One still gets about one's obligations, one still gets about living a normal life. That doesn't change, but that the attitudinal shift, the shift that this world is no longer real, gives that vibration and doesn't give the vibration an impetus to continue, an impetus to sustain itself or to sustain the momentum. And because of that very reason, it slows down. and it slows down and dissolves or dissipates, whatever you want to call it, to the point where it finally loses its value. And when that value becomes zero, is the realization or the becoming of non-vibration, which is the ultimate state of Buddhahood or Arahathood, which is what this true Dhamma is about. And that is the end of suffering. And so the understanding of this, the application of it, is the path in the Dhamma. And we invite all Dhamma friends to first understand this true Buddhist philosophy, the never heard before Dhamma, as we call it, and engage in discussions, engage in the practical application of it, and realize the non-vibration and the peace and the inner transformation that it can bring. Tevot Sarnai.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Father Namaskara Karami Aryan Vahanse, Avasarai. As usual, now we are going to start the Dhamma discussion. So when we talk about this Dhamma, through Dhamma, so we have found these two Dhamma through these Buddothpado discourses, which is really very valuable for all of us. When we go on this path, actually, as Aryan Vahanse says, it is not anything special. It is not
anything special, although we think that that is something very heavy, or we have to have a big burden on that. So this is really practical. When we talk about this Buddothpado discourses, once you follow these discourses, so that is really we can apply it to our day-to-day life, the practical side. Most probably, it is shown in these Buddothpado discourses. The practical side is the most important side in these Buddothpado discourses, where we do not find anywhere else. Rather than doing meditating and all, we do not find this practical side in all other sermons, in other forms of sermons, where the other monks and all, they preach. The ultimate truth we can find in these Buddothpado discourses. So we have this opportunity in day-to-day life. We have this opportunity. If someone wants to get this, if someone wants to engage in, if someone wants to see the real path, we have this, we can gain it through various forms, where we have a lot of platforms actually. If I say Zoom discussions, books, written books, papers, magazines, and also where the places these practical sessions are held around the world actually. In Sri Lanka, there are a lot we find now. So because of this, most of the people are gathered to find what this true Dhamma is. Actually, we find this true Dhamma there, where we can feel, where we can stop our suffering, where we can awaken to the moment, where we can awake to the moment actually, where we can awake to the moment. That is what it says. Most probably there are people who say they have listened to these sermons for a long time. For a long time they have listened, but sometimes they are unable to understand what it says. So Aran Maharaj says, Mohotata avadiya is the most important thing. That is what being awake, or the meaning of Mohota. Actually, the Mohota means being awake. When we talk about our thoughts, they are called Nama and Rupa. This Mohota actually, this Mohota, or this moment actually, it is covered. It is covered by these thoughts. The most important thing actually, and also what we have to understand is this thought. Because we are always with our thoughts, nothing else. Even when we do this type of writing, speaking, or do some work, so always, even in speeches, even everything, it is we use thoughts. First of all, everything is coming as a thought. So these thoughts are coming from one of our six senses actually. Thoughts or aramuno stimulus, we can say even stimulus. So all these things comes all these things, or one thought, if we say, an aramuna, if we say, that comes from one of our six senses actually. What are these six senses? These six senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind consciousness. The most important thing that we have to understand. So when we talk about even that, when we think about sita, that is also a thought. So when a thought, a stimulus comes to our mind, it disappears as soon as it comes. You can experience it. Once a thought comes, it disappears. When you see something outside, just imagine if it is a jack tree. When you see a jack tree, so that is one thought. You never think of it, but it is a thought, but we have to understand. So right after the jack tree, if you look at the coconut tree, that is another thought. A thought will come and another thought will, once the thought comes, it disappears and another thought comes. Another thought immediately arises once one thought is disappears. That is the nature of our mind. That is what you have to understand. So this is what you have to understand actually. If we can identify, if we are clever enough to identify, to see, if I say see one thought properly, if we are able to see one thought properly, that means you are able to see all the thoughts that comes to your mind. That means just like just imagine now, if there is a tree, if there is a tree with 5,000 leaves. If you want to identify one of the leaves in this tree, you can observe one leaf. By identifying one leaf, you can tell about the other rest of the leaves of the tree. So that is a good example actually. So rather than observing all 5,000 leaves of the tree, if it is a coconut tree, rather than understanding all the leaves in a tree, if you can understand one leaf of a tree, that would be better than finding out all the leaves of the tree. So likewise, if you can identify one thought at a time it comes, that arises, that is better than looking at the rest of the thoughts, just like looking at that leaf of a tree. What we are unable to see is that one thought properly, that one thought, looking at that thought. So how easy this is, you see now. If it is the coconut tree, so you have to identify about only that thought. So once you identify that thought properly, that means you identify all the rest. Unfortunately, identifying that one thought is also has become very difficult for us. This is in your mind actually. Just imagine now, even if you think of something that happened in the past. Now, when we are thinking about something that happened in the past, we think about it at the present moment. Can you understand what I say? Now, if we are thinking, if we are thinking about something in the past, we think about it at the present moment. Now we are talking or thinking at the present. Just imagine something happened in the future. We are thinking about the future. That is also, we are thinking at present. So that is why it is said, Aran Hanse in Kalyana Mitran Hanse says that we should understand there is always one thought at this moment, at this moment. That means Mohota being awake, this moment. So everything is, we have to talk about this moment. Because when we talk about the past, just imagine the past, it has already gone. The future, when we talk about the future, it hasn't come. When we take a thought of the past, it is the thought of a present moment. So everything, even it is in the past, even it is in the future, it is at the present moment. There is no other thought. It is in the present. That means being awake to Muhurta. There is no other thought actually. Nothing else exists at this moment. So we have to feel that one thought. Just imagine now one thought. So we have to think about that one thought that is arising in this moment. So that is the most important thing. Once you understand it, mohotata avadiya. It is saying mohotata avadiya. So it arises in this moment. So later on, you can understand that even the thought does not exist, and that is also a lie actually. The thought that what you think is a lie. So there is nothing called like that. Later on, once you understand this Dhamma, when you go on the path of Nirvana, you will find that. So most probably, to understand all these things, so that is what the understanding of this sita or the thought, aramuna, so everything. So the practical sessions are done. The most important thing is these practical sessions are done. Even Buddhist philosophy, where the Buddhist philosophy is taught, where we have lost actually, where Lord Buddha has taught us 2600 years ago, what Lord Buddha has preached now. The same thing, our Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse is preaching us. That is why we are really fortunate, because he has revealed this truth, the ultimate truth he has revealed. Because of that, we are really fortunate to hear that what Lord Buddha said 2006 years ago, just as the same. So, mm, So to get actually not the knowledge, the practice. This is not the knowledge. Most probably we can have knowledge even from books and all, from schools or Dhamma, as completely different thing they say. But here, as our spiritual leader says, um, the practical sessions, even once you get into these Zoom discussions or Pratipada practical sessions, so there you can gain this and you can practice it at home as well. Once you practice it, you can discuss it with our Kalyana Mitrayanan Wahanse straight away. Straight away you can talk to him and you can solve if you have any problem. The most important thing is that if you have any kind of problem where you are stuck, that is the most important thing. We know now when we go for these meditation sessions and all, or whatever the other things. So sometimes these leaders, they don't know. If we ask a question beyond what is given in the syllabus, they will not be able to answer these questions. So it is not so in Buddothpado sermons. So whatever the problem, where the place we have to be taken the correct path. So where he is guiding each and everybody. So each and everybody, that is what he says, Kamatahan, he is giving Kamatahana. So the most important thing is that, so different stages are there to give these Kamatahan and all. So Buddothpado sermons have become one of the most important things in one's life today, because it helps us to uh, light our burden, our suffering. That is what it says. This is once you come to the once you being awake to this moment, once you understand this Dhamma, it is really interesting. It is really interesting, and it is very easy to live in the society better than how you lived. So suffering will become zero when you understand this Dhamma, this true Dhamma. So that is the most important thing. Most of the time everybody is burning, everybody is suffering a lot. Even they do not know that they are suffering. Even before finding these Buddothpado sermons, we didn't know about our thoughts. We didn't think about our thoughts. We were thinking about these pujas, alms givings, offering flowers. But we understood, once you follow these discourses, we understood that this is not the correct path to this nirvana. So our eyes were opened after hearing this through Dhamma. So really, people are fortunate to hear this true Dhamma, because we didn't know that we were in the wrong path. So we thought the only way of eradicating this suffering is doing meditation or engaging in different pujas, alms giving, kapruk pujas, dana and all, and so on. So it is completely different. With this understanding, always our spiritual teacher says that you do not want to stop all these things. You can do better than that with this understanding. That's true. Once you have good knowledge, once you understand this, that means once you understand this, once you are awakened to this moment, Mohotata avadiya, once you know this, once you have zero suffering, you know what to do and what not to do. This is a feeling, a kind of feeling. It is a feel. Once you feel that, and you are not trying to find Buddha outside.
So it says clearly, there is, we don't want to worship these statues or statues made out of cement or whatever the thing that is, or even wood or something like that. It is, the Buddha is within yourself. It is inside. So once you understand this Dhamma, you find that. So even inside, when there is nothing, you are at last you realize there is nothing called this. Even there is nothing called even what we have already, what we tried our level best to find. So that is nothing at last, zero. So this is really beautiful. If somebody can understand this Dhamma, that is real beautiful. The state of Buddha, that means Buddha is not, although we worship, Buddha is not a human being, animal or a human being or Brahma or whatever, it is not. That is what Lord Buddha said. After realizing this, that is what Upaka, Lord Buddha said. Upaka was asking while he was coming, after realizing this truth, he was looking for his teachers. So on the way he was coming, he met Upaka. The hermit called Upaka. So once Upaka saw this Buddha, Upaka asked, "Who are you?" Then Buddha said, no, Upaka asked whether you are a human being. No. A Brahma? No. Animal? Living being? So he asked several questions from Lord Buddha. He said, no, that is what I am Buddha, the state of Buddha. So that is what he said. Anyway, Upaka missed there, and later on he came again. He had to face so many things, and he came back in search of the Buddha, and later on he realized. So that is the story. That is what Buddha said. So this is not a human being, Brahma, or whatever the so-called. So here we have to, that state of Buddha actually, we have to understand that. We have to feel that. That is the most important thing. So once you feel it, once you realize it, you will not try to find, outside world also you will not try to find. As it says, when we talk about this mundane world, so you don't find it. Once you identify that non-existing field, this non-existing field, that is what Lord Buddha said, non-existing field. Once you identify that non-existing field, you are not trying to find out anything from outside. Although outside is there, somebody will misunderstand this. Actually, there is nothing outside. No, that is not so. Outside is there. Outside, I mean that mundane world. So it is there. Once you identify or being awakened to the moment, you understand that only this moment. So you don't try to find everything from outside. There is no inside and outside for the person who identify this. That means selflessness, this non existing feeling, no I, my, mine feeling. So that is what that means not outside, not at the world, not at others, but within ourselves. Everything we are searching, peace. When we talk about peace, even freedom, happiness, even charity,
It is not somewhere far away. It has never been far away. It has always been here. So from the moment we are born, actually, from the moment we are born, even from the Montessori, so we are taught something very powerful. That is, this is you. So that is how it gives. This is you. That is how this illusion me starts. This is you. This is your ball. This is your name. Even these are your targets. These are your failures. This is your story. This is your sister, brother, father. So slowly what is happening? Step by step, what are we doing? We build an identity. So that is the most important thing here. So which we did not have, but we are step by step, gradually, we build an identity. So if I ask you something like this, who are you without your name? Without your name, who are you? So if you do not have any memories, just imagine you don't have any past. So there is something deeper. Because we are always protecting a type of character that we think we are. That is why we are always trying to protect our character. That means I, my, mine. So that is what. So we want to protect that. So we are clinging to that. So we want to protect that because actually we are really busy to protect it. Even when we think about the status, so we try to maintain our status in society. So I try to think about a character. We build up a character. So because of this, I think the root of suffering starts. Why do we suffer? We suffer because we want to maintain that suffering. That is what somehow or other we don't know. We want to cling because if it is pleasure, we cling to pleasure. We cling, we try to hang people. We cling to our identity. So when life changes, and life always changes, we resist. Just look at a river. A river flows around rocks. River is not arguing. It doesn't say, this way I can't go. This is not the path I should go. This should not be there. So river is it flows, which is completely different like us. We do not flow actually. We are fighting. We are fighting. That is the pain. That is the suffering actually. So everything changes. Impermanence. Our body changes. Our thoughts change. Our emotions change. Our relationships change. Even what we believe, the beliefs, our beliefs, they are also changing. But we think that the things should stay the same. when we become successful, you think that it should never end. Just imagine when you are young, so you think that this is permanent, and you are trying to maintain that. Young, if young in the sense, so you try to maintain permanence. So once you understand that the impermanence, that is kind of wisdom. If things did not change, growth would be impossible. If pain did not change, healing would be impossible. Change is not the enemy, actually, attachment is. I will be happy, I will be peaceful, I will be complete after. Even after more money, after more success, after. So you cling. So you cling to things, even money, success. So all these things, you try to cling. Just imagine if we buy a car, we want the next edition of that car. So will be next. So likewise it goes. When we get what we want, the mind quickly moves to the next desire. That is the nature of this mind. Now you can see there are very richest people in the world. So they don't satisfy with anything. They want the next. If they have discovered, they never satisfied with what they have discovered. They want to discover the next. So that is the nature of this mind. They think that is the success. That is the success of the whole world. That is the technology. Maybe they think, and they are trying to lead a very luxurious life. Do you think that is what we are talking about in this Dhamma? No. It is like drinking salty water. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. There is when we talk about the power of awareness, there is something extraordinary within you. Actually, there is something extraordinary within you. So it is simple ability to observe. Actually, observe your thoughts, observe your emotions. Even you can observe your reactions. So when anger arises, instead of I am angry, at least this point it is very important. At least I am angry. You are thinking I am angry. Just notice anger is present. When sadness arises, instead of I am sad, or I am broken hearted, or instead of that, just notice sadness is here instead of I. This is very small, very simple actually, but this small shift changes everything. Because there you are not the emotion there. Actually, this is a very important point where you can understand So instead of thinking about I, just imagine sadness is there. This is that practical sessions what we say, sadness is there. Instead of I. That is what? You are the awareness witnessing it. And awareness is free there. Now when we talk about the freedom, it is not running away. True freedom is not running away. True freedom is actually, it is being fully present without attachment. Just imagine if you have true freedom, if you feel this freedom, that you can live in a busy city and be free. As Aryan Mahansa says, just like a cube of ice in the middle of fire. So you can live like that, living in a busy city and be free. So calm and quietness is there. Once you understand this freedom or non-existing feeling, so it is just like something like that. Just like a cube of ice in a fireplace or burning fire. You can have responsibilities. And everything is there. Responsibilities are there. And also outside is also there. Problems are there. But the thing is understanding. You understand. You have that freedom, liberation of your mind. That is what it says. So you are free from all these things. That is the liberation of mind. And about understanding the inside. So there is no duality between inside and outside. Once you are aware this Dhamma, once you are aware this, there is no I, my mind there, no suffering is there. So you will understand that that inside and outside there is no deviation. Ajata Bahida it says. So that is what. So it's really interesting. Because now what you have in your mind is a misunderstanding that you are attached to everything. It is simply a misunderstanding. It believes that I am separate, I am alone, I must defend myself, I must prove myself. But when you look deeply, you see something amazing. When separation dissolves, compassion arises naturally. When you understand that everyone is struggling with their own illusions, fears, and attachments, something softens inside you. So you stop judging so quickly. You stop reacting so harshly. You begin to see everyone is trying to be happy. Everyone is trying to avoid pain. Even when they act wrongly, compassion is not weakness, it is clarity. So, actually, when you eat, just eat. When you walk, just walk. When you listen, truly listen. Most of us are never here. That is the most probably you all have. Although sometimes we can identify that people are talking with us, but their mind is somewhere else. So they are talking about something else. Even while talking, they are thinking about something else. Although their mouth works, their mouth is working, but mind is somewhere else. Is that what we say awaken to the moment? No. Most of them are talking, they are in yesterday. When we talk about ourselves sometimes, we are in yesterday, we are in tomorrow. But life only exists now. That is what this true Dhamma says. Only exists now. Where peace can exist. Not in memory. It is not in imagination actually, only here. Letting go does not mean you stop controlling or demanding or obeying your expectation. So one day, actually, this is the realization that you can get. If you sit quietly enough, if you observe deeply enough, you can realize something profound actually. There is no solid, permanent self to defend. No I, my, mine there. Non-existing feeling. You will feel it. So there is only flowing experience. So there is only flowing experience and there is awareness. What do you call that? Mohotata avadiya. That is what? Awareness. So once you realize that, there will be no fear. You don't cling on weaknesses. You don't suffer. And also your life will change because understanding is arising. That once you understand that, when you understand that actually, when understanding arises, you will feel that suffering becomes zero. But now the thing is that what I said was you can actually observe your thoughts. If I say watch your thoughts, yes, observe your thoughts, observe your reactions. Now you can notice and how your mind clings, how it resists. It gently, patiently actually return to awareness. This awakening, in the sense, you can't find it in the temple or in the school or in a book or somewhere else, even not in the future. So it is in the silent awareness that is listening right now. So be present, be aware, and you will discover that what you are searching for. Actually, you will never miss it If you find it, you will never miss it. So all these Buddothpado sermons, if you try to follow all these Buddothpado, actually, if you are clever enough, you don't want to follow all these Buddothpado sermons, maybe within the period that is up to you, within that period, you will be able to maybe you will be able to uh, 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 you will be able to aware, you will be able to feel this as this is some kind of a feeling. So your suffering will be eradicated. That is at the word, it becomes zero. So to aware this, what you have to do is you have to have a strong determination. The most important thing, you have to have that patience. That is another thing. So determination, and also you should believe it. You should trust it. Once you have all these things, no doubt you will identify. You will feel. You will feel this true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2600 years ago, and Aryan Mahanse is giving it to the whole nation right after now. So it's just like the Buddha has given us. So if you are fortunate enough, you can feel it. If not, we are really unfortunate, because he is doing a great sacrifice. Instead of his life, he's doing a great sacrifice to give this true Dhamma to the whole nation. So it is our duty to uh, feel it, study it. First, we have to study it. After studying it, we can feel it. So it is our duty, it is up to us to take it. So the time is up right now. As usual, I will say, may we have the courage to see this true Dhamma clearly. May the flame of wisdom illuminate our lives. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment. And may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි. බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. May the triple gem bless you, all our Dhamma friends. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Good evening, everybody. Everyone's Sunny and everyone's Sunny, all the friends. Let's continue our Dhamma discourse. So we'll see how the thoughts are created and why inside and outside are not real. When thoughts, they does not appear on its own. It is formed, it is constructed, it is formed from a contact, a habit, from a repetition. Before thought, there is just a simple contact, a simple vibration, a sense of contact of it. That contact itself is very simple, less powerful. It's a spark. A sound wave occurs. We call it hearing. A color occurs. We call it seeing. A sensation occurs. We call it the touch sensor. A taste occurs. We call it taste sensor. Likewise, a smell occurs. A smell vibration occurs. We call it smell sense. This meeting is quiet. It does not announce itself because it is quiet. It is usually overlooked. The next moment is the recognition. Recognition is the feeling of this familiarity, but it's not true. It is an illusion created by our mind consciousness. It is the repetition. When it appears, our mind consciousness starts the work. When thoughts are occurring, they don't appear as thoughts. They are occurring as a combination of images, sound waves, taste vibrations, smell vibrations, texture or feeling, touch vibrations, and more thoughts related to it, more feelings related to it. But any of those thoughts or contacts doesn't belong to that present contact. That present contact is a simple contact, less heavier, less power. They belong to the past contact. But because they appear now, they are taken as present. But what really happened at this present moment is simple vibration from one of the sensors occurred. This is how a thought occurs. A thought is made. Thought is the meeting of a present contact with the past conditioning. The present provides the spark, past provides the fuel, and the flame that appears right now is called a thought. The flame has its power, that thought has its own power. It's not same as the power from the other senses. Thought power is different from the senses, sensor contacts that join or combine to create. The thought feels whole, but it is built from many parts. Well, a thought of a child, an infant, or the child who's in this learning age is very simple, is less powerful. But when we keep going through life and the ages passes, years passes, that thought reach more powerful day by day. It was added with more thoughts, more senses, more data, more information. This creation of a thought is not seen. Because it is not seen, the built thing, the thought, is taken as the reality. But when the building is seen, the built thing is known as constructed, an illusion, a fake. Then we can understand the illusion we are living in. This thing does not stop thought. It stops the confusion, the wrong view, the wrong perception about the thought. Once we see a thought as how it is really is, then we stop trying to stuck in that illusion. We start to see through the fake reality. Let's see. Let's take a sound vibration. A sound appears. That sound is only a vibration. That vibration does not say what it is. That vibration does not say what it means. Meaning appears when the mind consciousness telepathizes the vibrations that's similar to that sensor contact, that sound vibration. Now it comes as a thought.
This thought includes images linked to that sound vibration, feelings linked to that sound vibration, bodily reaction linked to that sound vibration, more words, more thoughts linked to that vibration, taste react to that sound, smell react to that sound. These appear together as one event, and it is called a thought. The thought feels rich, powerful, heavy, burden. This richness does not belong to the present sound though. What really happened was we just heard a sound vibration occurred, and it diminished. Does that say anything about itself? No. Then our mind consciousness start to comment on it. It shows us and color related to it, an image, a taste related to it, a smell related to it. But those things, those colors, tastes, smells didn't occur right at this moment. They were from past. They were from the thought that created in the past. But when we hear the sound right at this moment, we get that old thought. Then people start to see through the world from that thought. But it was past. It was gone, occurred, and it disappeared. This sound is fresh, a new one, but people are unable to see. They think what they saw past is this one. And now they are seeing through this new vibration, through that wrong glasses, that wrong view, through the lenses of that past. Now, what they use at this moment is past. If they start to live in this moment, they just hear just a sound vibration. But if they start to see through the past lenses, they see through a thought. This is why this one sound, just one sound vibration can bring a whole scene, a whole world. Our ignorance is believing that is the truth, taking it as the reality. This scene was not in the sound. This scene was in those thoughts, work of mind, in those conditions. They come out of nowhere. They just not stored in some random place like brain or memory or anything. It just teleports to this moment, like it's like out of nowhere. The same process happens with seeing. A color is generated from the icing. Seeing itself is simple. It's just a bunch of colors. Those colors doesn't say what it is. Those shapes doesn't say what it is. Naming appears afterward. Naming gathers many past impressions into one world. The world is not in the color. The world is supplied by habit, by the thought itself. This is how the world appears as named things. The naming is useful, the function for communication, but the naming is not reality itself. We can keep using it, but knowing the truth that it is not the truth is not the reality. Reality in contact is simple appearance. Right now, we just hear a sound or see a picture. But if we try to see through the past lenses, we see through thoughts, we see a tree, a book. But if we live in this moment, we just see a color, we just hear a sound vibration. Reality in contact is simple appearance, but the thoughts as the structure, more data. It is useful, but it is not the truth. When this is seen, thought can be used without being taken as the reality, without being believed, without getting tangled into. Then the thought becomes a tool, not a ruler, not a decider. Thought also builds the sense of this inside and outside. Before a thought, there is no inside or outside, like for a child or an infant in a cot. He just hears a sound and that's it. He doesn't know it's a sound or not. It's just his ear hears a sound and that's it. He just perceives colors and that's it. But when we learn about those, we think, we start to believe there is an outside, and on the contrary, we start to believe there is a me, a person, an I-ness who experience this outside. So, before a thought, there is no inside or outside. There is only sound, a color, any bodily sensation like touch or taste or smell. This division, this inside out, appears after labeling a thought. Some sessions labeled as me, and the rest are labeled as the outside world. But when we look at the outside, when we believe there is something outside, that outside thing, that object that is called real, is the me, I-ness itself in the other side. in the inside. This labeling process, this creation of a thought process, is also learned. As a child, the body was pointed out in front of a mirror. This is you. This reflection is you. This is how you look. This is your body. This is your eyes, nose, ears. This is how you look. And at the same time, objects were pointed out. This is not you, but this is this. This is a book. This is a vase. This is a bottle. This is a toy. This is food. This is water. This training created a habit of dividing experiences and habit of creating thoughts non-stop. It is useful for function, but it is not found in the simple contact from a sensor. Contact is not divided. The division is a pattern of a thought. Contact never says, I am from outside and you are the one who's experiencing it. It just occurred and vanished, passed away. But the mind consciousness, thoughts, says, I am affected by that. There was something occurred in outside and it happened to me. I am experiencing that. Because these patterns, this learning habit repeats, these thoughts repeat, it starts to feel natural because we have got used to it. Now it feels natural. This naturalness is not the truth because now we are taking it as the reality. We're not trying to see through it. We are just believing it as this is the reality. That's the wrong view. That's the illusion. That's actually the ignorance. When a sensation appears in the body, the label inside and outside appears. This label is not in the sensation itself. It is added by habit. When color and sound appear, the label outside and inside appears. The label is not in the color or the sound. It is added by the habit. This is how inside or me, myself, I-ness and outside are created moment by moment. They are not formed, but they are made. Seeing this does not destroy the world. It removes the wrong view, wrong perception, the extra belief in that division is the reality itself. Thoughts also builds this continuity. It's just not that just one thought occurs it vanishes and takes another long time to occur another thought. No, it happens every time rapidly. One of our senses, or any one of our senses, whether it's our ear or nose or tongue or eyes or touch, and the thoughts related to those senses also occurs rapidly, speedily, fast. We cannot even see through it, figure it out. How many thoughts occurs, how many sparks are happening. We are stuck in a speed, actually. Since everything is happening so fast, it feels like a continuity, continuing movie, just like a movie in a movie theater. It has frames, different frames, and the sense contacts are just like that. But it happens very fast. So the sensor contacts are also sparking very fast. And now that those frames build a movie, a continuing movie. Likewise, our sensor contacts creates the continuing sensations, body movement, thoughts. It feels like we are living, we are existing. One contact appears, and then another contact appears. Our mind consciousness links those. That rapid speed aid it. The linking creates the sense of a stream. The stream is not in contact. It is in the linking from the mind consciousness. It doesn't stop that. It doesn't stop just from the continuity. It also creates a duality. There is an inside, an I-ness, a me to experience this. And there is this outside, that is me experiencing. Even though we separate it at this moment, but when it's actually happening, we cannot separate it. It happens all together. What we see outside is the me, this I-ness itself. So this linking, this continuity creates a sense of thinker, a person, me, myself, an I-ness moving through those experiences. But the thinker is not found in any single thought and any single moment, any single sensor contact, actually. The thinker is the feeling created by the linking thoughts together, that continuity, that rapid fast occurrences. This linking, it's not done by someone. It is a natural phenomenon, a natural occurrence. Thoughts are created naturally. Nobody does it. Nobody owns it. Nobody does it. Habit also does not need any intention. It only needs repetition. For example, let's say we are practicing something. Let's say we are practicing to play a musical instrument. At first, at the beginning, we know nothing. But when we use it as a habit, when we keep practicing it, it becomes to a point where we know it, where it becomes natural. Now it's really hard to go back to where we were begin. That's also happen with the thoughts. That repetition has created this familiarity, this naturalness. Now we think it's the reality. This is how identity forms. Certain thought patterns repeat around certain sensations. Because they repeat, they feel like me. The feeling of me is not in the sensation itself. It is in the repeated interpretation, thought, mind consciousness. This interpretation is not wrong, but it is not the reality itself. Seeing this loosens the weight of the identity, loosens the power, the heaviness. It remains useful for function, but it is not taken as this is the reality, this is the truth. This is how the outside is, the inside is. Thought doesn't stop there. That continuity, that mind consciousness also builds time. At first, we learned about time. Our parents, our teachers told us about time. This is past, this is present, this is future, and how to read a clock. And once we are always using it, that time concept, now it has become natural. And now it is in our lives, and now we think there's actually past, present, and future. So the thoughts are the reason that time was built. Time is also another thought, a big concept to make us, to make our life easy, our day-to-day work easy. It's for communication, but it's not the truth. This Dhamma is a timeless Dhamma because it sees through it. It sees through that everything is not real. They are all mind-created world, a sensory-created world. Let's see how thought builds a time, a sense of time. Contact appears right now. Our mind consciousness supplies a thought. That thought says before, even though the contact appears right now, that thought related to that contact was created in the past. So now we are seeing that contact through the thought that built in the past. We are actually seeing the past at this moment. That's one part of the illusion. And this illusion says, before, I have experienced this before, and it is the same thing now I'm experiencing right at this moment. To memory, the mind consciousness says, before. And it doesn't stop there. It creates more thoughts, the ones that can occur. Now it gives an after, a future concept. All those are created from thoughts, from mind consciousness. But this linking before and after creates a line, which is called time. But the time itself not found in the contact. Contact just a simple vibration, that's all. There's no future or past or right at this moment or anything in that simple spark, simple vibration. We are thinking it happened now, it has happened before and it will happen. That's all thoughts. Time is not found in that simple contact. It is found in that linking, in that combination, in that thought. Because this thought repeats, time feels continuous. We get used to that. This continuity is also not in the contact. This mind consciousness is the one who plays this role, gives this sense of continuity. This continuity was created from this habit. When you keep using it, you feel it existing, it's there. This thing to thought does not remove the sequence. It removes the belief that everything, even the time, is something real, something found, something real. The thought is, when thought is seen as a constructed, the world, everything we know, everything we use, everything we use to see through a thought becomes a constructed world, a lie, an illusion. Our perception gets corrected, our heaviness reduced, the power for that fake reality, power that has for thoughts reduced, and the world becomes lighter. The sense continues, the thought continues, functioning continues. But what changes is the weight given to the what is constructed, the fire, the suffering we have for so-called outside that we believe is true. When the fire, when the suffering start to reduce, it means that I-ness also reducing, diminishing from the other side. No, you don't get burdened by that fake reality, fake outside world. Well, when we see the truth, after we see the truth, nothing needs to be stopped. Thoughts does not need to be removed. Division does not need to be removed. That inside, outside does not need to be removed. I mean, even if you try to do it, you cannot do it. It can't be done. What changes is only the wrong perception, wrong belief, our ignorance. Then, when a thought appears, it can be seen as appearing. When insight appears, it can be seen as part of labeling another thought. When outside appears, that also can be seen as a part of thought, a labeling, a part of the illusion. The labeling still functions, and it does not need to be believed, but it can be used to ease the life. Belief is but adds weight. If you think the illusion is the reality, is the truth, that power each thought has is way more powerful. It creates the suffering, the burden. After you get to know that you are suffering over an illusion, that power starting to diminish, that weight starting to lose, and you starting to see the world in a light way. It's not burdening anymore. It's just a system that has 6 sensors working. Each sensor occurs, generates colors or sounds or taste or smell or textures or touches and thoughts. There is no owner for it, and there is no existing outside world. It's just a robot, a working machine. There's no burden for the outside because there is no outside in this moment. It's just something occurring, a sound or a color. When belief is not added, when the belief is not taken as the reality, the label thought becomes lighter. The mind conscious becomes less powerful. This way of seeing does not make the world weak. It makes it less heavy. We feel the calmness, the lightness. Then we stop suffering for this illusion, this unnecessary thoughts, this created thoughts, this sensory created world. But there is still sound, there is still color, there is still sensations, and there is still naming, there is still division of function, there is still thoughts. but there is no owner to any of those. There is no person who does those. There is less burden, less fire that has been for this I-ness, the person we believed was in somewhere. What is not added is the senses that these divisions are the reality itself. What has been described is not the belief to adopt. This is not another thought. This Dhamma is guiding us to see through the illusion, not just take it as another thought. Once you get the knowledge, you just have to experiment yourself and try to understand this knowledge, this Dhamma, and try to see through direct perception again. It is something to notice. Noticing is simple. When a sound appears, notice the sound. Before the thought about the sound appears, there is only a simple sound vibration. When the thought appears, notice the thought. Thought occurs and passes away. Nobody does that, and we cannot stop them either. They just happen because of the conditionings. This Dhamma is all about cause and effect Dhamma. Notice that the sound is added to a sound. In the same way, when a sensation appears in the body, notice the sensation. Before the label inside appears, there is only sensation. But when the label appears, notice the label. Now there is no sensation, but a label, an opposite, a thing inside. It is added, but what really present at this moment is just a simple sensation from one of our sense faculties. When color and form appear, notice them as it is, not from objectifying it or as a thought. Before the label outside appears, there's only seeing. When the label appears, notice it as it is. You only can do is seeing it, noticing the thoughts, noticing the colors, the sounds, the taste. You cannot stop the thoughts. It is a natural phenomenon. You are not the owner of the thoughts, so you cannot stop it. It will cease the way, like the way it was aroused, began. This Dhamma reveals that thought is constructed, that so-called outside and inside is constructed. They are all thoughts. They are not the reality. The seeing is quiet. It is the knowingness. It is the wisdom. It doesn't change the experience, but it changes the fire inside us. And that faith, belief of the I knows. Everything starts to become light, less heavy and less burdening. We have enjoyed discussion, discourse, illness and everybody.
to see the correct way of Dhamma, Anatma doctrine, Anatma Sanya. Then you see how it has formed, the tree has formed. Basically, the formation of your mind. You can definitely understand how your soul has formed by yourself. Understand what I said? So every time you have to examine through your organs. There is no person in that. Only it has, your organ has a power or it has a current to generate an image, a sound, a taste, a feel, and a thoughts. It happens automatically. When you add some words, when you see, this is the wrong way. That leads to create soul doctrine. I hope that you have an idea, at least small idea, how you can understand the formation of your mind. Every time when you hear something, when you taste something, when you see something, when you feel something, you have to find out how it has formed. That means the formation of your mind. There is no place for mind even, right? So therefore, go to your childhood and see how many words or collection of data needs to create your world. Just imagine from our childhood up to now, so many things you have in your mind. Because of when you think your mind is, you have a mind, you must struggle or you have to always struggle with your thoughts because you feel it is true. My mind says like that. My mind see like that. I feel it. That is the ignorance we have in our lives. So don't hesitate to understand this concept and don't rush to understand this concept. One day, when you examine this theory very carefully by listening Dhamma Samad, you will be able to understand this is true. That means I has a power to generate that image. The ear has power to generate sound. The tongue has a power to generate taste. The nose has the power of create a fragrance. The body has power to feel whatever outside. That means warm, cold, softness, hardness, everything we feel it when we touch these things, right? Basically, you must have an idea these are five senses. These are not belongs to us. It is our body system. No one is responsible for this body system because it has a natural process. In that natural process, you try to examine carefully where you are. If you feel, when you think your thoughts are right, you have thought, there is a place for thought, there is a mind, I have a mind, I always thinking. No, it is not like that. It comes automatically. Sound plus words is equal to create your mind. Not only that, other things even, right? The basically sound and your voice. That means words. When we add words for a sound, it makes an image or feeling or thought, and it's create a mind. Mind is a thought. Aramunu. In Sinhala it says aramuna. Situvilla. In English it says feel. Thoughts. But these are the words commonly used in English, right? Thoughts, especially thoughts. Thoughts are not true. We are living in an imaginary world. We imagine these are the things we experience. Your imagination is not true. It is wrong. That is why we always try to understand to live from the imagined world and living the real world. So, the Anatma doctrine is very important till you are attained Nibbana. I want to say it again. You won't be able to clear that point at once. It takes time. Don't worry. It takes time according to your capacity, according to your knowledge in that is Satyajnana. It will help you to understand this concept. I want to say we have to examine very carefully your five senses and basically keep in mind it has spark. It is a spark. It has sparks. Eye has a spark. Ear has a spark. Tongue has a spark. Body has a spark. Mind is another spark with all these things, right? Just imagine when you have a current spark. It doesn't know it is a spark even. It doesn't know this is a sound. It doesn't know this is an image. This is a color. It doesn't know this is a taste. The spark doesn't know anything. It comes automatically. It doesn't exist even. It comes and go, comes and go, comes and go. It comes and goes, comes and goes. It happens at a high speed. And we won't be able to understand the speed of it even. When it happens over and over and over again, these sparks, it has a main power to generate. These things are existing every time. That is another main thing in that concept. When it happens over and over again, we think it is there. Tree is there. Book is there. Cold is here. Softness is, I feel softness. Hardness I feel. Why? Because of the speed. At a fraction of a second, your mind works, right? I don't know. I can just even imagine the speed of our mind, right? It is a system. It's like a machine, right? So try to understand this speed of the power every time give us an false idea that everything is there. Everything is alive, not alive. It is a creation in every single moment. It is not a permanent thing even. It is not a permanent thing because creating every second, is there a permanent thing? Can we say like that? No, we can't say. There's not a permanence in there. No non-permanence. So try to understand this concept carefully. It takes time. Don't worry. No hurry. No hurry. You have to examine. When you taste something, you know it is sweet, it is bitter, it has sour. But sour doesn't know it is sour. Your tongue doesn't know it is sour. The object we eat doesn't know it as sour. How? Who says sour? Your mind, because you have previous experiences in your mind. You have a lot of collection of data. When something touch in your tongue, you know this is sour, this is sweet, this is and not sweet, and taste, not taste even. Your mind says because of the data you have in your mind. The data is not complete to give a true idea of your mind. The word you have put for that spark, giving you an false idea. That is the hidden thing inside this concept. I think you get at least a small, at least a small idea what is Anatma Sanya, Anatma doctrine. Try to understand this. Try to understand this noble truth. Our RN Master always try to explain you for everyone, not only you, for me, for everyone in Zoom discussion, the identification of your soul. Every time we think, when you think, the soul is there. There's a person inside, there's a living being inside, but there is no one is inside. Your feelings it's a fantasy. It's not a real world. Real world is, it comes it comes to your feeling, not your thought, not from your thought. It's a hidden thing. It's difficult to explain, but you feel it. There's no person inside. There is no taste inside. It's only a spark. It's only a sense we have. We get from our senses. It's only there are only senses we have in our body, not our body. It's a system. So try to understand this. It will remove your false idea. The person inside you as called a soul will remove little by little. When you take a pot filled with water, think that the water is your thoughts. When you take one drop from that pot to outside, one day the pot will be empty. the data, all the data you have put in your mind will be deleted. There's no, in that process even, no one is doing it. It, it happens automatically. When you go Patisota, when you, it happens automatically. No one is doing it. There's no person. It does not belong to a person. It happens automatically. Actually, I'm telling the truth according to my experiences. It takes time. It doesn't matter for me. When you are in a hurry, you won't be able to feel it. You won't be able to understand it. Take your own time and try to understand this concept, the soul concept. How does it form? How your mind has formed. When you, I think it will help you to remove your idea of a person that you have inside in every thoughts. Understand what I said? So when you think of your eye, that is the main organ we have. No? So when you think of your eye, you know it gives us a shadow, but behind that it has a current. It has a current. That means it is a spark. In general, we can say it is a spark. Now, when you imagine, if you can imagine how that spark shows us an image is there, but we can see from the outside, in other words, right? So, now you know, we are unaware of it. So we always think everything we see coming from the outside, not in your eye, not inside your eye. Why? Because we haven't heard a correct path to identify how that image has formed. It is really important to know how we can see that image or shadow from outside, and we consider it is always coming from the outside. But out there is an object we see from our eye. That object also doesn't know. Now, take an example. It is a book. It doesn't say, now you are going to see me. I am a book. Right? Your lens in your eye doesn't indicate, I am the one doing this part. Because of me, you can see the book. It doesn't say, right? And the power that generates inside the eye doesn't say, no, you two are wrong. I am the one generating this image. You have only one duty. I'm the one making it as an image. Who says like that? No one. Any of your part in your eye doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. It is a mechanical system. It's a mechanical system. So, in that mechanical system, no one knows what is their part. No one knows their part. It's happening eventually. That means it's occurring all the time. But we are unaware of it. We don't know it is happening all the time. But we are living with the thoughts. These are true. These are the things we can see outside. Is there always with us. When we, it's very hard to live from these things because we were attached so much in different ways. It's the sad part. I mean, when you are attached so much to somebody else or to someone, maybe your family, maybe your friends, maybe some objects in your house, valuable things. If you have a car, you love it, right? You love to drive your car. You love to have your car. You love, and when you take a person, for an example, we love our mother, father. If you have children, you love your children. You can't leave them, right? Because you are always thinking these people are always with us, right? These people are always with us. This is the real world we live in. It is not like that. That is what it is, an imaginary world. Imaginary world make us fool. Our foolishness. That foolishness can be eradicated little by little, step by step, by understanding the way of creating an image inside your eye. But I want to say something. Have you ever heard the eye say, I am the eye? No, right? We are the one put that name, that organ. This is my eye. This is my tongue. This is my nose. Right? In Sinhala, asa kana nase, sharire, like that. In other language, they say in their language. In Tamil, it belongs to their language, right? It is a simple thing, you know, because you can understand the words we put on these organs or else or everything is not true. According to the countries, according to the languages they speak, differ. Because of that, they explain these organs are in different ways, right? That is also you have to understand. It's a simple thing, no? It's not a hard thing to understand this concept, right? When you examine this theory in your mind, you have to think it in your mind, right? Little by little, you will get to know the truth, the noble truth of Lord Buddha said, right? Now take another, when you think of our ear, it's a main organ. We cannot hear anything without this sensor. It's a main sensor in our body, right? Now, ear doesn't know it's a ear. Ear doesn't know it makes sounds. the part of the ear inside make, that means eardrum doesn't know that is eardrum. Even it doesn't know, the wave comes and touches that drum and makes a sound. Who says sound? The other one says sound. When the wave touches the ear drum, it makes a sound. It makes a sound, right? But sound doesn't know it is a sound. But we are the ones saying, oh, it is a sound. Now when you hear a sound, it's a sound. When you are talking with someone else, so you can hear the voice of that person, right? Now when you go on the road, you can hear different sounds, right? But we can identify in different sounds. This is a voice of a car, voice of a bus, voice of a motorbike, like that. Why? What's the main reason behind it? Because you have so many data in your mind. That is irreversible, right? When you hear a sound of a vehicle, at once you will recognize it's a car. In that part, you cannot separate the voice and the color. It comes both at once. No separation. Cannot separate even. Never ever. You cannot separate the voice, that means sound, and the color. It's really hard. But the mechanism is there. That's why Aranas always says sound plus color is equal to your soul or thought. Sound plus color means it comes as a combination. The effect of this combination make a thought. No one can separate it. It's always together. And it comes at a high speed even. That's why we are continuously hearing. We can hear everything continuous. The speed you can't imagine. And imagine. When you see something, that part only it happens in your mind. Right? When you hear something, only that part, that process happens. Just imagine with these five senses, the speed of the mind is unbelievable, right? 1 second, one thought, not a 1 second even. It is hard to explain, right? Only one thought. How many thoughts you have for a while? Cannot count. Uncountable thoughts we have. This is a problem also. It makes us fool, right? Because we always think it is there. When something is there, you are also there. That is the saddest thing. I am the one talking, I am the one hearing, I am the one testing, like that. You always have. Cannot separate you from that feeling. If you understand the theory well, how the mind is formed, then only you will be able to get rid of from your mind. Understand what I say. I hope you can understand this. It's a, if you feel it's a simple thing. Yes, when you hear this thing, oh, it's a simple matter. We can understand. But when you are being practical, it's not an easy task. According to my experience, I'm saying like that. Somehow your soul is attached to everywhere, in every thoughts, in every single day, and every single moment. That's why we always think we are living today. This is the end of the day. This tomorrow I have to go to the office. I have to do my work. I have a lot of work. Why? You are living. We think that we are living. Yes, that's why we are continuing all these things, right? We are living. Who says no? Because I'm here now. You can't see me. I can talk to you. I can do my work without any problem, right? So always think we are living. That's the problem we have. We are not living. It's a power generates from your senses that you are living because of the speed, because of the senses speed. It happens. If Buddha has not explained the speed of these 5 organs, we won't be able to understand a single thing. I'm so gratitude to Buddothpada and answer explaining this theory in each and every moment and each and every Dhammasana. So try to understand this. The senses makes you happy, but that happiness will turn as a sorrow because there's no permanent happiness in this world. The permanent happiness you will see one day when you are get rid of your 5 senses, from your 5 senses. In Sinhalese it says, ayatana nirodha. Then only you will feel, I am out of the thought, now I am living. Now you are going on with the feel. I'm sorry to say, it's really hard to explain what is feel. It is inside. It is coming up inside. It is coming inside when you are get rid of from your 5 organs. You know, this world is not true world. This is an imaginary world. Initially, you have to think of it. This is not the real thing. What I am using, what I am talking, what I am seeing. But after listening this Dhamma, you will be able to handle this situation without thinking it. When you think, that means you are there. It is not a fear. Try to understand. What I'm explaining is really hard to explain, right? Thought and the feel. is entirely different thing, right? Thought always gives a false idea. Without thought, you will get a feeling. You feel it. Now, one example, when you get into the water, you feel cold, right? How can you explain it that is cold? Only your body can feel, right? The coldness. When you go under the sun, you feel hot, right? That is a feeling. That's a feeling. When you feel hungry, it's a feeling, right? Like that. It's very hard to explain what is feeling. Thought is not a real word. When you have feel, that means there is no soul in that. There is no soul in that, right? According to my experience, that feel is so beautiful. Even though I explain it's beautiful, then someone is there, no. Right? It is a different experience. It is a different experience what I have undergoing, what I have going through, right? Without mind and living with a feeling. It is no, in this situation, we cannot expose me, I am like that, I'm there, I'm living. No, there is no one in that way. It is a peaceful thing, right? We are not unnecessarily involving or anything. And you see everything, occurrence, the things happening, things are happening, I'm doing it, not like that. Things are happening, and you do only your responsibility without you, and that means you are get rid of your mind. Mind is off there, right? Simple thing I'm saying. Your mind is off in that situation. Mind is not working actually. You are living with a feeling. Not you actually. There's no person in that. It comes automatically. The system generates that, right? That system generates that the feeling. It is also when the power of your thought is reducing, that feeling comes. No one is doing it. That is also happening automatically. There is an automatic system. Understand what I say? I think some people can understand to a certain limit. It has a limitations because according to your knowledge, Satjnana, and when you compare this Dhamma with your experiences, that feeling, that understanding of what is feel, what is thought, will know that you are the one person and have that feeling, right? I cannot say you exactly this person, this man has this feeling. No, you are the one experiencing that situation, right? But even though I'm saying you are the one, there is no one there, but to communicate, I have to use that word. I have to use that word. So what I want to say is, at least take a few minutes when you are practicing this Dhamma. You have to examine your 5 organs or senses carefully. Examine their action mind, when you're practicing actions, we have action mind. That means kriyasiddha. And that also have no one. That even no one is there. I am sorry, it's very hard to explain that no one is there. That is also happening automatically. The incredible thing is, in this system, generates everything automatically. It's incredible. That's incredible. That is incredible, right? You have to understand this. Again, I want to say, don't be in a hurry. You have to. One day you will realize what is feel, what is thought, what are the five senses, what is this spark. Gradually, you will learn. You will understand. Okay. I hope that you can get some idea on it. I hope that you have an idea of your mind, how it has created or how it has formed. So it's really important in your life to understand this concept. That is what we should know, basically, and mainly. So I'm going to conclude my discussion now. We'll meet another day, discuss something more than this in the future. Everyone Saranai and Mahansa. Everyone Saranai and Mahansa. Everyone Saranai for all of you.
Therwan Sarnai. Thank you, our Buddothpado Dhamma friend, for delivering that valuable speech. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Sarnai Meherin Mahansa. Therwan Sarnai Meherin Mahansa. Can you hear me? Okay, I think Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is not with us today. So, shall we conclude our sessions for today? And we'll meet tomorrow then. Therwan Sarnai everyone for participating today. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Saranai, my dear listeners. As usual, we have gathered here the action of forming something. So, what has formed? The self-identity, which was not there when you were born. But now you have a self-identity. So if I ask you a question, who are you? So you will say, I'm 64 years old, I'm a female, I'm so and so, I did so many things, I studied in this school and I get graduated from that particular university, and I did my my first job was like this, and my mother is my mother is this, and I have daughter, I have good family life, and so on. So many things will say. See, all the things were centered around you. All the things are centered around you. So all these things will collectively solidify, give some uniqueness to yourself. So think. So from where this signal comes? This signal comes from your mind. So understand. So that your self-identity is coming from your mind, right? So if you think that if you just take an example, so if you happen to visit a coma patient, so even though we ask him or her any question, who are you and what are you and so on, will he respond? No. Even though he gets out from the coma condition, as soon as he wakes up, will he be able to respond, or will he be able to give the particular answer, the exact answer for that question? No. But at that moment, his self-identity has been lost. He doesn't know who he was before going into the coma state. So maybe he has to recall who he was. If it became possible, so he will tell, before I go into this coma state, I was an engineer. So my age was 32 years. So I don't know how long I have been in the coma state. So I have to recalculate my current age now. So we'll say he was in a coma in 3 years. So now he needs to calculate the previous thought, and the previous thought, there was the when he fell into the coma state, he was 32 years old. Now 3 years he spent as a coma patient. Then again he regained his consciousness. Now he has to calculate his own age and put it as another kind of a thought, that he is now 35 years old. See, all these things are in there in his mind. So they are stored as thoughts. They have to come as thoughts. So the profession that you were in before this coma state, you have to, it has to come as a thought. Your age, so the names of your own relatives, all of them, now you can understand all these are there in the thoughts, in the form of thoughts. So Lord Buddha said, just investigate about your thought. Once you start to investigate about your thought, you will be able to figure it out who you are, what sort of a self-identity that you have. Or is that the self-identity that you are telling with a thought is a real thing or not? So again, now we can understand your self-identity, your I-ness, also they are in a thought. So then another kind of a challenge that we come across. So what is this thought? How does it form? And what are the composition of the thought? So what contribute to formation of a thought? So in that case, you have to know how your senses work. Why is that? Because thoughts doesn't come without the help of the senses. So for an instance, just this is a hypothetical kind of example. Just think, just after being born, if you are pushed into an outer space place where there is no light, no sound, no wind, no tactile stimulation, and nothing is there in outer space place, in an outer space. So will there be a chance of creating any kind of a thought? No. So that's why we earlier explained that how this small child starts to react or start his activities in the just after being born, other than responding to reacting to the stimuli that comes through the senses. The small baby doesn't do any voluntary things. So this opportunity is lost when you push to the outer space where there no kind of a stimuli can take place. So at that point, is there any chance of developing a thought there? No. Then we'll assume that the time starts to pass by and the child grows and child becomes a 10-year-old kid now. Now again we will analyze his state. So no sensory inputs came so far. So any kind of a thought, is there a chance of creating any kind of a thought even he grow older? No. Because from this kind of a hypothetical example, we can apply that same thing to the newborn child. So and the mind or the thoughts get created initially from the senses, from the sensory inputs, combination of the sensory inputs. So what are those sensory inputs that as a human being that we have? First we have the eye sensor. So we have something called a vision. So what sort of a thing is a vision is? So vision is just a recognizing ability of some kind of a light perception. Vision is a recognizing ability, or we'll say like that, recognizing ability of a color gradient. So color in the sense of light. So gradient in that particular light is felt through the eye sensor. For that entire process is called as the vision. The people say that humans have a vision, a range of spectrum of 7 colors. So that ability may be differ from another kind of a species. So we'll say you take a dragonfly. So dragonfly has lot of eyes. So his visual range is so vast, and at the same time we only see about 170 degrees in the visual field. We have only maximum about 170 or 180 degrees visual field, but the dragonfly's visual field spans over all 360 degrees. So the world that dragonfly sees may be totally different from what we see. So the color gradients that dragonfly recognizes would be totally different what we recognize. So see this, and also if you take a bat or owl, so we can't see at night, but the bats or owl or other reptiles can easily see at night. So their vision is very different from our ones. Maybe they may be seeing not the light, they may be seeing the temperature gradient of the animals. Especially for the reptiles, they only see the temperature gradient. So the temperature gradient is capable of creating them a kind of an image. So if you talk about the human beings, so the color gradient will be is able to create an image for the humans. So this vision thing is not a universal thing. You can understand this, the so-called vision. So we say that humans can visualize certain the worldly objects. So this vision is per se is not a universal thing. So we can't say, though the earthworm does not have the eyes, we can't say that these earthworms cannot visualize things. I don't know, we don't know from other receptors that it has, it may be giving some kind of a visual impact for them. They may be seeing, they may be they may be having, recognizing their own partners even at the dark without the eyes. So this vision is a kind of a thing that is very relative. It is not unique for every animal. So it is not a universal thing. So same way, same thing can be applied to the hearing as well. So we only hear 20 to 20,000 hertz range only. But you obviously know that the dog's hearing range is more than that. And some animals do not hear anything at all within that frequencies. So this hearing is also a relative thing. So we can't say some animals do not have ears, but that doesn't mean that they can't hear from other kind of a signal that they perceive through the other sort of sensors. It may create some kind of a sound within them. We don't know. We don't have such an ability. So we'll say, do you have, as a human being, if I ask you a question, do you feel the gravitational power at this moment? No, no. You, as humans, you don't feel the gravitational force, actually. So, but even though you do not perceive that the gravitational power, can you say that the gravitational power not there at this very moment? No, you can't say. But the problem is that none of your sensors are capable of detecting that gravitational power or gravitational force. But there may be some other animals who feels this gravity power. So other than that, we'll say, do you as humans, can you recognize the electrical current that conducts through the wires? Until you touch it, you won't feel it because you don't have relevant sensors for that. But think, the elephants, the dogs, the other kind of animals, they do not even come close to that particular place where the electric current is there. They can feel it. Their sensors, or most probably their skin sensor, is sensitive to that electric current flowing in the wires. So they feel it. So they in their sensors, collectively it will create some kind of a impulse for them to refraining from getting closer to that particular hazard. But we don't feel like that. We may be stepping onto a electrical wire. So just after being stepped on it, we tend to feel that some kind of a irritation. That's why we take out our feet from there. So we don't have sensors. Since we don't have particular sensors to capture this particular force or power, we can't say that those powers or those forces are not there. Likewise, there may be millions of kind of forces or powers which we can't perceive. We only have 5 basic senses. There may be other kind of animals who have more senses than ours. So they are the world that is created using these perceptions would be different from human perception. So, but we see all we are living in the same world. How does this happen? Because in certain instances, we tend to feel both our senses and these animal senses works more or less in similar way. In that particular case, we can share the same kind of experience among us. So this is the communication. This is the method of communicating each other. Especially we are able to communicate with only humans. So we can't most of the time communicate with the other animals because their senses, the way that their senses behavior is different from ours. That's why we can't communicate with them. But birds and birds can communicate to each other. Elephants and elephants, they communicate to each other. But we can't communicate with them because the senses, the mental formations or the impulses that are received from the senses that we have is different from their senses. Another important thing here is the self or the self-identity also comes as another kind of a thought. It is a mental formation. So this mental formation will again be shaped up with the sensory input that it receives from the different kind of senses. So as you grow up, this self-identity doesn't stay constant or so it will also differ. It will also change according to your age, the experiences, the worldly experiences that you perceive throughout your lifetime, which will bring about a solidified nature to your self-identity. So if you analyze this process very closely, so there is only one thing to get away from it, get rid of. What is that? The thought of the I-ness. So when just after being attaining to the state of Buddha, the first person who met Lord Buddha when he comes out from the jungle or from the forest, so was the Upaka. So Upaka asked by the looking at the appearance of the Buddha, Upaka asked a few questions from Lord Buddha. My Lord, are you a human? His first question was that. So then the answer was given as no by Lord Buddha. So then Upaka asked another question. Are you a god? Oh, then again Lord Buddha said, no, I'm not a god. So are you a Brahma? So Lord Buddha replied, no, I'm not a Brahman either. So then who are you? What Lord Buddha said is, I am Buddha. Buddha is a different state. So that state does not contain the notion of the I. So the rest of the other states will have the notion of the I. Even you are saying that you are a god, even if you will say you are a human, even you are say you are an animal. So there is some kind of a underlying an existence feel. So that brings about the notion of the I. But in the absence of the existence feel within, so there are no any chance to have such a notion of a I. So you are not longer become a human. You are not longer be a god, neither or animal. So that's why that kind of a state is given that particular name. That name is the state of Buddha. Buddha is not a person. So people tend to say, this is Buddha. He had a figure like this, and so many statues and so many paintings are there saying this is Buddha. That is all right, but the internal transformation that he achieved to that realization is another kind of a state. He himself is not a human anymore, because the self identity or notion of the self has been lost with the particular understanding. So that state is now given a special name. That is the state of Buddha. So once you understand this Dhamma, same thing will happen to you. Your self-identity will be lost. So you no longer feel that you are existing. So, in other words, the same state that you will achieve would be the state of Buddha. So everybody will end up in that state once you tend to feel that there are no self here. So actually speaking, we are living in a thought. So earlier we discussed how this has happened over the time to us. So when we born with a radiant mind, there were no such a feeling of the existence of the self. So baby doesn't know that he is alive. He has been born, and he doesn't have an idea of whether he is going to die or whether he will meet with certain life incidences and so on. So he starts his life just by responding to the stimuli that are perceived from the senses. So but involuntarily a self had started to develop within her. Then it started to solidify with more and more inputs. So actually, when you understand this Dhamma, we get to know this, the way of formation of this self-identity. Actually speaking, this self-identity not a thing that really exists. It can be confined. It can be expressed as a thought. It's a thought. So you know how a thought is formed now with the sensory inputs. With the sensory input, thoughts get arised. In the same manner, your self-identity, the thought of your self-identity also has been formed from these sensory inputs. So just see how your thought of self-identity, or your name at least, has been formed. So when you are smaller, you will go before when you go before in front of a mirror, so you will see your own reflection, but you doesn't know at that point, you doesn't know that you don't know that your own reflection is there in the mirror. Then and at the initial instance, you tend to go behind this mirror and see whether there is the same kind of a person within that mirror. So you will find nothing. So then you will be doing the same thing again and again for a certain time. Then you get some kind of a understanding there is no such a person behind this mirror. It's only the reflection. So what sort of a reflection is there? Then you start to think. So you just keep smile. You smile at him. So the reflection also smiles at you. You do whatever you do, you do certain actions. The same actions will be performed by the reflections by where it is in the mirror. So then you tend to understand gradually, this is me. So the image, the reflection I am seeing through the mirror is none other than the myself. So this is the way how your self identity gets coupled up into a mental fabrication or mental formation. So that now this self identity also has a certain figure for it. Whenever somebody calls upon your name, you tend to remember. You begin to remember. He's calling my name, and this kind of a figure that I'm having. So this is me. So from that day onwards, he tries to figure it out, everything around him as the things that perceived by myself. So this kind of a self-identity was not there when you were born. So this has to be carefully examined and you should try to understand, because this is the key point. For that, Lord Buddha said in Pali terms, Pubbhe Nivasanusati Jnana. Pubbha means prior. Nivasanusati means prior feeling of the self. That means how this self has been created in the previous thoughts. So that is the way that it has been formed is very much important to understand the present state of self, because it had not been there when you were born, but unknowingly, without involvement of any one, yourself got created. Then what happened with the external inputs? It get consolidated or it gets solidified. Then you have a notion of, you tend to create a notion of self, the so-called John. I'm so-called, my name is John, so I'm 55 years old. So I have 2 sons. So I'm the breadwinner of this family. So I'm a fisherman. Likewise, so many things now they are in the in the thoughts which are coupled with the self-identity. So you have to be that this is your present stage, this present state of your self identity. Earlier you had nothing, then you try to figure it out who you are, then a reflection of the mirror came coupled to that particular thought of existence, then it gradually developed with the day-to-day experience that you receive through the senses. Now you have a strong kind of self-identity within you, tied up with into your name, designation, and your social status and so on. But actually speaking, there is not such a thing other than a thought. So that's why I showed you with an example of coma patient. So if you go into a coma state right now in this moment, after being recovered, do you remember? Will you remember anything? No, because everything will be erased. So there is no chance of creating thoughts at the state of coma state. So then after recovering from the coma, anybody will have to feed you that you are this kind of a person and your age is like this and you have been performing a vital role in society, and so many things you have to be fed externally. Otherwise you don't feel that you are a living being either. So with that example you can realize, you can understand that everything, the notion of the I is there with, is sitting, or it comes along with the thought. So whatever you see, whatever you deal with, social interactions that you perform, that any activities that you perform, everything has underlying notion sitting in each thought. So that is the self-identity. So once you understand this is a thing that has not been there, it is a certain thing that got gradually developed, that was not there in the radiant mind. So then what is the purpose of maintaining it? So you get a certain feeling of the why we should maintain it. So you don't feel like assigning any value, because at the time of the death everything will be gone. So in that particular time, can you carry this self-identity forward anymore? No. So what is the purpose? You are nourishing a thought that was not there when you were born, and you were feeding up, then you leave it and you have to go. So actually, if it is the notion was yours, could you at any point, do you have ability to get away from that? No, it comes along with that. Why those things happen? Because as long as you feel like you are existing, this notion or this thought comes along with that. The existence feel is the problematic thing here. So we have to know how this existence feels gets created within ourselves. So it is it so it comes, so everything, as I said earlier, everything starts with our senses. So when the senses tend to feel that the light is there, due to the light is there due to the functionality of these own senses, so there's that perception will carry another kind of signal along with it. What is that? This light is real. The feeling of the existence of the particular perception is also coming along with this perception. The similar thing can be applied to the sound as well. When you start to hear a sound as a result of the vibration that happens in the ear faculty, so it a kind of existing a real nature of the ear sound also comes along with that particular perception. When all these perceptions combine to each other, and then what will form? The worldly objects will be formed. The chair, the father, mother, and relationships, worldly entities will be formed through the perceptions that are received from the senses. So the worldly objects that we deal are also perceptions. So they also have certain kind of underlying feeling of their existence. So we tend to feel like that this chair is as a real object. Why this has happened? Because the 3D nature of the chair will give some sort of impression to inwards that this chair is real. So as soon as the chair becomes real for you, on the other side, unknowingly, another kind of a perception comes. So what is that perception? There should be some kind of a living being to capture that existence of the chair. Whenever the chair is, whenever we feel the chair is as an existing thing, at the same moment, the person who is perceiving this existence feel also gets created. In that very particular moment, the thought that you think you are the one who is seeing this chair will come automatically. So all these combine each other, all these perceptions combine each other, and final outcome is I am the one who is seeing the chair. It is another kind of a perception. So these worldly objects, that is the way how your worldly things get created. The material world has been created in that way. So there is no kind of atom materials or other solid objects or liquids. All the things are captured through the senses. So the extent of the ability of your senses will define you the extent of your own world. So if you don't feel that the solidity, for as an example, you will you will say like this: if you don't feel the consistency of any particular object through your skin sensor, do you feel the 3D nature of that particular object? No. So you can recreate a situation like this. So if some kind of a anesthesia medicine is given to your hand, so will you be able to perceive the consistency of an object when you touch it with a numb hand? No. Yes. Do you feel the 3D nature of that particular object that you are holding when your hand went numb? No. The sensors collectively defines the world, whether it's a 3D world, whether it's a 2D world, whether it has multiple dimensions. All these dimensions are there in your sensors. The capacity, the capabilities of your sensors define your extent of the world. So that's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in a mental world, the world that is created in your mind, which is not a permanent thing. The mind gets created then and there. In the absence, at the beginning of this explanation, I ask you to take an hypothetical example, saying that imagine that you have been pushed into the outer space, as soon as you are born. With the absence of the any kind of sensory inputs, will there be a world for you? No. Even there is no chance of creating a self in that particular state, is a particular place. Even though you grow older, you don't feel like you are existing, because no sensory inputs are coming from your senses. There is no chance of creating a worldly perceptions there. So in the absence of the worldly perceptions, so there is no way of creating a self within that same world. Or in such a person, there is no kind of a world. So he doesn't feel that he is living even. He is a living being even. So it is very difficult to understand at a glance. But if you study these faculties one by one, then you will realize, yes, what Lord Buddha said was correct. So that's why, according to the amount that you can logically figure out, so that much you will be able to understand this truth. This is the truth. Other than that, there won't be any kind of a truth here. So we are living in an illusionary world. We are seeing a mirage. So we are thinking that we only see the dreams at night when we are sleeping. But it is not true. Even you are awake, you are in a dream. The dream has been created by your own senses. So collectively, they were able to create yourself, which is not there actually. So you are thinking you are existing in this world. So you are a human, and you are so and so. You are an engineer and so and so. But in reality, it is not so. you are, because you don't know this truth, you tend to believe what your perceptions, what your you tend to believe on the perceptions that gets generated within your perceptions that generate within your own senses. So ultimately what you have to understand is there is no kind of a permanent self here. So with this understanding, if you start to perform your day-to-day activities as usual, so you know there is no such a permanent thing called self here. So but you still, even though you know it for the knowledge, because you worked it out nicely, there is no kind of a permanent thing except a thought. So that thought is not real, you know. The thought belongs to your mind. So your mind is not yours, because it behaves as another kind of a sensor. So it is like your eye faculty, like your ears. So it is beyond your control. The functionality of a mind is generating more and more thoughts. So likewise, it generates a thought of a self-existence. So, but unfortunately, what has happened after it has been formed, that particular thought also has underlying feeling. So you tend to feel other than the thought that you have as existing, but it tends to give you some kind of a feeling of the existence. So that gives you to perceive certain things as, this has happened to mine, this has happened to me. So this sadness comes to me. So I have such a burning pain. So because you have such a misconception that you are alive, that's why it gives such a feeling to you. But with the understanding, after figuring out this process, you know there is no person here except a thought only. So then, even though you initially tend to feel certain feelings, but from here, from that day onwards, you won't take it has happened to myself, because there is no self. You with the understanding, you get to know that there is no kind of a permanent self here. So as you move like that way, in that understanding, the internal feeling tends to dissolve gradually. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So to come about this kind of understanding, you needed the previous way of forming the thought, previous mechanism of formation of the I-ness, that is Buddhe Nivasanussati Jnana, and the present way of formation of this I-ness, that is Chutupamacha Jnana. But when you acquire those two, the rest, the third one, Asavakya Jnana, the dissolvement, the diminishment of the self-feeling will start to happen. That is the third jnana. So jnana, in the sense, the three sciences, these are the sciences that have been taught by Lord Buddha. So those sciences will automatically come to you. So that makes you towards, that push you towards the wisdom. The third one is asavakshaya jnana. That means you tend to feel, it is not a thought, you tend to feel your I-ness or the self, feeling of the self starts to dissolve gradually. So it will take some time, that's no hurry. So let it happen. What you have to do is just to purify your knowledge more and more of how these thoughts get created, how the identity of a self got created, as well as the feeling of the I-ness. So the samudaya or the formation, the seeing the formation will lead you, will automatically directs toward the dissolve, diminishment as well. So that's why the third one is the something that you can feel is the dissolvement of your defilements. That is another kind of a feel that is known as asavakya. So these three things has to be developed. Actually, first you have to do is just get to know, then make it into practice. Once you start to make it, that knowledge into practice, actually there's nothing to practice voluntarily, or let it happen, let your understanding act on your day-to-day activities, because you know there is no such a permanent thing called mind or self here. So that understanding itself will direct you towards the diminishment of the feeling of the self. That is the asavakyanana. So the asavakyanana will automatically happen. So ultimately what will be, what state that you can achieve is the state of Buddha, feeling of non-self. So you also can give answer to the upaka, saying, I'm not a person, I'm not a human, I'm not a god, I'm not a Brahma, I'm Buddha. So in that state, even though we use the word I am, but we can't say like that, because the self-identity is gone, everything becomes same. It is a special kind of a state that you feel there's no self here. So I think that is enough for the day, so we can discuss further. So see you tomorrow, and we'll start from here to discuss again. So Therwan Saranai to all of you. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet for sharing this true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the entire world, and
guiding us to share this message of truth of life, at least in some small way, with the mankind. So we have a lot of strength because of you, Aryan Mahansa. We know always your guidance is there. It is because of that positive energy that you spread with your encouraging words, pushing all the followers, all the listeners of Buddothpado sermons, and giving the guarantee that this is the true message that Gautama Buddhacharya Wahanse revealed to the world 2,500 years ago, and come and experience it for yourself. So it is, we cannot express our gratitude in words. Theruvan Saranai. And today, let's again try to understand some Dhamma concepts that would help us to make certain realizations in the path. So actually, being in the path to Nibbana itself is a huge challenge. You need, in the first place, one needs the skillfulness, the kusalaya to do that. And this kusalaya or skillfulness will enable the followers to awaken the wisdom and also to maintain the awareness. So gradually, when you mature in the path, this path itself becomes your life, and there is no a different entity or different aspect as Dhamma, because we know life is nothing but the continuous occurrence of stimuli or continuous occurrence of thoughts. So when somebody fully realizes this, life becomes very easy and instantaneous, and you definitely keep that huge burden you had on your shoulders, in metaphorical sense, and that tranquility itself, actually, when you know that there was never a self, that burden automatically disappears. That awareness, that wisdom, awareness of the truth will definitely do that. So the mind plays a vital role. Actually, even when we are in the mundane world, mundane grounds, it plays a vital role because it's everything, I mean, all targets, hopes, or aspirations, all set, and also the notions of time, everything is governed by, even the mundane life is totally governed by the mind. And when one enters into the Dhamma path or to this supermundane plane, Arya Bhumiya, again, it's the mind that plays a vital role. So humans are blessed with this mind, although we call it the culprit, we call it the troublemaker. It is because of the mind faculty that we are able to realize this Dhamma. That is how we differ from animals and other sentient beings. Although other sentient beings experience suffering even more adversely than humans do, they are not able to understand or realize the truth of life. They are not able to penetrate through the thought or the stimulus to see its illusory nature. So mind is a blessing because we make use of the mind itself to liberate from the mind. Because ultimate liberation, if this life is merely a string of thoughts, chain of thoughts, unending string of thoughts, the liberation itself is liberation from the thought or the mind only. So, mind, even in to realize Dhamma, we should understand the function of the mind faculty thoroughly, without any doubt. It is the complex nature of the human mind. Since this Buddhist doctrine or this philosophy revolves around a single thought or a single stimulus, first and foremost, let's try to understand the role of the mind or the mind consciousness, manovinyana, in the creation of a thought in association with the five senses. Five senses here, leaving out the mind. Let's recall them. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, the body or the skin. So mind is there. We didn't include it as under five senses because with the mind, in Buddhist philosophy, mind is the sixth sense actually. So these sixth sensory faculty. So we know these sensory faculties are the main system that result in thoughts. We cannot isolate a particular sensory faculty, because we know all sensory faculties function collectively in creation of a complete thought. So today, now since you have listened to these Dhamma talks for quite a long time, let's go deeper and try to clarify further about this thought creation, which is the basic thing that you should know and the last thing you should master in the path. It is anyway the creation of thoughts and the stimulus, because it itself is the notion of self. So if we take the eye faculty, function of the eye faculty. Now let's try to figure out how a particular thought arises with the initiation of the eye faculty. However, some sensory faculty should initiate in the sense should function. Then in the second round, all other sensory faculties come together and the completion of the thought arises or happens automatically. So let's take eye faculty as the individual sensory faculty that initiate the creation of a thought. What we should remember is this thought creation happens so instantaneously. In 17 chittakshanas. Chittakshanas, of course, a very incalculable fraction of a split second. So this happens in such a short time. It was analyzed, or it was actually penetrated through only by Buddharajanan Wahanse or Gautama Buddha or any Buddha who happened to be in the world before that. However, it becomes self-evident only to a Buddha who gained those wisdoms. So that through the wisdom of Buddha, only this secret was disclosed to the world. So what happened? What happens is now if the eye faculty functions without any defect, here we refer to the physical eye, because that eye sensitivity, chakku prasada, that proper vibration in the eye faculty is important for the seeing to happen. So we have to sort out these words, the meanings very carefully to understand these concepts. So in the physical eye, the eye sensitivity or prasada is the point where this reflection of the image occurs or falls on. So for that, this physical eye should be healthy. So if there is a healthy eye, if it is open, when somebody keeps the eye closed also, seeing may not happen. So if one keeps the eye open, if the eye sensitivity is also there, no one can prevent certain shapes or images falling in the eye sensitivity. That is, actually, we have to go another step ahead. That does not mean the trees outside or the sun, moon, sky, clouds, then dogs, cats, tables, chairs, they are out there and the reflection of them falls on the eye, that lens. No, that is not the case. We have to sort it out very carefully. That was what we felt due to ignorance. That is how we saw the world before listening to true Dhamma. We always saw the clouds in the sky, trees in the garden, houses in the neighborhood, fruits in the trees, people around. So we believe that reflection came from out there to the eye. That's not the truth. We believe that they are fixed entities, solid figures, three-dimensional figures that exist externally. We believe due to ignorance, the mango tree in the garden is real. It was planted several years back and it is there even today and it will continue to be there. So that was the beautiful dream that unknowingly we used to believe and we used to be in that dream as a self. But what is the truth? Is that the truth? Do we see or do we experience permanent entities that exist out there? This we have to clarify, verify, double check and check 1,000 times even until you are fully convinced that you never ever experience permanent entities or existing things. Neither the person that you are true. How come that? Next question. One important thing is all these formations. Yeah, you see trees, cars, people now because these thoughts are quite established or stabilized in the system. So you see tables, chairs, cupboards, mountains. True. Now let's be realistic. Actually, we see them, phones, books, even hand, finger, face. You can touch your body. Everything you experience as real fixed things now. But all these are made up of the same components. That is the truth. Whatever it is, even the most expensive Rolls Royce and the wooden cart drawn by two bulls are made up of same elements. Isn't it surprising? They are made of when you go deeper and deeper, breaking them into, the material wise to the smallest element, Buddharachanan Wahanse explains, all entities are made up of material groups, Rupa Kalapa. These Rupa Kalapas are the smallest elements ever, and that anything maybe the composition it may not be the same ratio, like now the composition in some elements, this solidity may be predominant than liquidity. In some entities, temperature may be prominent than the other elements. Or in some elements, air may be more predominant than the other elements. That ratio may be different, but the composition is all the same. Any entity, maybe mother, son, animate, inanimate, no distinction, no difference. Composition of all entities are solidity, liquidity, temperature, air, and as a natural phenomenon, other four characteristics are also there. Solidity, liquidity, then temperature, then air, and color, smell, taste, and energy. So this is actually what is known as 8 pure elements, Shuddhashtaka. So 4 great elements with those attributes: color, smell, taste, energy. These 8 characteristics are present in each material group or Rupa Kalapa. In other words, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, Varna, Gandha, Rasa, Oda. So, just like the ocean is made up of tiny droplets of water, but do we see the separate tiny droplets of water in the ocean? No way. But through wisdom, we can see that although we call it as one unit called ocean, it is just a collection of tiny droplets of water. Similarly, any entity any formation captured by any sensory faculty is a collection of these material groups, billions of material groups. So, are you ready to believe this? It's not easy. So, for that, you should listen to more and more sermons. You have to explore more because it's worth doing so. This is actually a matter of life and death. We say sometimes, oh, just forget it. It's not a matter of life and death. But this is that important. This is a matter of life and death. You transcend death if you understand this. The most tragic thing that any sentient being faces. So let's explore. There are the opportunities. Here's your opportunity. With proper guidance, 24-hour guidance, it's possible. So what I explained was any entity that you touch, that you see, that you smell, that you taste, that you feel, that you hear, the composition is these material groups, the 8 pure elements, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, Varna, Gandha, Rasa, Oud. The solidity, liquidity, temperature, air, color, smell, taste, energy. So these, the main characteristic of these material groups, the smallest unit is it doesn't last long. It doesn't last long. In a millisecond, in a small fraction of second, it completely vanishes and arises, vanishes and arises, vanishes and arises. So can you believe you are not an existing person? Just a collection of material groups. This smallest unit made up of solidity, liquidity, temperature, air, color, taste, smell, and energy. And that you are like a bulb that sparks. Can you even believe that? You are someone who just goes and arises, ceases, arises, ceases, arises, ceases, arises. Every millisecond, you totally disappear and arise because that is the characteristic of this material group, any entity, the chair, table. So why do we see it as existing, as if it's there, it's continuous, it's existing? It is because of the extreme speed that disappearance and appearance of material groups happen. It happens so fast. That is where the a metaphor of firing comes into play. Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse himself used this metaphor to show this, because it cannot be detected by human sensory system. That is why he said, when you spin a fire band very fast, you see an existing firing. Or when you light a lamp, oil lamp, you see an existing flame. It is just a fire band that is being spun, but ultimately it appears to be a firing as if an existing. And then the flame of the oil lamp, it's always a new drop of oil burns on the wick, new part of the wick, new drop of oil, but the previous flame goes and the next one arises. That happens speedily. We can't see the difference, the gap. We see an existing flame. So this is the truth. So it only thing, the human system cannot detect this speed. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a mystery. We wouldn't be caught in this. So now the truth is there. Please contemplate, please think, please explore further. Do not just believe just because someone says it. And now see what happens. The external entities are also non-existent. They arises and ceases. And on the eye, so-called sensory faculties that capture them also is subjected to the same phenomenon. Now, if you actually, there are no external, internal duality, two sides, but still, as mundane people without knowing the truth, we used to believe I perceive external things. I, me, myself, mama, I, as a person, not EYEI, I see external things. So in that sense also, all these external things are just arises and ceases. They do not continue to exist, because that is the nature of their composition, the material groups. Then on this side, I, this figure, it is also subjected to the same law, made up of material groups. So disappears, arises, disappears, appears. That kind of thing happens very fast. So that is one thing we should understand, we should know. So just leave it aside. Now let's try to understand the mechanism of the sensory faculties. So as I said before, if
the EYEI or eye faculty functions properly if it is open. No one can prevent seeing. It is not a person seeing. Now, this very moment, open your eyes. Can you prevent seeing? No, it happens. It's a natural phenomenon because synchronization of vibrations or the waves of same frequencies. It's a natural phenomenon. Whatever the entities that you see are a result of natural process of synchronization of waves of similar frequencies. Now, some formation, some shape is seen by the eye. Seeing, we can't say by the eye even. Some process happens. All are processes only. Now this figure, human figure, is also something that vibrates, like disappears and appears. So in the eye faculty, the waves or the vibrations have certain frequency, certain level of frequency. And whatever matches or tallies with the frequency of the vibrations of the eye faculty interacts. That is a natural. So that interaction generates the consciousness, or with that interaction, eye consciousness arises. Eye consciousness means the feeling of seeing, knowing of seeing, no identification. Original seeing happens. So at that level, it is just a sensory level experience, just seeing. We cannot call it a thought. In Lord Buddha's words, that level is Patiga Sampassa. So if we consider the ear perceives sounds. So if the ear functions properly, if it's an healthy ear, eardrum vibrates. So whatever the sound vibrations matches with the vibrations of the eardrum interacts, and that is the hearing. That is, with that the original sensation of hearing arises, hearing only. Now seeing in relation to eye faculty, hearing in relation to ear faculty. Now we know they are also not persisting. They are not existing. They are also made up of material groups ultimately. Then the nose perceives the receptors, nose inside some feelers like things are there, and that those vibrations again interact with whatever the matching vibrations, matching in the sense frequencies. But if it may be a smell that is actually knowing of smelling. purely sensory faculty experience, only smelling. Then tongue also, the experience is sensory faculty experience in relation to the tongue is tasting, purely tasting. It also happens to the level of matching frequencies of the vibration. Tongue receptors vibrate, those vibrations have certain frequency, and whatever is being eaten, so the vibrations of what you eat, maybe let's say some fruit, the tasting happens to the level these vibrations of similar frequencies occur. That is so much individual and subjective. If we eat two people eat two halves of, let's say, an apple, ignorantly we believe other person tastes it in the same way that I taste. No, it is up to the tongue receptors, the vibratory nature, the matching vibrations. So please contemplate each of these points. You should contemplate in the first place, then you should experience. Then moving on to the body, skin, the hardness, softness, coldness, heat, whatever. The sensation is the effect of the interaction of matching vibrations. So, still they are purely individual sensory experiences. Or in Lord Buddha's words, Patiga Sampassa. Because the thought occurs in two rounds. Two rounds easy to talk about, because Lord Buddha has explained it in 84,000 ways. Now Aryan Vahanse has made it even simpler. He is spoon feeding. He is doing that definitely. So it is easy to be said than experienced actually. Challenge is experiencing, but it is possible. It was not possible before because it was completely distorted and hidden, but now the true Gautama Buddha Sasana is here for now. Due to the penetrative insight, the engagement in penetrative insight for such a long time by Aryan Vahanse, it has become self-evident to him, and now he is sharing this with us, with the beautiful path to follow. So the first round is individual sensory faculty. Second is all sensory faculties functioning collectively, and a rising of the mind consciousness. That is in Lord Buddha's very words, Adivachana Sampasthaya. In Vattang Vattati, Vattang, individual sensory faculty functioning, in no time, all sensory faculties functioning collectively, and that is the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is not a separate entity. It is the merging of all sensory experiences to make, actually make us feel this experience is of a solid entity, resulting in self-view. Resulting in self-view, or actually accelerating the self-view or self-perception. So now let's look at it with more details. Now, if the eye functions properly, due to that vibratory nature, matching of certain vibrations, some shape arises, seeing happens. Now what happens in the second round? The identification of that shape as a tree arises. When that identification happens, it is that shape becomes an existing entity. That's the difference. At the individual sensory experience, the first round, it was just seeing. Now, it is an existing entity. For example, it is an existing tree. It becomes an existing chair. It becomes the mother that lives with you. How is this illusion created? So, the moment the shape is perceived by the eye, the ear faculty gives the name. The nose faculty adds the smell, and body faculty adds the feeling, body sensation associated with that tree. Tongue contributes the taste experiences related to that tree, even at minimal level. So the seeing, now seeing is the first original individual sensory faculty, seeing, then sutta, the name, the sound once given to this shape. Tree, the moment the shape arises, tree, the sound appears. Tree, then the smell associated with such a tree, taste associated with such a tree, and the body sensation associated with such a tree. 3 I meant ditta sutta mutta. Tinnan sangati passo. Ditta, shape of the tree. Sutta, tree, the sound. TREE, tree, the sound. Mutta, smell of the tree. Taste of the tree. Although a sensible person wouldn't taste the tree, but if as a child at least you have licked, that's it. Then the body sensation. This is obvious that you have touched the tree trunk, leaves, whatever. All those experiences spark at once. Spark at once. Like, have you seen how the lightning occurs in the sky? How the lightning sparks actually? Similarly, these details spark and you experience a thought, but it looks like an existing tree. It is just a concept, tree concept with all those attributes, but you ignorantly connect it to that shape and feel that such tree with all those attributes exist out there. That is the illusion. So that is how a thought is created. So it doesn't stop there. The moment the tree actualizes or solidifies, objectifies, you happily experience the tree. Some excitation that is at very, very subtle level. Very subtle level, some excitation. With the experience of an existing entity. And that itself is the self. The duality arises. The moment with all those attributes, the mental construct or the thought tree arises, it comes as the external entity that exists, and the very moment you, the self on this side, I see the tree. I, tree, tree, I, duality. I see the tree, duality. And actually, when that Ditta Sutta Mutta, all experiences come together and the thought solidifies, it is actually the interaction of vibrations, I repeatedly said, as a natural phenomenon, some power is generated. Because these waves of negative and positive charges always interact. So these negative and positive charges generate some power. That power is taken as the self-perception. That power results in making us feel that I see a tree. Some inner charging happens. We call it thought power, or thought actually charging some chittaropana. So with that, the self notion of self, as it's not a kind of very prominent power, but still that power is the feeling that I'm here, the tree is there, so you assign some value to tree. Actually, it is just a thought that arose in the mind. The mind consciousness its illusory nature is, it's called the, actually mind consciousness was identified as the illusion. It's an illusion. It's non-existent. Illusion is just a fake formation. It has the power to show us non-existent things as existing things. With that, the tree becoming a solid entity, another subtle knowing comes. The tree was there before. Now, yesterday I saw the same tree, and this will be there tomorrow also. And the danger is the moment the tree becomes real. I told that some power is also generated self. It doesn't stop there. When the tree becomes real, a story pops up, a chain of thoughts, initial thought and sustained thought, vitakka vichara, initial thoughts and sustained thoughts. So they telepathize at once, like this tree is good, this tree is should be there, this gives us shade, this tree gives us fruits, this tree gives us, it blooms nicely, then this was planted by my grandpa, this this should be pruned, some branches should be cut off, things, lot of thoughts, because now you have a story, you have a beautiful story, you live in a dream with the tree. So each thought generates power, adding value to this tree, and this tree becomes real. This tree gets stronger, stronger, stronger. Me, myself get stronger, stronger, stronger. And it makes us go in this cycle of life and death, because I was not there. My mind, myself was never there. But we feel due to that power that arose as something became real and existent, the self notion of self also exists. So it is a matter of understanding and changing the angle we perceive the world. So mind consciousness and the mind faculty is the trickiest and the most complex, and actually I could only touch on a very small area of this, small aspect of this. So again, tomorrow also we can discuss the same topic, the mind again. So it's time for us to hand it over to the next presenter. So again, I pay my homage at our spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, and with so much gratitude to Gautama Buddhachanan Mahansi for sharing, revealing this truth with so much effort. Teruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. See you tomorrow.